Give me a minute, y'all. Y'all come on in. We're gonna go over let's see here. Some of these people in their content, obvious reasons why they're failing. We're gonna go through that. There's others. I should have named a few, but I was only able to put a couple in my heading. Let me see. Somebody sent me something to laugh at, and I listened, and I was thinking, okay. So bad. Okay. I had to cue that up. I am going to grab the link. Anybody can come up and participate. Let me close the door. If legally decide he want to come in, he could just push the door and come right in. So I did not listen to part 1. I listened to part 2 because that's what was sent to me. So, I didn't even listen to it all, but I did listen to a good amount of it. And we're going to listen to part 1 together. And see what is being spoken, what is being actually said. But, what I find that a lot of these so-called relationship coaches, which are just people who have no jobs, and decided to create a job. Now, I'm not even hating on that. The problem comes when, what you'll notice, the common thread in all of these so-called relationship coaches is that most of them are not even in relationships. They're not in relationships. And the ones who are in new relationships, right? And then when they speak, you could kind of tell that they're not even using themselves as an example. They're just spewing out what they think people want to hear. Okay? Because you can obviously tell in a lot of these cases that what these men and or women are saying doesn't work for them. It's not what it is. It's not what's going on in their so-called relationship. And for those who aren't in relationships at all, I mean, how you even consider yourself to be a relationship coach? Who told you that you had the answers? Because apparently you don't. That's why you're not in a relationship. And some of them will say, well, I don't want a relationship. Well, wait a minute. You don't want a relationship, but you can teach others how to be in relationships? Because the only reason you wouldn't want to be in a relationship is because they aren't working for you. And the reason they're not working for you because you don't know what the hell you're doing. Okay. So we're going to talk about it. Yes, we are. We're going to talk about it. So I was thinking about doing it a little different. I was going to reach out to some of these people, especially the Coach Rod guy, and see if he would be gracious enough to come over to have a conversation. I think I don't have any problem getting people to come over. I really don't. I think unless they go and start going through the internet, and other people say, don't go over there, Baba, don't go over there. You know, I've heard things like I'm a witch and that I trick men into saying things, and that is not even the case. But what I do end up doing is getting people to open up, and they tell me the truth, right? And they don't, and I give them the right questions that they have no answers to. I ask them legit, reasonable questions. I allow them to give their answers. I don't even, I'm okay with whatever answer you give me, but then there is a follow-up question to go with the answer that you provided. And then when you yourself realize that, well, damn, like I just talked myself into this. And then they said that I use witchcraft on them. I didn't use witchcraft on you, baby. All I did was ask the right question. And then the people themselves realize that they can't win. But see, I'm not on here to win and lose. I'm legit asking the question, legit. And because I don't have anybody to answer to, right? Like some of these women, they have somebody to answer to. And somebody's paying them their check, and so they can't go too far to the right or too far to the left, and so they can't ask certain things, or they don't want to even kind of quote unquote make statements that might be a little bit too much, that might lose them their job, position, or backing, funding, or something. Well, I don't have those type of issues, right? Some of you think I'm too nice already, but the thing is that I'm at least being honest. I mean, you might not like that I'm honest, and it may not even be your truth, but I'm not even talking about my truth. Some of you people are like, oh, well, it's because you're married. Well, that's the motherfucking answer, right? I'm in an actual relationship for 30 plus years to the same person. And people say, well, you don't know what you're talking about because you're in a relationship. Wait a minute. You're going to relationship coaches, but you don't want one who is in a relationship? Please make that make sense. So you're seeking out answers from somebody who don't even know how to hold down a relationship for a long period of time. So the truth of the matter is, and we also just face it, they got a lot of people who really don't want answers. You're just looking for entertainment to beat down on someone, anyone. In a lot of cases, the opposite sex. You're not really looking for the answer. You're really not. And it's okay. But don't act like you are looking for the answer. Because these people don't have no answers to give you. Okay? This guy who we're about to listen to, like I listened to him, and there was lots of things that I agree with to a degree, right? But like I said, I don't think there's anybody I've ever come across where I disagree with everything they say. Right? It's only when it's an angle, when they start something, the angle is, like this guy, he's going to tell you what men of means want. And then they'll say, I have friends. And then I'm like, I'm looking at you, dude. We could tell you're not a man of means, and therefore your friends aren't men of means, and therefore you don't know what the fuck men of means are looking for. And then he's going to go into it where he's talking about, well, I'm a man, I know what I like. And I'm thinking, but you know what you like, and nothing's wrong with that. Stop speaking for other motherfuckers. And that is the fucking problem with this internet shit. We got people who want to speak for others. Speak for yourself. And then the women who like men like you, then they will come and listen to you. so they can find out what men like you want. You notice these men never get a man of means, the ones they say they have, the friends they say they have, they never get them on their panel. But I mean, if they pull a man of means on their panel, I'll grab one on mine. It won't take me nothing to get a man on this motherfucking panel. A man of means. I'm talking about a man who make 6 figures plus. Right? These men aren't doing it, so I figured I don't even have to go and sign into a Twitter account or even go to one of my Facebook or even my Instagram and just say, hey, like, who would like to, join me on a panel? Then I try not to mix what it is that I used to do with what I'm trying to do now, right? But it seems like people always want to put it in. So what is it that you're confused about? That I have access to fucking men, all types of men who live with their mamas, and men who have wives, and men who have grandchildren, and men who are single, those who are young, those who are older, those who are black, those who are non-black, like all over the gamut. I have access to all types of fucking men. And these men will say that a woman like myself, well, I shouldn't have access to all types of men, because why would anybody want to be with somebody like me? Because I'm dirty, or I'm ratchet, or I'm this, or I'm that. And I'm thinking, dude, are you serious? You don't know what you're talking about. The only type of man who don't follow me is the motherfuckers who not into women. But even ministers follow. I'm talking about some famous ones. Yeah. When they got caught out there, you know what I'm saying? Wife was pissed off because she found out that he was following and paying for websites on the internet. Yeah. It's just a lot. You know what I mean? It's a lot. Listening to idiots talk about things they don't know. But I'm not saying everybody is an idiot, and I'm not even talking about like they're idiot across the board. I think some of these people may be good at some of the things they do, but they need to sit the hell down and shut up when they talk about relationship. At least be in one, and be in one for, since Kevin put some specs on how you can be called a certain thing, like, you have to be making a certain amount of money for a certain amount of time. At least be in a relationship for 7 years. Get through your 7th year. I'm going to say these days, people, it used to be a 7-year hump, right? That 7 years, surviving that 7th year. And if you could get over that 7th year, then you will good. It will be smooth from there, right? Whether you end up getting divorced or not, even if you got divorced after 7 years, it was a little different, right? It's a little different. Now with the internet and things like that, I'm saying people not going 5. I don't even think people making it 5 years. Things are quicker today. It's easier, quicker. I can tell you the downfalls of relationships. I could tell you why people aren't lasting, even when they end up in a serious relationship. What happens with men? What happens with a man who, for the longest, couldn't get in a relationship, Then he ends up getting in a relationship, and how this man, who you would think would be like, he would want to just chill with this woman who came along, and and she loving on him and shit like that. What is it about him that he changes and ends up being this so-called cheater? I can tell you what that is. And explaining it, I think I've explained this before, but I never had a show like this. So maybe I need to do a relationship series where I'm gonna just talk about the downfalls, the pitfalls of relationship, and maybe y'all pay attention. Because I don't know. It's not difficult for people to get in relationships. What's happening though is that people are reluctant to make that relationship a serious one that they are focusing on. And what I'm finding from both the men and the women, and by the way, I talk to a lot of men and women, what I'm finding is that people are waiting for something else, something better, what they consider better. And it's like sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting your time, throwing it away, sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. That's what you motherfuckers doing, right? Y'all sitting on the dock of the bay and you waiting for these different, people to bypass. And even though you might have somebody sitting right on side of you who you like, but they just not what it is that you thought or think you want. Because you're looking at this person, they don't have that certain flair that you're looking for, or that certain job. They're not making that certain amount of money that you think you deserve. See, the thing about deserving something, to deserve something means you earn it. If you think you deserve something, then go and get it. Go and earn it. But to think that you deserve someone who is earning the thing that you think you deserve is fucking childish. You think you deserve to have this spectacular life with all this money flowing in? Then go and make that money. Nobody's stopping you. But if you think that you deserve a person who makes the amount of money that you think you need, then that is where the issues come in. And then the men are going to be looking at you like you're crazy. Okay? Just a thought. It's one thing, because see, I notice what happens is it's always the extreme, right? A woman, somebody may say, well, do like, what is her name? I like her show, right? Kendra G, right? Is it Kendra G? Yeah, Kendra G. I like her. I like her show. She asked certain questions, same questions with everybody. So it's pretty decent, right? She may get in there a little bit, right? And go a little more in depth with her question, depending on who she's looking at. Even so you look at a man who looks a certain way, and then but he's requiring that his woman is gonna be something like Beauty and the Beast. She needs to be beautiful, and he gonna be the beast. And these motherfuckers think that that's how life should go. Where she can't look like me. She can't look like me, Kendra. She can't look like me. And we're thinking, well, what you mean she can't look like you? Like, why would she look like you? But what you mean she can't look like you? Because if a man who says that is obviously saying that he's ugly, unattractive, and therefore he already have low self-esteem, Why would he think he gonna get anything other than that? Right? A woman with high self-esteem, no matter what she look like, is not going for a dude with low self-esteem. The only way any of you men with low self-esteem who can't hold your head up, the only woman you're gonna get is one who gonna use you. If you putting out your money on the table, psh, you know what I mean? You walk into a room and all you got to show is some money because your self-esteem is low. You don't hold your head up. And women gonna look at the money and they're gonna be like, I'll go with you. And she's gonna go with you wherever you want to go, as long as you paying. You paying for the drinks, you're gonna pay for her weed, you're gonna pay for her week, you're gonna get her nails done, everything done. It's all good, right? You're gonna pay. And when you can't no longer afford to pay, she out. Now, there are some things that you might be able to gain, because access, like I say, access is everything. You might be able to get this woman who she comes to you for your money, and then she starts to get to know you. Now, I don't know. That could happen. That could happen. She realized you're a nice guy, and you know, she's. But y'all gotta stop looking at these movies where that shit. What that movie was with Nick Cannon? Remember, Nick Cannon was kind of like a dork. I guess he was more of a geek, right? In the movie, and he decided to pay somebody to date him, right? And she was on like a cheerleader team. She was a cheerleader, right? And he was just a dork. He was able to get into certain spaces just by being close to her, right? But she already kind of liked him as a nice guy already, you see. And Nick Cannon wasn't bad looking. She just went and kind of did something to his hair, told him to dress a certain way, bam, and let's go. Okay, that's how simple it was. It's not that simple for some of you. Some of you got too many issues, right? Because remember, Nick Cannon allowed her to help him get into spaces, which mean he wasn't talking about, well, you got to stand 2 steps behind me and you got to be submissive to me. See, when you men who want to put your money on the table and think that you're going to get this submissive woman, then that ain't happening. Not only do you want to be submissive, you want to be a bad bitch. You want to turn a bad bitch into this, I don't know, like this woman who gonna be submissive to you. Well, that ain't happening. You could get you a hooker who will play that part for you. When your 7 hours, that's if you bought her for like a weekend, right? When your time expires based on the amount of money you paid, that shit is done. She's no longer being submissive to you, and she ain't getting to know anything about you. Those women don't even want to get to know you. They on to the next one. The money speak. The money is talking, the money speak, and it speaks loud. And when you ain't got no money, then she don't hear shit you say. She's like, who are you? She don't even recognize you no more. You could see her a week later and she wouldn't even recognize you at all, because she was never looking at you from the jump. It was all about your money. And that's what, when you motherfuckers say you're going overseas and you got men lying to you, telling you, yeah, you could come over here and get all these women with your American dollar. Yeah. Go over there and get what you want with your American dollar. The thing is, most of you ain't got an American dollar. That's why they're telling you to go to these really broken down places. If the economy in a whole nation is all fucked up, what make you think you're going over there living large? You might live larger than those who over there, but I mean, that's like going to a Motel 6 over here. You're going to still be doing a Motel 6 over there. It just looked like you doing better, so much big over there. Motel 6 might be something a little classy over there. These motherfuckers got y'all all fucked up. You thinking you going to live lavishly, like you going to a nice, very high hotel, that one that you can't afford while you're over here. You think you're going to get one over there, but no, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Anyway, let's get to it. I'm gonna grab this link first. I think I did. No, I don't know if I did or not. But if I didn't, let me grab it. Okay, so I got it. Now let me go and share. We're gonna share this video. Okay, share sound. We're gonna say fair use. Okay, and we're gonna listen to this guy right here. Now, I don't know much about him. I was listening to him, and I'm gonna tell you there was a few things. He said something in part 2, because I didn't listen to this one, right? In part 2, that made me stop. I had to stop. I was like, oh, hell no. When he was like, you can't be ratchet. And I was thinking, oh, ghetto. And I'm thinking, dude, you, what? You know, when people don't recognize their levels, it can be fucked up. Like when you don't know that you live in a hood, everybody else know you live in a hood. We could tell you live in the hood. We could tell the way you speak that you ain't much better than that in what you're speaking about in a negative. And I'm thinking, wow, these motherfuckers got blinders on, babe. We can see what we see. But we'll get there, maybe, because y'all know I don't really look at too many videos. This is 17 minutes, so it's not that long. Okay. Fair use. Let's go.
Right. Come on in. Come on in. Hope this might be better. If it don't be better, I might have to upload it.
Do he sound like he's a professional man in a professional setting with who making all this great money? Is that what? Look, he only said a few things. So it was real shocking to me when he, anyway.
I'm about to record it and upload it. I'll tell you, I ain't been live in a while. As soon as I
You could kind of even tell what you could tell he's from the South, which is not a bad thing. I'm not even saying that, but it shocks me at the level in which these motherfuckers be walking around blind, baby. They're like, and then they think everybody else is blind, like we can't tell. Okay, we can't tell.
go live.
Let me fast forward it.
Okay. Yeah. I had to change.
Let me fast forward.
Come to America spirit.
What?
Some people gotta come to America spirit, boy. They do everything. They do everything somebody say do.
Okay, we're gonna fast forward it.
You know, I used to love that song, but as I got older and started coaching relationships, I said, you know what? Ain't no pain in real love. You gotta go do something. Ain't no pain in real love. And I really started like literally because I always.
What the hell did he say? I'm from the South. Did he say there's no pain in real love? I think that's what he said. Now let me say this. Whoo, Lord. I'm trying to see how should I say this, because I don't want there to be no confusion, right? So life itself can be painful, right? So I'm not sure if he mean actual physical pain or if he just talking about, because see, this is where they play games. They play games, right? So remember when people, when you started hearing people say things like, well, love shouldn't hurt. When they started saying that, they was referencing women being beat or even men being beat by whoever claims that they love them. Whether that's your parents, whether that's your wife or your husband, whether that's your boyfriend or your girlfriend, whether that's your friend, your relatives, your neighbors. What they was talking about was actual physical abuse. And so now, though, this term is kind of, so if I say, well, yeah, nobody should be, then they'll say, well, we don't mean it that way. Like, it shouldn't be, love shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't have you wondering. You shouldn't be guessing. That's life, right? There's choices to make, decisions to make. There might be people with different opinions who you married to or dating or whatever. And these men start making it seem like anything other than how they want it to be equals pain, if that makes sense. And so this is the game they play. So should a relationship of any type hurt you? It should not. But we are talking about physical pain. Nobody should be smacking you around and then claiming they love you. Okay? But anything other than that, well, I'm gonna have to say that listen, there are gonna be some disagreements in life, period. Okay? So please, when these motherfuckers say things like what he's saying, there's going to be a lot of hallelujah from the women. And there's going to be a lot of hallelujah from the men. But the thing is that the nonsense that he's speaking, yeah, so we're going to put it on the table now. Nobody should be harming you physically in order to get you to do whatever it is they want you to do. That shouldn't be happening. That's not called love. Okay? So if you're in an abusive relationship, call the abuse hotline. I know there's one somewhere out there. I don't know it. If I need to go grab it, I will, for anybody who might need it. But listen, other than that, yeah, you will have some disagreements in your relationships. And no matter what type of relationship. With your mama, you're going to disagree with your mama. You're going to disagree with your daddy, your uncles and your aunties, your brothers and your sisters, your neighbors, your lovers. Listen, there will be disagreements with everybody in life. Everybody not going to agree with you 100% of the time. This is called life. Your boss, you're going to have disagreements with them. But if you're smart, you're going to let them do what they tell you to do, right? And then listen, if it don't work out, it's at least your boss was the one who made that decision. And they'll take the hit. But this is the thing. Anything other than a mishandling of someone, yes, you will have relationships where you will have disagreements. Point blank, period. Maybe every day. Shit. I might want to wake up at 7. Hubby might think, well, it might be better for me to wake up at 6:30. It could be something as simple as that. Whoo, Lord.
Listen to it, but sometimes you don't really stick out to you. So one day it just stuck out to me, like, and some stuff that she was saying, I'm like, this is not. And then on one part of something, she said,
but this man is not using complete sentences. He said, this is not. One day it just stuck out to me, and one day she be like, And then he paused. He was like, she was like, and he paused. And then he didn't want to tell us, like, as if we know what he's talking about. I don't know this dude. I don't know what he's talking about. Nah.
Just an old devil trying to keep us apart. Say, devil, you ain't got nothing here. Hold on, my man, have no fear, no pain. Then the other song she sang.
Oh, he's talking about the song. Oh man, we went over that song how many months ago, ladies? It's shit, damn near a year ago. I don't even know if it was on this account. It may have been my last account, the one that got removed and deleted. No pain, no pain, no gain. Oh. There was a old lady sitting under a tree. Yeah. Something about and she said to me, my life may not be long. I won't waste my time telling you nothing wrong. Something about the sun and the rain. A little bit of pleasure worth a whole lot of pain. No, hell no. And by the way, it was called No Pain, No Pain, No Gain. Anyway, he talking about some music. Okay. Wow. Fair use.
Don't blame Mr. Charlie. Charlie is just a man, and he's doing the best he can. That's why I still love him like I do. Even though he do me like he do. So I call it the Betty Wright spirit, the Pit Misha spirit. You know, no matter what he do to her, she gonna love him. And she say, nobody gonna love you like I do.
Oh,
Nobody
no.
gonna love you like I do. That's the Betty Wright spirit, a Pit Misha spirit. I'm gonna keep loving you after the pain. You keep cheating on me. You keep on doing me wrong. I'm gonna keep taking you back. That's why I give you that song. I'm like, Betty Wright, I love you, sir. You and
Now, what he's talking about right now, first of all, Betty Wright is of a different generation, right? Let's make that very clear. And remember, there was a generation where the women couldn't work, okay? The women couldn't, why? I'm spending money with Apple. Anyway, the women couldn't work, so the women were mostly at home, right? And the man was the breadwinner. And he would go out there maybe, because not all men did this shit. Go out there and cheat. But he always came home. Even back then, the men made sure home was straightened first. Home was cool first. Home was, you know what I mean? The children was taken care of, the light bill was paid, the rent was paid. He made sure home was taken care of, but he may have went and did some other shit with some other women. That's a whole different generation. We're not there. We're not there no more. Women not doing that shit. Okay, I don't see that happening no more. That's not happening anymore. That stopped happening with shit with my mom's generation. Baby boomers wasn't on that type of shit like that no more. Baby boomers was getting divorced and shit. That was a time when you really couldn't get divorced. Baby boomers was starting to get divorced. They wasn't putting up with that shit. Okay. So even my mom's generation wasn't putting up with that shit like that. And then here come Gen X's. We're not putting up with that shit. Millennials not putting up with that shit. Zennials damn sure not putting up with that shit. Okay? Shit.
don't get me wrong, she's a great singer. Oh my gosh, she's a good entertainer. But the song that she sung, I was like, those two songs right there. So I call it the Betty Wright spirit. The you know,
Mm.
then I got the Al Green spirit. The Al Green spirit is a lonely spirit. You know, I'm so tired of being alone, so tired of on my own. You help me, Lord, as soon as you can. I want you to know that I love you so, even though you don't want me no more. You don't want me no more. I'm gone. I'm gone. But Al Green say, you know, he tired of being alone. So I got the Al Green spirit. So when I say Al Green spirit, that means a spirit of loneliness. So if you lonely, you got an Al Green spirit. Hey, and I love me some Al Green. Al Green is one of my favorites. One of my favorites. I love me some Al Green, but you know, some of the old song was, you know, but hey, that's how it was back in the days. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the come to American spirit, that spirit there, boy, I tell you. Call Tyrone. Call.
God damn. Now I know why nobody gave me the link to the first one. Let's see what he's saying.
Jesus. That's, you know what I'm saying? Because women don't understand men. You know, they don't understand men. They don't understand well the games that men play because they don't know the mind of a man. So that's why that's my main reason for me doing my channel. That's my purpose in life, and that's what I'm here for. Now the title is.
He said his purpose in life. Oh, damn, baby. YouTube is his purpose in life. Man, Lord
How
have
to
mercy.
get a real man, but it's really the topic is really is how to attract a real man. Because I don't believe in a woman getting a man. Because y'all friends get on my nerve. Girl, you ain't gonna never get no man. I just hate that phrase. You ain't gonna never get no man like that. And that's the problem with a lot of women in this generation.
What is he talking about? Why they it's like they look at a movie or a TV show and they think that we all have friends. I've never had a friend tell me I can't get a man, I can't be with a man, I'm not gonna. What kind of friend would that be to tell me that I can't get a man? It don't even sound right.
They trying to get a man instead of letting the man, you know what I'm saying, get you. And some of y'all was on my last video, like I was saying, you know, even animals, you know, the male do the pursuing. But
that's not even true. He said this. I'm gonna skip to the next video, y'all, because this one dumb as hell. This one, this man said it in the last video. He said the animal kingdom, the male always pursuing the female, and that shit is a lie. It's an outright and outrageous lie. And so, but even let's say it was true, what that got to do with human beings, though? God, I'm gonna go to the next video. I can't even do this one. I can barely understand what the hell he's talking about. He started talking about songs and shit. And he called it the Betty Wright spirit, the Al Green spirit. And I don't even know what the other one because I couldn't understand shit he was saying. I'm like, God damn. Okay, let's find part 2, y'all. That was a part 2.
back with another video. Hard because you gonna get rejected or you gonna have to reject a lot of grown boys because we have a shortage of real men. You know, what is a real man? A real man is a provider, protector, a leader. A real man is got himself together financially. You know, he can hold his own down. He'll need a woman to hold him down. You know, he got character. He got morals. You know, a real man, pretty much a godly man. To me, a kingdom man, God fearing. You know what he want, ready to settle down. You know, ready.
So listen to his definition of a real man. Basically, what he's saying, until you got all of these things, you're not a real man, which means that young men will not even be able to be qualified to be real men yet, which is ridiculous. Okay. And who determines what a real man is? Who determines that? Women or the men or the person you're dealing with? Like if I'm dealing with a particular guy, who is my husband, by the way, I get to determine how I see him. It ain't nobody else's business to even be classifying my man as anything. You could classify him as anything you want, but I'm the one dealing with it. You don't get to tell me my husband isn't a real man. To me, he's a real man. And that's what's going on in today's society. We have people judging people without even knowing anything about them. And then the way they're doing it is by putting these classifications, these things that they need to have, what they should have gone through already before they could be considered as such. Whether that's a real woman, a real man, a high value man or a high value woman, a boss chick or a boss, which would be the man. We got other people who don't even, like, they're putting these stipulations out there as if they know. Now, to him, a real man may be those things. To me, though, right, when I met my husband, I was attracted to him. He had some of the things that I wanted in a man. And so I didn't give a shit what other people thought, you know? And that brings me to, he dated women before me, just like I dated men before him. And so maybe to other women, maybe, and I'm only saying maybe, I don't know, right? Maybe they didn't classify him as somebody they wanted, or maybe he didn't classify them as somebody he wanted to move forward with. It doesn't mean that they wasn't real men and women, right? You date and then you realize, okay, I dated this person and, this person cool, but not for me. Just not meant for me. For whatever reason. And then, you might go through your little, what you call breakup, whether it's heartbreak or just a breakup, you just moved on like it wasn't nothing. Or maybe you was hurt for a little bit. You get up and you move forward. Okay, that's what you do. You dust yourself up and you keep moving.
You get married, that's what I call a real man. Know how to value and respect women. That's what I call a real man. Um, how you doing, Miss Malone? God.
Who teaches men how to value and respect women? And vice versa. Who teaches women that how to value and respect men? Because I was going to ask that question. That what my title was going to be about. When do we start fighting each other? Because when I'm watching youthful people, right, who's still in like high school or lower, right, still children, essentially, and I'm not seeing the young boys and young girls fighting each other. I really don't. I don't see them arguing with each other. You ain't got this and you ain't got that. When do this separation start where now we have young men and women fighting each other like they're not coming together? Is that even happening? Is that even happening? Or is that just something that's happening here on YouTube? And people playing and preying on you because they are causing the division. Well, some people are literally causing the division. with their speech, with the things they say. Obsidian was clear about causing the division. With these men who was clear about men going their own way. And right now, at this moment in my life, I'm thinking, nigga, why you ain't gone yet? I should be speaking from you from far away, but you're so fucking close, nigga, that it's an echo in the room. Why? Won't you leave? Already, yeti. Nigga. Like, bye, bitch. Like this echo, because I didn't clear the room for this nigga. Like, he said he was leaving, so I took all and throw his clothes out, the furniture out. You know what I mean? I was like, shit, I'm going to use this room in my craft room. I got this nigga out. These niggas who claim they leaving the country, nigga, we made space. We came in. We done cleared your house up, washed the dirty ass walls, and threw your dirty drawers on the lawn. Pick that shit up, put it in a suitcase, nigga, and be gone already. When you leaving, nobody gonna miss you, and you know that. You know that. That's why you keep wanting to tell us we leaving, we going our own way, we going. Like, nigga, the door right there. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. Okay.
God bless you. That type of man, want a certain type of woman, And I talked about this last night. The first thing I want to deal with is the trait of the man is the outer appearance, and some kingdom women struggle with this because
Something who?
they
I don't understand this, dude. These some who woman? Did he say cleaning or oh Lord, have mercy, baby. Let me grab me a towel to sit down. This chair is cold, y'all. Give me a second. I'm sitting at my sewing table in a second here, so I can commence the sewing. I'm gonna put this link in the room because we ain't gonna be talking about this dude too long. Because this shit is worse than I thought. I must have been tired when I watched this video because I thought this was something to talk about. I realize now I can hardly understand him. Okay, that's what happens when my brain is slowed down because due to me being so tired. I be thinking I'm hearing things. Maybe my brain need to be slowed so I can understand what he's saying, because I am sure the fuck confused. Now, we're going to rewind that just a tad, because did he say cleaning women? What he said? Okay, here we go. Fair
some
use.
some 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 kingdom women struggle with this because
What? Cleaning women? Clean up women?
they okay, how you doing, Ann? God bless you. Some kingdom women struggle with this. They think a man only want to be with them because they fear God, and that's a good thing now, and you should fear God. But with men, and somebody put in the comment, Coach, I love your channel, but men value looks, and that's true. That's true. All men, kingdom men, non-kingdom men, all men, value looks. Now it's gonna be some exceptions. Now, that because your cousin got an ugly wife, and don't come back, because wow, that's not true. Cause my cousin wife don't look good. Okay, they're an exception. They're an exception.
Y'all heard that shit? I sometimes don't even know what is going on in this motherfucking world. So just not what he said. Instead of what happened to the wisdom? Okay, so let's say your cousin is married to somebody you consider to be ugly. It's somebody you consider to be ugly, but your cousin may love her looks. You know, they got people who think Beyonce is ugly. I've heard people say, "Oh, Beyonce not all that with it." You know, I've heard people say that. And I don't doubt what they're saying. To everybody, just because you think somebody looks nice don't mean everybody think they look nice. And that goes in the reverse. Just because you think somebody is ugly don't mean everybody think that person is ugly. Now, that is important to know. But why couldn't he just say that? You know why? Because he don't know that these, like, beauty is skin deep, and it varies from person to person what they think is beautiful and not, what we think is handsome and not, what we think is acceptable and not. And that's including everything from how tall or short a person is to how fat or small a person is. People have their different preferences, what they prefer, what they will and won't deal with. Hold on. Hello? Okay. No, okay. Thank you. Okay, bye. Okay. I'm gonna drop the link, y'all, in a few. Okay. I'm trying to say some things before people come up. End up, I didn't drop it yet. Okay. But anyway, yeah, let me do that now because I don't understand the thing he said. Maybe y'all could come up and tell me what the hell did he just say.
But the majority of men, value looks. Just because you know a man in your family that married somebody that ugly, well, maybe to you they might be ugly, but to him they may not be ugly.
Oh,
Or
he said it. Oh, dang it. Oh no. Oh, cause I was about to give up on him, baby. I was about to give up on him. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Oh Lord. Look, it is Sunday, right? Let me find a church hymn. God damn, let me put the link in for y'all. Let me put the goddamn link in the chat. Wait, I think the chat. Why relationship? Okay. It should be here. Here we go. Here we go. Pace. This dude was going on. Kira. Somebody say Queen Bee is fine. Not to everybody. You know, some people say, oh, he said the cleanup woman. Where the Betty Wright reference come from? Oh, the cleanup woman. Oh, Lord, I couldn't understand shit he was talking about. And I'm from the South. And let me tell you, my accent used to be real thick. Okay? What's going on, Letitia? Just me, this dude, the granocracy. You say I prefer Anita Baker. Man, oh man. I don't know who just came up. I think Kira, maybe. Kira, is that you?
Yes, it is.
How you doing, sis?
I'm doing good. How about you, Mom?
I'm trying to understand him and his language, but I'm good.
That's why I was saying, Mom, drop the link because I don't understand what he's saying either. I think we all lost. I was like, what did he say?
No, I was understanding him last night. Look, I was half asleep. Somebody sent me the link, and I was listening, and they were laughing, right? And because they called me, I think. Yeah, you could tell I was tired. I was asleep, and I answered the phone, and so somebody was talking to me. And they was like laughing and telling my bomb is crazy. Go check it out. And so I checked it out, and I understood what the hell he was talking about. But I was asleep. My brain was slowed. But now that my brain is working at full capacity, I don't understand nothing he's saying.
Now, how reactive was your brain when you was sleeping at dreamland? To translate that nonsense, because I'm like, he said kingdom or cleanup. What?
I don't know what he said. Oh man, let me pin the link. Yeah, I was like, it took me a while to even know that he was talking about songs, right? That was on the other video, but yeah, let's finish sharing. Let me see. Let me get back and see what else he had. Because yesterday when like I was listening to it, I was like, oh, he make a little sense, but I'm a little confused right now though. Okay, I'm a little confused. So here we go. Fair use, y'all.
Because, think about it, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Whatever, that man like, that you see what I'm saying? You might not like it, but maybe him, she look good. Or it could be insecurity and, those type of things. When the man got insecure, he's not gonna pursue a very attractive woman because he don't have, you know what I'm saying? It takes a man to have guts and to have sometimes you gotta have courage.
Courage. I think he meant courage. Did you say courage? A girl, it's getting to me. It's a little bit getting to me, but I think he's meant a man got to have courage to walk up to a woman and find out her name. I didn't know it had to be courage though. Like you got to dig deep, and I thought you just say hello. Just like I speak to people all the time. Hello, how you doing? And keep going. So to me, it doesn't take courage. It just, but maybe it take courage. Courage. Lord have mercy. Courage. What you think about the courage? You think men need courage just to say hi? Maybe that's the issue. Some of these men don't have no courage, and they're not approaching women.
I don't know what the hell he just said. I don't even want to label it as courage. It sounds like he said come on. Like, what is come on?
What tripped me out, what made me stop last night, when he said something about men wanting women who aren't ratchet. And I was like, in the hood, I think he gonna say it. And I said, I know this dude didn't just say that. As ratchet as he sound, and he think he on a different level. But anyway, here we go. Fair use, y'all.
To approach a woman that's very beautiful, it's attractive. So a lot of men, they'll just get a woman just because they don't want to, you know what I'm saying, do all the, they don't want to deal with the pressure of trying to get a real beautiful woman. So that don't mean every man gonna get a beautiful woman. When I say this, a lot of women think, well, that's not true because I know some men, but that don't mean every man gonna get a beautiful woman. See what I'm saying? So, but according to your Bible, the way God made men, men fall in love with their eyes first. Again, the Bible didn't say Jacob fell in love with Rachel because she was God-fearing. The Bible says Jacob loved Rachel deeply because she was beautiful and she had a nice figure.
She was beautiful. You just stop. That's a nice figure.
God say. So it starts out with a man. When Jacob saw Rachel, he knew right then and there he wanted to marry her. And I always tell women, a man can know the first time he lays eyes on you whether or not he want to marry you. It don't take a man 6 months or a whole year to know whether or not he want to marry you. And I'm saying now a man should rush to marry you real fast. But I'm just saying he gonna know he gonna know like you the one. You the one. He's still gonna take his time to get to know you and date you. But
why his head? First see you. Why his head itching?
Anybody got any them gloves on to stop you from itching your head?
Oh my goodness.
Whether or not he'll wife you based upon physical attraction. You know, if a man not pursuing you, a man not telling you he want to be with you, this is what a lot of women are teaching other women. You know, this foolishness get on my nerve when women get on YouTube and they teach other women. You know, if God's showing you who your husband is, you gotta wait till God show him to pursue you. That's stupid as I don't know what. That is not.
What? If God show you who your husband is, now you gotta wait for God to show him who you are. And he's saying that's stupid. But watch what he say after that. Watch what he say. So he's saying that I don't know what he's saying, to be honest. He's saying if God showed the woman who your husband is, the woman got to just wait until God show him who she is. So that means we got to wait for the man to go after the woman. And he said that's what he don't like, hearing other women tell women. But he gonna say that too. Watch.
That ignorant.
That's
That
it.
ignorant. God ain't gotta
Ignorant.
tell me to pursue nobody. God, this is what some women, Christian women think they can pray to God. Oh, I like that man right there. Ooh, I like Coach Rod. He's so handsome. Ooh, I like Coach Rod.
Ooh,
And then go
Lord.
to God. God, let Coach Rod pursue me. I like Coach Rod. God
Why you
saying
put
Coach Rod got a
yourself in
free
that
will.
prayer? Hold the hell on.
Huh?
He put himself in that prayer. You sorry man. He out of line while he talking about God, please send me Coach Rod. Ain't nobody praying for you, man. What the?
He said first he said, God, Coach Rod is handsome. How do I get Coach Rod? I like, okay, Coach Rod. Coach Rod is handsome. That's what he said, baby. Whew, Lord. Coach Rod. Here we go.
You know what I'm saying? And they actually believe that God gonna make me see them as my wife. It don't work like that. Okay? Men have free will. And I don't believe these testimonies of God told me she's my wife and all. I don't believe in that stuff. I don't believe in that stuff because I follow the Bible, and I'm not saying that that's totally impossible. But if you follow the Bible, God did not tell no man who his wife was. Men saw women as attractive and they married them. That's how they got married in biblical days. Men saw a beautiful woman. He went home and told his mom and daddy, I want to marry so and so. God didn't say that is your wife. But a lot of Christian women thinking that God gonna make a man pursue them because you like him. It don't work like that. So that man see you, if that man see you, if he don't pursue you, you're not the one for him. That doesn't mean you're not attractive. You just not what you just not his cup of tea. You see what I'm saying? But no, as a woman, the first thing you gotta do is to keep yourself looking good, as possible. Tighten yourself up, get in the gym. And listen, everybody don't have to be a small woman. Every man don't like that. I'm not talking about what society call attractive. I'm not talking about what the European models say you gotta be. Because most men.
Now he going good. At least he going against what Kevin said. He said, I'm not talking about what the Europeans say. Oh, the European model. Okay. That's what I was agreeing with yesterday. I was like, okay, I can see what he's saying right there. Okay, let's see what else he got to say. You want to say something? Okay.
And especially black men don't like the European model stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, some like them thick. Some like them, full figure. Some like them slim. In my opinion, I don't see some beautiful women in all shapes and sizes. I see some full figure beautiful women, some thick beautiful women, and some slim beautiful women. So it's what that man cup of tea is. So I'm not talking about you got to be like.
There you go, Coach Rob. There you go. Now he said because that other bullshit, I didn't know what he was saying. Okay, now he's saying, hey, everybody's cup of tea might be a little different. You know what I mean? And so now It looked like he got a lot of women over there. I see Ramona, Brenda, Felicia, Natasha, Steph, Go and Melanin, Miss A. So okay, got some women who followed him. Okay, let's see.
This person don't like everybody gotta do the same. No. But don't let yourself go. You know what I'm saying? Don't let yourself go, because the more you keep yourself looking good, the more chance you gonna have of attracting a man. And I talked to a client last night, and we were having a discussion last night, and but one thing I told her, and one thing I know about a lot of kingdom women want a God fearing man. And listen, don't get in your feelings, don't get mad. I'm trying to help y'all. They want a good God fearing man. They want a man to pursue them, but they don't want to do the work to take care of themselves physically. A lot of,
I could not understand this shit. But let's fast forward. Oh Lord, it's giving me a headache. I'm about to take some medicine.
The reason why they're not,
asking for a fold.
Huh?
I was telling him while he over there running his mouth, the reason why those women in those spiritual or religious places aren't worried about their physical appearance, because that's literally what the church tells them not to do.
Right.
Come as you are. Don't worry about your appearance, because men aren't supposed to be looking at that. They're supposed to be focused on God. So that's kind of why women don't pay attention to the looks in that world, because they're technically really not supposed to, because you men are supposed to be looking at more than women's bodies, because you're supposed to be a part of the kingdom of God.
What you say. And now he's saying something totally opposite. He's telling women, no, you gotta stay looking good. Okay. Fair use, here we go.
5 years, 3 years, 2 years. He gonna be like, you know what? I think that I like her. I'm white for her. He gonna tell the homeboy. He tell the homeboy, dog, man, I met that girl. She beautiful. Now she beautiful, man. She a real lady. She a queen.
Oh yeah, that's the part. Okay. Let me rewind it a little bit. Let's see.
Tell me what to do with their bodies. Men do it. Why can't we do it? Because you're not a man. That's why. That's why you can't do it. You're not a man. That's the problem. How you gonna want a man but trying to be like a man? You want a man, but you act like a man. And that's the problem with a lot of women. They want to be sexually liberated. And that's why a lot of women not getting married, because so many women want to be sexually liberated. And one thing about men, if he ain't got to work for that, and he ain't got to marry you, he ain't got to make no sacrifice for you, and he can get on a casual basis, guess what? He ain't gonna never marry you. Never marry you. He will never marry you. I'm a man, I know. If I was a grown boy, when that girl say, hey, I'm looking for a friend with benefits, I would have been like, yeah, okay, let's do it then. That's a man's dream. Until a man come in, grow up and be a real man like me, every man gonna fall for that. Every man will fall for that. And again, she's a pretty woman now. She wasn't a bad looking woman. She's a pretty woman and everything. But because of the man that I am, the character that I have, and my purpose in life, I told her, girl, I don't want no friend, no benefits. I want me a wife. I want a wife. I don't want to get away.
Is he married? Because I thought he said he was single, but I'm not sure.
I don't see a ring on his finger.
Which means, how is he a relationship coach with no marriage? And then he's saying he's looking for a wife, not no friends with benefits. So why isn't he wife nobody up yet? Why isn't he a husband? Like it's so many questions.
He ain't a husband, but in the Bible it says, he who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. You don't say nothing about a woman.
Well, I had left her alone. I started to get my her cause, I don't want that. You see what I'm saying? I don't want that. Because I know a woman like that, she gonna have me out of my purpose. You see what I'm saying? So, being loose, giving your body up to me and all kind of stuff, that's a turn off to a real man. That's a turn off. And I'll tell you right now, If I'm dating somebody and we just having a conversation, I'm not even gonna ask them. But if we having a conversation and she said, well, I just last time I slept with somebody, it was like 2 months ago.
Why would a woman tell? So they dating, they on a date. Why would she just open up and say, yeah, well, I slept with somebody 2 months ago?
Unless you asked.
Right.
And she's trying to be open and honest like an adult, but a word of the wise woman, don't tell them men shit about your sex life. It's none of their damn business.
That's right. Please don't start telling men how many people you've been with. They like Kira said, it's none of their business. And like the answer is not going to change their mind one way or another, because most of the time, just for them to ask that goddamn question is already showing kind of disrespect. You see? Disrespect. So is he interested in my body like that, to where he want to know the last person? Like, does he only want me if I tell him nobody touched me in a while? Like it's crazy. It's just, it don't make no goddamn sense. These men not making no sense neither. Okay? Because I want to know who he's sitting down, like he said. We're going to hear that part again. And he make it seem like she just going to tell him. Watch what he say.
I'm gonna ask them. But if we having a conversation and she said, well, I just last time I slept with somebody, it was like 2 months ago. 2 months ago. And you already trying to get with me, so why y'all ain't together? That's what I'm gonna say. But they gonna tell me
Why they not together? It was 2 months ago. Which that's what Kendra asked, just to say, is that person still, like a option? Now they listening to these videos and what people are saying, and they putting it into their shit. No man is gonna ask me. I know that. Listen, these men do not be caring about who you just slept with. As long as you in sleep with their brother, like their blood brother, or their close friends, because they don't want to be embarrassed by that, unless they know ahead of time.
Sometimes they don't even care about that.
Yeah, it depends, what they want.
Mm-hmm.
If they just for you for sex, they don't care who you slept with. But if they really want to, maybe possibly be in a relationship, then they don't want you to be slept with their brother. Although they'll sleep with their brother wife, they'll sleep with their brother girlfriend. Yes, they will. It's crazy. Anyway, here we go.
yo. They gonna tell me out. I don't want that. I don't want that. You see what I'm saying? A real man, he wants somebody that respect her body, that respect herself. That's what turns a real man on. A real man, he gonna when you tell him that you've been asking for 4, 5, 3 years, 2 years, he gonna be like, you know what? I think that I like a.
Oh, you like her because she been, and you heard what he said. He said absent. He said absent. And she said, I've been absent 2, 3, 4, 5 years. First he started with 5, 4, 3. Then he said 2 years.
Absent. You mean abstinence?
Yeah.
That's what he said, didn't he? He said absence, didn't he?
Yeah, he said absence. Yeah, like she absent.
Like she absent.
Yeah, like she wasn't there. Like
people gonna be like, absent? What is absent? And they're like, oh, abstinent. Yeah. And then they ain't gonna be like, damn.
Man, this is crazy. Let's hear him say that shit again. That was funny. Let's see.
A real man, he gonna when you tell him that you've been asking for 4, 5, 3 years,
absent,
2 years,
absent. Unless he said it just so
like,
fast.
You know what? I think that I like her. I like her. I'm white for her. I'm white for her. You gonna tell the homeboy. You tell the homeboy, dog, man. I make.
Huh?
No, he's talking crazy. Because he can be fucking whoever he want to fuck, but she didn't fuck nobody in about 4 or 5 years. Oh yeah, I'm gonna wipe this one.
Right, ain't that something? But what about all the women he was having sex with? Why he wipe none of them? Right? So we supposed to believe that if a woman says I haven't slept with no one in years, that he finally gonna be like, I like her. I'm gonna marry her. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. How you doing, Silent?
I'm doing okay.
That's good. Would you working today or y'all?
I'm off.
Uh,
Have this some errands.
I'm tired. It's one of them cloudy weekends, man. Here, raining, got me sleepy. When it's raining like this, I just tired, you know?
Yes, it may have been raining since yesterday or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been raining all weekend here, so. Okay, here we go, y'all. Fair use. Some more.
The girl, she beautiful. No, she beautiful, man. She a real lady. She a queen. She respect herself. She love herself. Hey, I'm not even gonna touch her till we get married, dog. Yeah, I got men.
You believe that shit? I'm not even gonna touch
That's a
it.
damn lie.
Bullshit. He full of shit.
Yeah, man, he's lying.
Lying ass.
Girl, when I heard that, I was like, oh no, I'm not even gonna touch it. Not even gonna touch it.
Or you know what? Or who you gonna be touching until you marry then? You ain't gonna touch her.
Mm.
Who you gonna be touching?
That's the question right there. You're gonna be out there horn up until the marriage day, you know.
I know somebody who did that because they wife was a virgin and he was hitting everybody until he got married.
Yeah. Well, here we go.
I got man friends. This how men talk. I'm not even gonna tell you. Once a man know you're a queen, and you respect yourself, love yourself, he gonna respect you. He gonna say, you know what? Boy, I ain't gonna touch that till we get married, boy. That's my wife, there. That's my wife. And that's what you gotta do to impress a man. You know, a real man now, to attract a real man. Not a grown boy. A grown boy, he don't care. He don't care. He just trying to hit it anyway. But a real man, he wants somebody that's classy. He wants somebody that's beautiful, outside and inside. He wants somebody that, you know, not loose, got respect for herself. She's not easy. And see, that's what a lot of women don't understand. You know, you want a good man, but all your pictures on Instagram, your booty hanging out. All your stories on Instagram, your butt hanging out on all your stories.
But you looking up.
You know, showing all that right here. A man think, and it could be a woman that doing that, and she might not be doing that with nobody. But men think that you easy when they see women do stuff like that. I'm not saying that it's right, but a man get the wrong assessment of a woman when he see a woman. You know, he gonna think she loose, she easy. So a real man gonna be like, mm-mm. You see what I'm saying?
You heard what he said? He keeps saying a real man. He keep wanting to define what a real man is. And he's not even a man. And you know, he's a man. Why do he don't know what a real man is? What the hell? He might know what type of man he is, and he might classify himself as a real man. But how many women will classify him as a real man? That's what really matters.
Over there running his mouth to his boys, but that's supposed to be your future wife. Man, get the fuck out of here.
Ain't that something when he said, I'm gonna run into my friend. Like what? When
bragging to your friends like you still in high school. I'd have kicked you in your nuts.
Right. Oh my God.
But then by his logic, that means he don't respect himself because he's sleeping around. But since she ain't sleeping around, she respects herself. So then you don't respect yourself.
Exactly. Right. And why would she want someone who doesn't respect themselves, but he wants to have someone who respects themselves? That don't make no kind of sense.
None. But then he'll use that same shit. Well, you're not a man, and that's how men do. And because that's how they answer that.
Mm-hmm. I forgot what I was watching. Some woman was doing like a sex ed seminar for teenage boys. And what she was telling them she pretty much flat out told them, said, you ain't got no right. And how dare you ask this girl to come to you with clean sheets that have never been touched. And yet you're coming to her with soiled ones.
That's deep, baby. That's deep. He coming with the dirty sheets. Everything about him is dirty. Okay, but he want hers to be brand new.
Ain't never been touched, but you want to come to her with soiled ones.
Look, somebody in his chat said, I told a man I'm abstinent, and he stopped calling me. Because that's what.
Yeah, because that's all they wanted.
I heard somebody try to pull that stuff on me before.
She just said she was abstinent. Because they got a lot of women who do.
After she had 2 kids and all that stuff. Well, I'm abstinent. I wait till I get married. Oh, okay. All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because they know that today the men are trying to run through them. So they're saying, okay, I'm looking for a husband now. And so it's unfortunate, but this is how I got to do it. Because even what he just said, now you got to mind, listening to a man like this is why them women would do that. And some of you men will look at it and be like, oh, now you want to be abstinent after them kids. And now you trying to make me commit. But yeah, that's what these men are telling them to do. And then the
because it's
actions
like,
of the men, right? If the men are out here and they, just like you said, if they can get free sex and then they're not even thinking about marriage, so they making a woman think that he's serious in her, but he's not. He won't take it any farther than where it is. And he just said, if you're giving up the goodies, no man is going to want to go any farther. He'll be good right where he is. Coming by.
That's not all the way true though, you know.
Right.
And he just saying that shit. And then I don't know. I don't get like the dudes that be talking this stuff, but then they want to do something. But you talking all this trash, like you gonna be really waiting.
Right, because he's trying to deter the women from being with other men. So now other men not getting any, and he, you know what I mean? And he's convincing all the women not to be out here being with men or younger men or all that. That's what these men are doing. It's like men listening to these men. They think they hate other men. They don't have a brotherhood for real.
It's like they do. And it's like you guys aren't helping each other by constantly trying to point the finger and saying to them, well, keep your legs closed. Okay, if they keep their legs closed, don't want to hear you cry and bitch and moan about why they're keeping their legs closed. Because you're the one who's telling them to do it, you idiot.
Dudes are some men are greedy. I don't know, I think I told you about this before, but like I have a female cousin, she was in the military. This is when I was in Georgia. So her and a group of her friends was coming down, you know, saying to visit. So the thing was, my cousin that's older than me, he's I think he's like 53. So he's more closer to her because they're more closer in age. So he was supposed to call me so we all can meet up. I get dressed up and everything. I didn't get no phone call till like Monday. And I was like, what happened? Oh yeah, man, she had about 4 or 5 friends. Okay, what happened? He tried to talk to all 4 or 5 of them. I was like, that is impossible. They all together. Oh, I'm gonna try. I was like, what type of man think like that? Like, you think you're gonna be able to talk to all 5 friends at once? Like,
he didn't want you to get no shot in, huh?
They showed it and lied to him.
Like,
that's messed up, man.
Like that's greedy. Like it is impossible. I don't know how a dude can think that you can't talk to all 4 or 5 friends at once.
I've heard of guys doing that, literally saying, "Oh well, if she rejects me, I'll just hit on her friend who's right there." Her friend just heard you, and she just saw you pick somebody else. You idiot.
They'll try it. If they can pull it, they'll pull it.
Yeah.
It's not about pulling. It's about if it's plausible and it's not. And it's just going to make them look stupid. But they'll do it anyway because they probably are stupid.
They think we women are stupid, but yeah, we do see it on our friend. Why would I deal with you after I just saw you hit on her? And she kind of put you down. So now you come to me. And shit, I'm gonna put you down just because.
Yeah, I'm put you down for the hell of it.
Right.
You got the nerve to call me a second best friend? Fuck
you. Yeah, that's how we women do it. Especially, if the women were our friend. Now, if it was just another woman in the club, okay, cool, no big deal. But you saw that we all were together, and you just go into each and every single woman. We'll turn you down just based on that.
Like, yeah, the uncouthness and the audacity that one of us was actually going to say yes when we're all friends. Even if we weren't all friends, like we all know each other and we came together. What made you think that we was going to be okay with that?
Right. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
Is it wrong to judge a woman by what she put on? Yeah. And not saying that it's right, but that's just the way men are. That's the way men are.
What y'all think about that when
And
they
who
use
was
the
he anyway?
excuse? Huh?
Who was he supposed to be anyway?
He's like a relationship coach here on YouTube.
Sound like
But did you hear what he
Daffy
just
Duck.
said? It's not right, but men, that's just the way men are. So is that like the excuse where they can say, yeah, it's wrong, but that's just how we are? A lot of men say that we're not like that.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Like, and that's why
Exactly, so make it
sometimes
make
that's what I
sense.
don't like when you hear some men talking on in this space, or men are like this, men like this. No, that's how you are. Don't try to say every man is like how you are. That is you.
Right. Right. They be thinking they know every man. They don't be knowing shit.
I was like, and then you telling on yourself.
He ain't the only one I've heard say that same lame ass excuse. Oh, we men know it's not right, but it's what we do. No, because if you know it's not right, you shouldn't be doing it. Because if women were doing it, you'd be telling women that's wrong, don't do it. There would be no caveat.
Crying about it.
Here we go, fair use.
They see you always showing everything. They're not gonna see you as a wife. They're gonna see you as like man. And a lot of them, they'll sleep with you. But as far as them marrying you and making you a wife, mm-mm. Mm-mm. Because especially if he this high value man that y'all want with make a lot of money, that man he want a woman that he could bring around, you know, his business partners at a at a party or something where a lot of rich people be at. He want to bring no hoochie mama, no
Hoochie
hood
mama.
rat. Mm-mm. He want a classy woman to make him look good.
He the hoochie mama. Oh, slut.
So that's crazy. That's just, so just because she'll have sex with somebody that she's a hoochie mama.
Yeah,
What kind of shit is that?
man.
That's like, oh, don't have sex with nobody. Only me though. You can have sex with me though.
Yeah, just
But-
me. I'm not gonna marry you neither, but still, you gotta just sex with me. You got sex with anybody else, then yeah, no, it's crazy, man. Here we go. Fair use.
Around his rich colleagues and rich friends. So, you know, y'all want this high value man, ain't nothing wrong with that. But a lot of women who want a high value man, you know, they don't meet that man with qualifications.
You know who you sound like?
You know, they
You sound like
you
that
know,
boxer
he
on
want a
Harlem
woman that
Nights.
stands out. You know, he want to
Say it again.
You sound like the boxer on Harlem Nights. Remember the stutter one?
Oh yeah. Oh, man.
classy woman. You know, he want a woman that's, you know, respect herself on her game. You know, now I'm gonna say this here. And it maybe not be every man, but you don't have to be a boss chick to attract, you know, a real man. You know. Now, if you are a boss chick, if you are a boss woman, you know, long as you know, don't weight on your shoulders.
Oh, shit.
Don't walk around bragging about, oh, I got this here. I got more degrees than the thermometer.
I got more grease than a thermometer.
Why can't men accept when a woman, like, let's say I had a job and I'm at work, right? And I just won a contract, right? Big major deal, got a promotion. Why can't I? Yeah, why can't I celebrate? This man says, hey, you can have all of that, but don't brag about it. Don't mention it. Like, what? Why? I should be able to tell my man that I'm happy. You know, let's go out. Got a promotion. So they telling us ladies that when we do something that we gotta keep it hush. We can't mention it. Like if I make a big sale or get a good big contract, I'm supposed to just keep that quiet. Not let hubby know, not let men know if I'm dating somebody. And that sounds like a man who just have low self-confidence. Watch what he says. Watch what he say. Why?
I got this here, I got that. So a lot of times women say that, you know, a man intimidated by you know, successful woman. A lot of times it's not that. It's the turnoff to that man because a real man, like I said, he's a provider. A real man want to provide for you. He want to feel needed. A real man, he wants to provide for you financially. He want to provide for you financially. He love take care of you financially. You know, right? You know, not to cheat on you, to control you, but the right way. You know, a real man, he love that. You know, he want to be needed financially. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a successful woman, ain't nothing wrong with that.
If you a what woman? A successful woman.
I think he says sensible.
I
I
think
think
he
he's
means
gonna say
successful. He just can't say it.
so.
Him in these words, man.
I think he's saying if
killing
you're
me.
a successful woman. But he said if you're a sinful woman or something. Wait, let's hear it again.
A real man, he love that. You know, he want to be needed financially. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a successful woman, ain't nothing wrong with that. But you know, be humble with it. You know, don't walk around, you know, like society got women that way. Oh, I'm a strong woman, and a strong woman is a woman that make money. That can tell you go somewhere with a big mouth. I got my own money. That's not a strong woman.
That is a strong woman. Men just, some of these men just, God damn, y'all. I'm just not understanding how some of these old men want to stay in the old ways when it comes to men, but the women, right? So the women got to stay old, and we got to be humble, and we, you know what I mean? And if we get jobs, because they want us to have jobs, right? They help with the family and all that. But we got to be real humble with it. Don't brag and don't even mention that you got a promotion. Now the men, they want to stay exactly the same without staying because they want to be able to cheat and just do what they say men do. Oh, we cheat. Well, we men, we can do it. You can't do it, woman. Like, if you don't do it, I won't do it. How about that? That sounds fair to me. You don't do it, I won't do it. Here we go, fair you job.
And that's a crazy woman. That's a silly one. That's a silly woman. You know, a strong woman is a woman. Yeah, she got money, but she humble with it. You know, she humble with it. You know, she's sweet with it. You know, and so you know, you really don't have to be a boss chick. You know, a lot of women think that if I get my money together, I'm gonna attract a good man. You know, not always true. You know, it varies. Some men might want a woman that, you know, that made good money, but most men, they want to provide for you. If you're a real man, he want to provide for you. So he you know, like me, I'm gonna give myself an example. You know, I can date a woman that making 30,000 a year. You know, I could date a woman that making 100,000 a year. I can do either one. You know, it doesn't matter to me. You know, if I be a woman, she making 30,000 a year, and she not what she want to be in financially, but she's working on some things, but she not there yet. You know, I don't care. She could be working that. She could be busting. She could be busting tip of that IHOP. She could be.
What? I thought they didn't care about a woman's money, but now he's talking about how she make her money and how much. I'm confused. He put me to sleep also. Shit.
He put me to sleep too. I don't get it. I need somebody wave the white flag for the love of God. Surrender. Surrender.
let's see. I knew he looked different than when I saw him before. Yeah, looked like he lost some weight.
Looks like he lost a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
Don't even look like the same face no more.
No. He looked older.
You look old.
Weight, don't he? Here he looked.
Yeah.
This was 2 years ago, y'all.
Setting up our Squarespace online store was really easy.
YouTube was good. Coach Rod here.
Look, that looked like
oh
a
my
different
God,
man.
you can understand them.
Is this the same guy? Hold up.
I want to talk about when does a man know?
Huh?
That can't be the same dude.
It can't be the same dude. It can't be the same dude. They don't even talk the same.
You're the one. And I said this the other day. I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna get more deep into it.
Maybe it is.
Whenever you are with a man and you've been there with that man over 2 years, and this man still don't know whether or not he wants to marry you. He's saying that he don't know you the one.
That's not the same guy. Is it?
See, now we're going to investigate. Nah, that don't even sound like the same guy. Don't even look like the
when
same
you
guy.
start talking more, it kind of sound like they kind of start talking the same. When
Oh,
you
they
start
do?
talking more.
He looked young right there, and that's just 2 years ago. Right there, he looked like he may be 30.
Like he's 30, and here he looks 50.
Right. That must be his
Something
son.
crazy.
Maybe one
Exactly,
is
like
his
he
son.
fast forward or something.
Okay.
So you aged a lot in 2 years.
YouTube was good, Coach. First conversation they had. So now, I'm gonna use me as an example. Just say I'm a single man.
There.
I'm single, and I'm at Barnes and Nobles, and I'm writing my book, you know, and I happen to glance up and see this pretty girl on the other side over there reading her book. I mean, gorgeous. I can't start looking at them. I'll I'll write a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll look up and like, dang, man, she good, man.
What y'all thinking? I think one was his son, one was the dad or something.
You notice that's a hotel room he in right there.
Mm-hmm. But they look alike, except one look younger, one look older. Let's see. This is 10 months ago.
YouTube fam, what's good with y'all? Coach Rod here. I want to talk about how to vet a man properly. And I did a video about this before, but I guess you could say this is the updated version.
I'm confused because he looked like the older guy with some weight on him.
I think the description on one of them has said Coach Rio.
No, Coach Rod. Coach Rod.
Okay. Oh, that was just that was just a type, not a typo, but a type in one of the timestamps in one of his videos. I saw Coach Rio and I was like, oh, maybe that's a different coach, but I don't think that's the same thing. But yeah, that's really weird. This may be the same guy.
And look at this up here.
Yeah, that's the picture of the 30-year-old. Yeah, that's the picture. That's his. But this guy down here, who is this?
Mm-hmm. I guess that's him. He just lost some weight. Look at, wow. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Let's see what this say.
Coach Rod here.
Let me see.
A lot. It's not just you. I believe a lot of men don't know how to approach women. Don't know how to pursue women in their person. They're intimidated. They're scared. They rather go behind the app and send a message because that's how they was raised. That's all they know. You know, they weren't raised in the old school like me. You see what I'm saying? We had to go to women ourselves and say, hey, how you doing? Because we didn't have social media. We didn't have online dating. So, you know, that's what I believe. And again,
this is an older man right here. That other man is a younger man, though. Because like he said, we have online dating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even when he don't use the term men, he said keep saying man. When the man, let's see, I don't know. Rules live, you say? Damn, I didn't know he was live. Was he live already when I started? I wish I would have known. Anyway, let me see. I don't know. I think he said he a minister too. I saw that in one of his videos.
here, I'm back, y'all. I'm back. Come on in. Come on in. Hope this might be better.
Let's see what he been talking about lately. This food right here. Let's see what this is.
This track even before you know I'm dealing with COVID. You asked me my age, man. I'll be 46. Monday.
God damn! He look old. He said he be 46. He be looking so old.
The way you said that, God damn! I just thought you to say that.
Let's see what he got to say.
The Labor Day sale at Raymore and Flanagan is extended. Refresh your home for fall with up to 40% off. Or,
you know, like and it is sad but true. The shit Obsidian says and does rubs off on Bernard. And that's largely because, and this is what I suspect, Obsidian likes to hop on Bernard's panel and throw out some fuck shit. See, every time he says something controversial and just downright stupid, he does it on Bernard's stuff. And then he hops on his show and he turns back to old school Obsidian. Hit the like button. So Bernard obviously is not happy with that because it's degrading the quality of his show. So that was part of the conversation. Like some NWA, like, you know, taking a shot at Ice Cube thing, which is not the case. Hit the like button. So the Benedict Arnold thing comes from me comparing him to Benedict Arnold. So the conversation went thusly. Bernard brings up how Obsidian said months ago that it's better for some women to be on welfare than with most Black men. And what he did to back his premise was welfare pays more. Okay, so I missed the super chat. Okay, Michael Ross, thanks a lot, brother. Appreciate you. Y'all don't super chat a lot. We'll say that. However, and that's okay. It's not a major thing, but I do notice that. Anyway, he said something to the effect of welfare is the better deal than most brothers, simply because it's a total annual greater net benefit. And he's saying that, you know, they are just using their hypergamy to go with the best economic offer that is available to them. And then him and Bernard had a back and forth, and he says, you know, well, if you run the numbers, which I was like, okay, by that logic, Benedict Arnold was right to behave in his financial best interest because the British paid.
This dude is dumb as hell. But anyway, look like Obsidian, which look, they catching on. I don't know why they don't know Obsidian's out for making money. Became a a businessman on their backs of them. And he has said
that on a panel with Bernard Riley. I remember him screaming that I'm just trying to make money in this space. Weren't y'all listening? I heard him. But I don't even want to listen to the man.
They're mad because he's telling the truth that women, you heard what he said, he disagreed that women should go with welfare over black men. And he said the reason because black men not taking care of their children. At least he's telling the truth now. So he's
telling the truth then, and they wasn't listening because they was all there. I remember that panel, he was screaming it because they were trying to put women in the manosphere. He's like, no. Yeah, I remember that. He was like, I'm trying to build a brand. I'm trying to make money in this space. I remember he said that. I'm like, oh, that's right. Nope, never mind. Because that's right. That was the panel. He wanted to incorporate women and they said no. And he was like, I'm trying to make money. That's real. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't listen to him because I heard him. I'm like, yeah, he just said he's trying to make money.
Continue. What else they got? Let's see.
Oh, I sent you a link in the back chat about something that I thought you may want to discuss. Thank you.
Let's see. Let me start to share.
There's a link in the Zoom. It's Tony Gaskins. I think you may have been.
Look like I must have seen this before because August. Yeah, because I'm all the way. Look like I went through it already. Let me see. What is it about? Let me see. The woman's life is miserable. Well, let's share it. Hold up. Apparently, I have. Share screen. See, I'm way into it, so I must have saw this before. Wow, what is he saying?
And I wasn't even going to add this in there, but I mean, I want to encourage you, brothers, we got to step up to the plate. And we need to first mentally rearrange some stuff, talk about some stuff.
Hey, man. She's saying I'm okay without a man.
Okay.
And
through my online store alone, we've sold over $500,000 worth of spices. That's so crazy.
Yeah, he says a lot of stuff in here. There's just a lot of facts and good conversation that could get started for Black people.
You might be thinking, wow, how does she get it all done? I bought a nectar.
He said what?
Oh no, I was saying I sent this to you because I think I watched it yesterday, and it was just like the whole conversation was just like a really good topic of stuff to talk on, especially but in the Black community or like in relationships. Really, what's going on YouTube? This whole dynamic of this indifference that we have between the genders. It's actually really good because he puts in a lot of points in there that I think a lot of people don't think about.
Okay, let's see. Fair use, y'all.
I would respectfully say that we're slipping a little bit. No, I'm not. I'm working. And today's guest is definitely not. Independent ladies. So listen, before we get into today's show, man, y'all gonna want to watch this entire show today because this is getting paid $700,000 in a tech position 8. listen, it's been a while, bro. You helped me out with my singles course.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, I got to get you on the show.
Right.
And I want to dive straight into it because you are a man of wisdom, man of character and integrity. And I want to ask you this question because you're more wise. How long have you been married?
15 years.
15 years.
15 years.
How many kids you all have?
2 boys, 15 years old and 8 years old.
Oh, man. See, here we go. This is going to be a conversation with a man who's been married for 15 years. I can't even say, but let me be quiet. I'm trying to get married. So let me not hurt myself right now. We are in a generation of women who are self-sufficient. Mm-hmm. We are in a generation of women who say they don't need a man for nothing. We're in a generation of women who are starting, the number one rising entrepreneur in America today. It's not a white man. It's not a black man. It is a black woman. And when I did the research, Tony, 42% of the black women are mothers, single mothers starting businesses. But men are saying they don't want to marry an independent woman who doesn't need them. Bishop Jakes went viral a few weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, about something around the same thing. So it's a conversation. And I haven't had a conversation on my show because I'm single. I say, let me wait to say it's for Tony. What is your thought on today's generation of these ladies who are saying, I don't need a man, they are independent, and they out here winning? Are these women still candidates for marriage? Are these quality women that we should be considering?
Well, the way I see it, honestly, is I don't think any woman is saying, I don't need a man. She's saying, I'm okay without a man.
Okay.
And because my audience, 3.5 million people, 80 to 90%.
Facts. That's what I've been telling these men. I've been like, they're talking about, what do you say about the women who say they don't need a man? I said, they're not saying they don't want a man. They're not saying that, they're just saying they don't need one. Need and want are not the same things. You could want something and you could need something. When you need it, you'll take it no matter how it's given, right? Because you feel like it's something you need, you'll die without it. But when it's something you want, then you can sit back, relax, and check it out, make sure it meets your qualifications, you know what I mean, and everything like that. And as long as it meets the qualifications, you'll go with it. These men, though, I've had conversations with them. They don't like the fact that we want them. I thought they would like that we want them, but no, because they said when we need them, then we'll take them any way they come. And they don't like the fact that we won't take them any way they come. You know what I mean? That we'll take them fat and broke down and cheating on us and lying to us. That's when you need something. That's what'll happen. You'll take them all kinds of ways. But when you want them, then now you got options, and now you'll sit back and you'll choose the right one for you. And so they don't like that. But thank you for this man saying that shit. Here we go. They're not gonna like this interview, I could tell.
% are women.
Okay.
So I'm forced to seek to understand.
Right.
And I get to learn the other side. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. It's kind of like when you take the father out the home.
Okay.
Black men going to prison. Black men killing each other.
Yeah.
Black men not graduating high school.
Yeah.
When you put a woman in that position, it really falls back on us because now she's fending for herself. But I've coached several 7-figure black women who say, Tony, I'm tired.
Any of them single?
All of them. They all single. They say, Tony, I'm tired. I want a man. They say, Tony, I want a man because this hustle culture is not what I'm built to do. Ooh. They say, I'm doing it. Yeah. I'm making it happen. Yeah. But I want to be able to relax. I want to be able to start a family. Yeah. So that's what women are really saying. I've never had a woman say to me in a real conversation, I don't need a man. I don't want a man.
Yeah.
And I've also never seen parents raise their daughter to say, never get married and disrespect your man. But what they're saying is, be self-sufficient. Don't depend on a man. Make sure you have your own, so that if you're not being treated right, you're not being respected, you're not stuck. And that's what happens. And I've been guilty of it.
Okay.
As a man.
Yeah.
As I started to earn more money.
Yeah.
I started to look at my wife like, you know what you doing? My wife hasn't worked since we've been together.
Are you serious?
My wife has never worked because our son was 2.5 months early. And he came home on a feeding tube. He was sick 3 out of the 5 days a week for school.
Wow.
So when she was working, she got a master's degree in medical sciences.
Wow. And
was going on to be a doctor. And then our life changed. And when she was working, she got fired because he was sick all the time. So I see another side of it. A woman who was capable of working, but just the situation didn't line up at that time. But then her being able to work with me in our companies, but her being able to be there for our sons, that became priceless. I've told her several times, listen, you could go to med school now, you could do whatever you want to do, you could open a salon, a gym. She was like, no. She said, because if I do that, I got to be 100%. And I cannot be 100% for our sons and 100% in business. She was like, so I'm balancing the seasons. And so I think that's the real thing that's not being talked about or addressed. And we getting sound bites from women who are frustrated. We getting sound bites from women who may not be wife ready.
Yeah.
Wife material.
From your expertise, because you have 80% women, and I am right at about like 53% women, which I'm proud of for me. I like seeing more men coming to learn how to get this financial education. What is it that men need to do? Because you're hearing from the ladies. What do we need to do to step up? Like, what should we as single men be doing now to get that 7-figure woman who's saying, yo, I'm tired. I don't want this hustle stuff. I'm ready for marriage, but she's still single. So that means that there's not enough of us.
Let me see what else he gonna say, because this shit
I'm leading the blind. But what I've learned as a man is getting caught up online, listening to other single men who do not know how to be in a relationship with a woman. The biggest relationship voices have been single men. So when single men are talking to all men.
Isn't that what I said? That is exactly what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you said. That's exactly what we've all been saying. Y'all listening to the wrong people. You listen to a bunch of single men who ain't got no woman.
Ain't got no woman, don't know nothing about women.
And what tickles me, Bomb, is you know that dumbass phrase they always be saying, you talking to your girl, but she ain't never got no man. What you doing?
I don't even know what girlfriends they talk about, because they get that from movies.
Exactly, they do. No. And it's like, no, most of the girls that they're talking to, they do have men.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, a woman wouldn't be taking advice from somebody who don't have a man. We think that's silly.
Exactly.
You know, if one of our girlfriends did tell us some stupid shit, we'd be like, girl, see, that's why you ain't got no man. That's what we would tell her. But these men following men with no women, expecting that they're going to get some answers. And it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever even heard of. But okay, let's finish hearing this.
And it's just the blind leading the blind. But what I've learned as a man is that it's truly on us to accept responsibility. And what makes us a man, our rite of passage into manhood, is accepting 100% responsibility for our life. Not blaming the white man, not blaming the government, not blaming our dad, not blaming our mom, and not fighting against our women. But when we say, if it's meant to be, it's up to me, when we take that approach, that's when everything changes. So I went into the space of seeking to understand, then being understood. And when I took that step, that's when everything changed. And it's hard. It's hard. It's hard for men because we equate our net worth to our self-worth. So when we feel we're making money, we feel better about ourselves.
That is so true.
When we don't have money, we feel like crap.
That's so true.
And when we have money, we look down on other people. Especially our woman, if she doesn't have money.
Wow.
I pay all these bills. You don't do nothing. I've been guilty of that.
Wow.
So I lived it and experienced it.
Yeah.
And then I had to realize, man, I'm associating everything that's good to money and discrediting a woman and not realizing how priceless it is to carry a child for 10 months, to take care and raise, to be a backbone, to be a support system, to be a CEO, like not realizing the capability of this woman.
Yeah.
But instead thinking because I can make money, which I make money in my sleep.
Yeah.
I make 7 figures working 7 hours a week. So that let me know it's not hard to make money. But yet, if I had to do everything that my wife does, I'd be ready to blow my brains out. And that's what men not really taking into account.
I'm telling you, between now and April, no later than May of next year, there's going
They're not taking that. They're not taking that into account at all. All the things.
Not one
with the
moment.
children, you know. How, yeah, man, it's a lot. And then the ones who are taking it into account, they understand. You know what I mean? They understand how tired a woman could be. They truly understand. And then we got the ones who don't have no understanding of nothing. So, no, I agree with him 100%. Let me see which one this thing. Cut this loose. What else? Is he gonna ask me anything? Because I can't play this whole video. This is too much values. Here we go.
About an hour with my 8-year-old watching Netflix.
Wow.
And be into that animal show.
Wow.
Like I don't have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
And that became the priority.
Wow.
And so a lot of men who relish in that with their kids, they don't make any money. They make that $42,000. They literally 9 to 5, they come home and they live for their kids.
Yeah.
And then a lot of men who make a lot of money find that it's hard to be 100. And that's when what my wife said to me made perfect sense. So I think as men, we got to seek to understand.
You said something that is so, it's convicting. And before I even go there, man, I want to apologize to ladies on behalf of us single men who, I mean, it was just so, I was like, ooh, that's true. You said 70% of ladies don't get a release, but probably 100% of men get released.
100% of men get released.
You know what I'm saying? Our lives are not miserable, but ladies' lives are miserable.
And they don't call it that though.
They don't.
But if we had to live their life,
that would be miserable for us.
It would be miserable.
If I never got a release.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
If you never got a release.
Oh my gosh.
The man.
I am married and you talking about I ain't getting listen.
Right. And then the man talking down to you.
Man.
Most men are not intimate. Most men don't want to make out for 5-10 minutes.
They want to go straight on in.
They want to wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And so this woman been running behind kids. She been cooking. She been cleaning. She been doing all this stuff. The roles of what is a housemaid? That's not a job that we covet, but that's what we reduce a woman to, being a housemaid. So after reducing her to being a housemaid, we then say, hey, get on your back. And then we can't say thank you in any other way with the way we treat her. And so what I'm saying, honestly, the state of relationships is terrible.
Yeah.
But as a man, what I had to realize is terrible because of us.
Yeah, we're not owning it.
We're not owning up. We're not stepping up. We're making excuses for ourselves as men. And I was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And when I sat down and I looked, I said, man, Tony, the message God is giving you is actually convicting you.
Am I muted?
Yeah, no, you're not muted. That's pretty much it.
Okay, did you hear what he just said though? When he said women aren't getting released?
Mm-hmm.
You know what you're talking about?
70% of women. Yeah, orgasm. 70% of women. Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah, and most men only last a minute, 60 seconds. Yep. So yeah.
They not, yep. It don't take long. And then because the men not understanding that we need more than just you putting it in and pounding and going up and down on us. Right? If I'm not turned on, then I may not get turned on no matter what you do. Right?
Yep.
Because you didn't even try to turn me on beforehand.
Yeah, you didn't even try.
Yeah, we just got in, and because you were turned on and ready, I was supposed to be ready. And that's the issue for, a lot of women. Men not even trying. But then when they're not good at it, that's when they'll say things like freaking Frack said, that they don't care about a woman if she have an orgasm or not. But what them two dudes' name?
Fresh and Fruity.
Dumb. Yeah.
Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber. Yes. Fresh and Unfit. Yeah, them motherfuckers. So now so they shouldn't even have a problem, because that is destruction of men right there. Okay. Because they say some of the stupidest shit and claim they stand by it. Damn, I just sold this. How do I? Anyway, yeah, we got men who really not trying to even. The woman been there all day dealing with the kids, and even during sex, she can't get no release. Then you expect her to have sex, but why would she want to have sex if she's not enjoying it? Right? Why would she want to do that?
Mm-hmm. And she's looking at you, and you ain't even trying to do nothing.
Right.
That for damn sure don't help, considering you the person who wants to screw her. Like, I don't want to screw you. Like, you.
Yeah.
You're lazy at best. Like, no.
Lazy at best. Oh, man. Yeah. And the men don't get it. They just, and then they'll just make it seem like it's our fault that the relationships are going, bad. Like, nah, it's you, really. Okay, let's finish here. And I know the men didn't like this conversation at all. Here we go, fair use.
You, God talking to me.
Yeah.
And I'm just sharing it with the world.
Yeah.
But I have to embody that.
Yeah.
I have to be more emotionally intelligent.
Yeah.
I have to be more understanding and respecting of my wife's calling and what she brings to our relationship, and not minimizing it because it's not dollar signs attached to it.
Yeah.
And understanding that's priceless. We can't put a price on that.
I see a therapist 2 times a month, and I think I'm adding this to my next session, because I never thought about it the way that you just said it. I've always known that one of my weaknesses, and I talk about this in therapy, is it's the time. You know how you say you got to give your son time to go watch Netflix. I have to create time and force myself to give the person who I'm dating time within a relationship. But I want to make sure too that my wife gets a release. And I've been guilty, pre-save days, of just wham bam and didn't care if she got it or not. And intimacy is so much more than sex. It's true intimacy between you and your loved one. And I think I need to have that conversation to make sure that I'm starting to program my mind before I meet my wife, that I am prepared to be intimate, that I am prepared to not be a part of that step, because my wife will not. And so I go to therapy with BetterHelp, and I wasn't even going to add this in there, but I want to encourage you, brothers, we got to step up to the plate. And we need to first mentally rearrange some stuff, talk about some stuff, and seek wisdom, seek counsel. And so I want to encourage you to join me in therapy this month. You can go to anthonyoneal.com/BetterHelp. And they're going to give you 10% off. And ladies, if you're one of those ladies that we've done you wrong, I would encourage you to seek some wisdom as well. So you can go into your next relationship healed, whole. And so when you meet a guy like me who's trying to be better and do the right thing, both of us are healed and whole. So join BetterHelp at anthonyoneal.com/BetterHelp. Join us. I'm going to therapy. I mean, this is
in real estate.
Yeah.
So much. That's why now my YouTube is 95% women. We got to change our labeling.
Okay.
So when you talk like I talk, have not done coaching, have not looked in the mirror, have not worked on themselves, because men are afraid of these type of conversations.
What?
You might be thinking, wow, how does she get it all done? I bought a nectar.
The only one.
These are men then. Oh, you about to get me in trouble. I don't want to say that.
Yeah, what are you talking about now? You know?
No, all he said was that the men are scared to have the conversation.
About what, you know?
No, because you clicked play right when he said that.
Oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna end it because I can't play this whole thing.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can go ahead and end it. That was the gist of it. Yeah, I don't know what he said about that, but I think maybe he was saying that men are afraid to have the conversation. I think about mental healing for themselves as well as doing better in relationship with women.
Yeah.
Instead of just sitting there expecting her to pretty much damn near do all of the work in the relationship to cultivate it.
Oh man. Let's see. Wait, what is it? Wait. No, but so that doing this will save you 30. I just saw something I wanted to click on. Damn, where was it?
Do you remember a sentence or a word? You can click Control Find.
Huh?
I said, did you see a letter or something or a word? Because maybe then you can like Control Find to see.
So what are some other things that you wish you would have known before you got married?
I wish I would have known that women's sex drives increase as they get older and men's decrease.
There it is. I was talking to some.
That's facts. I've been saying this for
that's
years.
true.
And when I get on the panels with the men, they like, yeah, you lie. And I'm like, nah, y'all's decrease and ours increase. Okay. There's something about when we just get older and we understand our bodies more, and then we ain't got to worry about children, and especially when we ain't got to worry about having
Exactly. They're pretty much in the men's position where they don't have to worry about having children.
Mm-hmm. And so, and ours increase, men's decrease. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Somebody about that the other day.
Yeah, and they say God don't make mistakes, but this don't even seem right. This not my God. He wouldn't do this, would he? I mean.
Welcome to the Dear Future Wifey podcast. I'm your host, Latera R. Whitfield. Man, we've been having an amazing time.
You need me to do it.
Let me tell you something. They ain't gonna work for me. If it's a woman that can't read, I don't think we gonna make it.
Well, she might can read, but that's a lot. I mean, that's 100 letters.
Well, the point is that she can. Anytime we go through a rough patch or whatnot, she can go pull something out.
Nice,
nice.
Yeah, don't go to the Bible. You go to these letters. You go to these letters that I done wrote. Put the Bible down. Paul don't know what Latera's need.
He don't. You know what? This is a good point because that's why I have you on this episode. This episode is titled "What I Wish I Would Have Known Before I Got Married." And I talk to people a lot. You talk to a lot of pastors. I said, there's no manual for marriage. And they say, yes, it is. It's called the Bible. And you shook your head no. Why?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a preacher's kid, grandkid, and great-grandkid, so I do believe in the Bible, and
Right.
it has some great things in the Bible.
Right.
But I don't think it can prepare you for dealing, all the way. Let me
Right.
give you some tips.
Yeah.
But this marriage thing, two humans coming together, that God, he may put us together, but he may didn't. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You don't really know.
You don't really know.
You hope he did.
You hope he did.
Yeah. I just met you at the Sprint store. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Hold on. Let me give y'all a disclaimer. So Marcus is a well-known comedian. Do you consider yourself a Christian comedian or just a comedian?
I'm just a comedian. Saying you're a Christian comedian is kind of stupid to me. I mean, because you have a lot of Christians, and it's not a Christian firefighter. We only put out save fires. Christian pest control. We only kill save roaches. I mean, so I'm just saying, the Bible says, since we talk
5 years, and when you think about all the stuff that y'all probably come through.
Yeah.
Okay, today is June 1st. Please say your name and spell it. I'm God, G-O-D. I'm doing this interview and it's getting...
I want you to say one word that speaks to that journey.
One word. I'm going to say, I can't do one word.
Come on, one word.
Still.
Still.
Yeah.
S-T-I-L-L.
S-T-I-L-L.
Or S-T-E-A-L.
No. That's a good one. It depends on the day. But I was going with the S-T-I-L-L, still.
Why you say still?
I mean, because after everything, I still want her.
You still want her.
And I think she still want me. So I heard my grandfather, my grandparents was married 70.
70?
Yeah, they was married 74. My grandfather just passed. I think it was 74 years. They made 74 years. And I asked them, how do you stay with somebody, that long? I mean, I was just asking him. I told him, don't give me no Bible answer either.
Yeah.
And, and he just told me, man, I still want your granny. And that's how he said, I still want your granny. That's my lady. And so I was like, still. I got it.
That's powerful. 74
years. Yeah.
74 years.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you think of when you, as you watched them be married that long? What are some nuggets that you may have picked up along the way without them even sitting down and telling you what's been keeping them together?
I think my grandfather, he modeled what a man/husband kind of looked like. Now, it may be out of style in today's time.
Talk about it.
But, I've never seen my grandmother worry about a light bill, a car note, none of that. He didn't put that type of stress, on his lady. Even if he probably was having some money situation, she didn't know anything about it. My grandfather always kind of emphasized time, and what I mean by time, I'm an on-time guy. Things are going to change. No, things are actually going to amplify.
100%.
It's going to be a whole different type of thing. So I had to learn, to accept, this is just her. And vice versa. She had to learn, this is just him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't changing.
That was interesting that you brought up that, because that's the reason why I ended up getting a divorce 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And she said to me, I believe that I was able to accept the things about you that didn't change, but you just never accepted from me what wouldn't change. And I was like, wow, you caught me. When what happened was I was a part of this men's ministry at my church called the 1,000 Men of Prayer.
Okay.
And so once a week we would fast for 24 hours a day. The first year I fasted saying, God, I wanted my wife to change these certain things that I felt like were very difficult for me to deal with. And then that didn't happen. And so the second year I fasted for me to be able to accept those things if they don't change. And that didn't happen. And so then I just said, you know what, some of these things are some non-negotiables that it's time for me to just walk away from this marriage.
Gotcha.
Hardest decision I ever made as a Christian man. Yeah. But she and I are still cool friends to this very day. But it was me just owning up to what I felt like I needed for the rest of my life. And so when I hear people like you speak about that, then I go, wow, did did I choose the easy way out? Because marriage is for better, for worse, and for richer and for poor, and for sickness and through sickness and health. All these beautiful contradictory statements. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like this extreme or this extreme. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and so a couple of seasons ago, we unpacked those marriage vows. When you look at those things where you said that the things that I didn't like before I got married, and you stayed, and she accepted you, and you accepted her, and y'all still may see those same things rear its ugly head up in y'all's marriage. How do you deal with it differently?
Okay, let me say this first. One, that's why I don't fast. I'm playing. Continue to fast. That was just a joke. So when I look at it like this here, let's use those vows.
Yeah.
So then they typically say, for better, for worse.
Yeah.
And which is an indication that worse is coming.
Yes.
Like, I don't know who wrote the vows. I don't know if it's in the Bible, but whoever wrote them, they was like genius.
Yep.
You know, because worse is coming.
Yeah.
And so if you around here, kicking it, thinking it's always better, man, worse is coming.
Yes.
And so, and then the other one was what? Rich or poor.
Yeah.
Most times people just look at that as monetary, when it's more so poor attitude, poor work ethic, poor perspective. You know what I'm saying? And I think over the years, my wife and myself, we've both grown to richer attitude, richer perspective, richer work. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It wasn't overnight.
There it is.
It got better. And then the other one is sickness and in health. And a lot of times we just think of physical health. I mean, because it's some sicknesses we accept. Oh, he got cancer.
Yeah.
Oh, she got this. And it's like, But no, what about that sickness I got with these streets? Because see, people don't want to use that as a sickness. No, he like them streets. You looking at your watch out, but he should be tired of them clubs. No, I ain't tired. I ain't tired yet. You know what I'm saying? That's a song they sing in church. I'm not tired yet. So I've been running for the club a long time. And so, people have sicknesses with those type of things, whether it's pornography or, a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so when you say this in front of the church and the family and everybody, God, hey, you were so happy that day. Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Well, this is what comes with I do.
There it is.
So fortunately, we've been able to, hang on. But I want to ask you this. So when you decided after your fast failed, when you decided and y'all was going to go away, did y'all separate?
No, we never did separate. We never separated. We stayed in the house. I always said if I separate, I just probably never go back.
Dog, we did.
Y'all separated.
We separated. So, they always tell you about like a 7-year itch.
Yes.
Yeah,
I did a whole TED talk about that.
Yeah, you did it?
Yeah.
I think ours came in maybe between 5 and 7, somewhere up in there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't no infidelity issues or nothing like that. I just thought I married the wrong young lady.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
That's what I thought.
I'm just saying, I just thought I married the wrong young lady. I was like, and she probably had some issues with me as well. You have to get her on here to get her side. But
told y'all, listen, that shit is real. When and it don't have to be nothing serious, but you will go through some issues. You just realize, damn, I've been with this motherfucking person. Same person, seeing them every day. Like, it got to be more to marriage and life than this. And a lot of people end up getting divorced. And it don't even be that serious. A lot of people regret it later. Like when you get a little older, mature, and you realize that, damn, I really did divorce somebody and it wasn't even bad. But we all human, and sometimes we just be thinking, oh, damn, I might deserve something different, something better, So that is something that happens. And one of these guys went through it and survived it, and the other one said, he got divorced. And that's because we think we got options. We think we get so complacent. Feel like, damn, I need something new. Your ass need a whipping. That's what's new. That's what you need. Anyway, let's see what else. I'm gonna fast forward and see what else they're talking about.
Tour, so people need information.
Yeah.
Well, who I got to call? I got to call the person I just hung up in her face. But we have grown and matured, so call her. This is how she looking like. Okay, we FaceTime. I said, babe, I need you to. She got up, went to the computer, did what she did, hung up the phone. And so it's possible, it's very possible to function. Even when you ain't,
So we're gonna fast forward.
And so watch this. I say, in a joking manner, hey.
What did you say, bro? What happened?
So I'm in Atlanta. I'm on my way home. We just finished doing the show. I had called after the show. We was all pleasant. Everything. Hey, babe. Hey, I can't wait to get home. Oh, your mama made gumbo. Blah, blah. Everything was good. Then they took me out to eat, after my show, after my performance at the church. I get to the airport. I called her. I said, hey. She was like, hey. I was like, what's up? She was like, I'm just kind of dozing. I say, well, did y'all eat? She's like, yeah. I said, and I was like, did you eat the gumbo that my mama fed? She was like, nah, we ate this pasta. I said, well, my son, Chase, what he ate? Pasta. Well, my daughter, Charlotte, pasta. I said, boy, they just gonna do whatever you do. I said, kids gonna just follow you. Whatever mama do, they gonna do. They got an independent thing. Man, I don't know what button that pushed. That girl clicked. That girl, what you mean? They ate what they want to eat. And so watch this. I say, in a joking manner, hey, did church work for you today? Did church work for you? She started going left. So I just hung up the phone. Click, click.
And I said, no, you did not hang up the phone in her face.
Yeah, I just hung up the phone.
And why'd you hang up the phone?
Because my energy wasn't even right. Like I promise you, I had no venom when I was saying, this was just, I'm a comedian, man. And I know when you're married to one sometimes, I don't want to hear all that. So I get that. But I wasn't coming from nowhere. So anyway, but watch this here. I'm going to show you something. When I'm talking about I need you.
Yeah.
I get to my gate. I'm booking for my tour. So people need information.
Yeah.
Well, who I got to call? I got to call the person I just hung up in her face. But we have grown and matured, so call her. This is how she looking like. Okay, we FaceTime. I said, babe, I need you to. She got up, went to the computer, did what she did, hung up the phone. And so it's possible, it's very possible to function. Even when you ain't, So then, watch this here. I had to call her another time before I got on the plane. Do the same thing. Because like I say, people booking the tour, so boom. Then when I got home, she come pick me up. Hey, babe, kid, like what happened earlier, never happened. And watch this here. Nobody has to say,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I was wrong and blah, blah, blah. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't do it.
Yeah. But it's just understood.
It's understood.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But y'all been rocking with each other that long.
Yeah.
Y'all just be like, Y'all forgive each other of moments like that.
Yes.
Because y'all really, truly understand each other.
Hopefully. I mean,
Marcus, we be on the road or something, and then you put doubt in it. What you mean by hopefully?
I ain't put no doubt. I'm just saying, you don't want to appear too strong on these platforms. And something go wrong. And he was talking big talk when he, so you just said.
You give a little gray area in case you get home and she done packed up everything.
I get over to the empty house like, oh, man, come on, I got to go back on the show.
I thought we had to understand. She was building a whole nother life outside of me.
Yeah, because that's what happened to one of my guys at the barbershop.
What happened?
He comes home, and his wife packed up, moved on, him and his son, with their son, boom, and served him the papers.
But he didn't see it coming?
He didn't see it coming. His story to us is, He didn't see it coming. Said a couple of nights before that, everything was cool. Now he's done some things. He's not innocent. But I'm just saying, but this particular, in this segment, everything was good, he thought. And then,
she said she about to say, yeah, what did he do, right?
Hey, that guy in the glasses looking at him like, where's of that? Because no, she just didn't get up and take all their stuff and take the kid too. What did he do? And then he gonna wait. Well, he did some stuff prior to that. Yeah, there it is.
We knew it was something. She ain't just take them kids. And you're right.
They like to think we stupid, but we ain't that dumb. Ain't no woman in her right mind gonna leave a good man or a happy home. She was leaving because it sucks.
Yeah, man. Oh damn, I did this too small.
Don't get me wrong, from what I've heard, there are some women who do that, but I don't know, it's very few and far in between. But yeah, ain't no woman in her right mind, especially in 2022, leaving a good man.
Especially if they got children, and if he's a good man for real, like a good father and all that.
That'll stop a woman real quick, especially if she got kids.
Yeah, man. If any of you ladies got a good one, listen, start treating him right.
Better hold on to him or else I'm going to take him.
Because, it come far in between, man. That's based on what the ladies say now, okay? And you men, you got to start treating, listen. The grass always look greener on the other side. Because you're not looking at the grass, on the other side as much. You see your grass every day and you start seeing, I got little weeds in my grass. You be like, I'd rather just get me some new grass instead of tending with the grass you got. You get on the other side and realize you ain't even got no grass. No one, ain't nothing but concrete. Just hard shit. Okay. Yeah. That's how it is in this thing. Let's see what else they talking about real quick.
And so now I understand why when I see older men take an aspirin before he go to bed at night or have a little glass of brown liquor. You don't judge him. He trying to stay in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, he trying to stay in the game.
Oh, God.
I get it now.
Marcus, thank you for shedding light
Well, I'm just saying.
On the epidemic that's out here. It's an epidemic.
It's epidemic.
It's an epidemic. I was at my boy Jay Barnett.
Yeah.
He had this thing called the Just Hill Bro Tour.
Okay.
And they touched on that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's something that is not talked about. You know what I'm saying? And you get, and like you said, it is a shift. It's like women start going to menopause. They and
yes.
you know, and
she
it's
got
like
the fan on at the bed. I'm like, it's freezing in here. Listen, I'm there. I mean,
Y'all see me, I'm laughing.
Again.
Y'all hear me laughing, huh? Hubby, everybody in this house freezing, including me right now. If I turn that shit off, I'm gonna have a hot flash. Yep. Mm-hmm. So we just gonna suffer through the freezing. And hubby been great with it, man. Shit, I think he even got used to it that he had the fan on too last night trying to freeze me. Okay. But yeah, it's like when they love you, they understand. They understand, no complaints. When we were younger, he would have been complaining. It's freezing. He would have said shit like, well, why I gotta deal with your menopause? Why I gotta deal with you being hot? He would have told me just take off some clothing, He would have all kinds of little stupid shit would have came out, but yeah, we over all that craziness. And then, anyway, let's finish hearing this
again, because this is a shot. It's almost a shot.
To the ego.
Oh, it's a shot because now I'm young her now.
Yes.
Hey, just hold me. Let's just cuddle. I'll be the little spoon. You can get behind me. I mean, let's just chill. I mean, let's watch TV and we got the water and the popcorn right here. We married. I mean, we ain't got nothing to prove, do we? I mean, I ain't in competition, am I? I mean, man.
Did you say you would be a little spoon?
I'll be the little spoon. Nah, I don't, man. I ain't got to. You get behind me. Because it seems like you in charge. You in charge now. I'm not in charge.
Marcus, what's another thing you wish you would have known before you got married?
Let me see. What else I wish I would have known? I wish I would have known before I got married.
I think the fact that most mattresses are built to sustain a weight of 250 pounds is BS.
That those quote unquote wifely duties that maybe my grandfather would get, from my grandmother. Yeah, these new ones, they not like that.
Let's talk about these wifely duties. What wifely duties are we talking about?
Old school, my grandfather, my grandmother cooked breakfast and dinner, because they typically probably do something for lunch. They, they be moving around. But breakfast, dinner, every day. Yeah, that was a wifely duty. Back in the day. Now, please don't at me. I'm just telling you how it went. And so, when I thought, when we got married, I'm thinking, shoot, breakfast, dinner,
Do you know when I got married, my ex-wife told me, no, don't expect me to cook.
Yeah.
So my whole marriage, I ate out still 99% of the time. No. So I was just eating out. And I said, and then to me, it was like I've been single, so I was eating out all the time. And I kept saying, well, I guess it's the same doggone thing.
Now, don't get me wrong, I ain't married for cooking. Yeah. So I wasn't tripping, but just because I ain't married you for your cooking, don't mean don't cook, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, I ain't married you for it, but I wasn't like my grandfather. But my wife, what she ended up doing, because now her name Erica, we call her E. Garvin now.
Oh, she be cooking like that?
Oh, she cooks like that now.
Really?
Really? That's what I'm trying to say. It's crazy just seeing the evolution. Because my wife has went from a fixer to a cooker. You see? When we first got married, she was fixing.
Talk about fixing. What's the difference between fixing and cooking?
Well,
break that
fixing,
down.
so fixing is like you fix tuna fish.
Yeah.
You fix hamburger helper. You fix tacos. A lot of guys, my baby cooking tacos. And I know your baby fixing tacos tonight. Cooking is when you stuff something. It's when you smother something. It's when you saute something. Cooking is when you preheat the oven on 350 for 2 weeks. That's when you know something. Is it ready yet? Not yet. That's
he said for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's cooking. And watch this here, because let me put this caveat in there. I've never seen a man not come home when he know a cooked meal is there.
That's true?
This is absolutely true.
That's true.
A cooked meal will change a Negro's plans. You call home, hey, what's up? Oh, no, just in the kitchen cooking. What you cooking? Oh, I just smothered some steaks, mashed potatoes, some green beans, got them little rolls you like, and some tea. I'm coming home.
Except on my way.
Nah, I ain't gonna say it's gonna keep him home.
But he gonna
That's
come home.
on you. But he will come home. But now, man, my wife, she dibbles and dabbles. She do all type of little things now,
He said E. Garvin.
She E. Garvin now. And so,
When did that shift happen? How many years into the marriage?
That shift happened, I'm gonna say she been cooking now like that for probably about, I'm gonna say 10 years.
So the best thing comes to those who wait, huh?
Yeah, I mean, because I think what happens, it gets better. I think now, I'm just saying, I think it get better because I think the people in it get better. We make, some decisions that I would have made in year 4 or 5. I'm not making in year 24. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just not making it. And so kind of like, if you can give your spouse room
to grow.
Like, even when I've done bad, I wasn't an overall bad dude.
Yeah.
And vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, you know, when I talk to cats in the barbershop, you know, we've had a divorce pandemic in my barbershop.
Mm-hmm.
And I be telling, I was like, man, you know, I used to tell my wife, okay, if you need 10 things from me and I do 7 of them, are we gonna concentrate on the 3?
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, because one of them 3 might be a big one.
A big 3, yeah.
Might be a big one.
Yeah.
But do I not get no credit for the 7?
Yeah, that's good.
And so, you know, we just try to, you know, we talk about, you know, we've always had good conversation. You know, we real cool. I mean, she like my homie until it's time, you know, for me to pop one. During that time, these are jobs that I'm in, out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not keeping nothing because I'm
commercial. Okay, I'm done.
I'm reaching for.
Okay, this is pretty cool. Y'all make sure to check out whatever channel this is. I think it's called Dear Future Wifey. Okay, let's see what else you be having on there.
I'm on a journey to discover, uncover, and recover love.
So he looking for him looking for love. How a black woman and a white man overcame their what?
I was actually going to recall the example where
overcame their insecurities for love. Oh, look at that. Nope. This is a hard no for me. Let's see. Marriage remix. Seems cool.
There was something with Kendra G. What did that say? Oh, right there. It says you have to pay her family to marry.
Let's see.
All right, what's your name, honey?
She's been trained to please her man. Let's see.
Hey, my name is Peniel. Oh my God, I can't
The
believe
name is.
this.
We got good Wi-Fi. What's going on with your Wi-Fi, babe?
Oh, okay. I think my internet is not okay. I'm in Africa. I'm in
You're in Africa. What part of Africa are you in?
South Africa.
South Africa? Okay. All right. And your name is what, honey?
Peniel. Peniel.
Peniel?
P-E, Peniel.
Peniel.
Penny.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. Do you have any kids?
No, no kids.
Okay, what do you do for a living? You're so close to the phone. Can you back up?
Okay. I'm a pastor.
You're a pastor?
Yes.
Okay. You're a pastor, no kids, 28. When's your birthday?
28 April.
28 what, honey, baby?
28 April.
April 28. I think that's a Taurus.
Yes.
All right, so this is Peniel?
Peniel. P-E-N-I-E-L. Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
Okay, girl, you a pastor. Have the faith of the good Lord. All right. She's in South Africa. She's in South Africa, no kids, as a pastor of Taurus. What kind of man you looking for, baby girl?
I'm looking for a good man, a kind man. I'm not looking for a lot. I just want a kind man, a man who's kind. You know, that's what I'm looking for. And he has to love God, because I'm a pastor of a church. My father left me with the church. He died 2 years ago. So I'm looking for someone who can support me in the work of God.
In the work of God. Okay. Well, sorry to hear about your dad.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so you have to be, so do you want, he has to move to South Africa if he's not already in South Africa, right?
Yeah, I don't want to go anywhere else. I know that many people want to go to places. I want to be in my country. I can visit other countries, but I really love being here because our church is here. We are planted here.
So she wants somebody that's willing to go to South Africa if you're not already in South Africa. Besides not being a Christian or believing in God, you have any other deal breakers?
No deal breaker. I don't want a man who smokes and drinks, because I don't. At least, yeah.
Okay, you don't want a man that smokes and drinks?
I don't want that. But if he does that, I don't know, we can work around it. He just has to be like a godly man, because he represents me. I mean, if my husband goes out drinking and they say like, pastor's husband is drunk, it's gonna look weird. So
okay. That's why you're representing her, so you can't be out there drinking in the streets. Could he have kids already?
No, I don't have kids.
Could the guy have kids already?
Yes, no problem. I can be a stepmother.
You can be a stepmother. All right, stop moving, honey. You're so close to the phone.
I'm shaking.
I know you're shaking. If you can move back a little bit, that would be great for us because you're so close to the phone.
Okay.
All right. So what's the age range you want to do? You're 28.
Yes. Ooh. Maybe I should move. I don't know. Let me go to the sitting room. I don't know what to do.
Well, is it close by?
Yes, it's close. Let me go there. Because it looks much better there.
Okay.
I'm so nervous.
In the meantime, what's the age range you want to date? You're 28.
Any age. I'm fine with any age. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Kendra. I was not ready. Oh my God. Any age is okay for me.
Any age is okay. Okay. Do you want kids yourself?
I do. I want kids. I want kids so bad. It's just that we believe in sex before marriage is a sin. So I was told that I must wait.
Okay, we're trying to get her phone together. You gotta set the phone down. Is there a light? We need better light than that, boo.
I'm shaking, Kendra. I'm shaking. Can you see me?
Okay. Yes, this is perfect. All right. So you mentioned this. So are you a virgin?
Well, let me explain.
That's a no. Well, you gotta give the explanation. But go ahead.
I was engaged 7 years ago, and then me and my fiance made a mistake. We decided to go into it, and we were really reprimanded and rebuked for it. Our marriage didn't work. And then after that, I was told that, okay, now that you're no longer married, you have to just stay single, stay celibate until you get married. So if I meet a man, if he seems serious, then we can work around it.
Okay. So I'm sad. So you had sex when you were engaged and you got married and you guys got divorced?
I was not married like marriage, was just an engagement.
So because you guys, so did you guys not get married because you had sex?
We made a mistake. So it didn't work because we actually didn't do things the right way. But at the same time, we were still young. I was 23. I was 22. So I didn't really know what I was doing. We were just playing around. Thank God we didn't make a baby because we knew that we have to use protection. But yeah, I'm not a virgin. But
Okay.
if I get a nice man, we can do something there.
Okay. I'm gonna respect you because you're a pastor, so I won't go no deeper. But you did make some motions, child. So we'll leave it at that. All right. Pinion, does he have to look a certain way?
I love tall guys. He can look any. I don't care about the looks, honestly. I just care about the heart. So he can look anyhow, it's fine as long as he's not like really, really ugly, because I want nice kids.
So you said as long as he's not ugly because you want nice looking kids?
Yes, like I don't like bullying, so I just really want you need to mix with someone who can make nice kids. I mean, to avoid bullying at school. at least get someone who is good looking or average looking for the sake of the children, right? I don't know. But
wow, you really went all the way there with this. So you're saying you don't want ugly kids because you don't want them to get bullied. Well, you know, beautiful kids get bullied too, though, because of jealousy. So bullying can happen whether you're ugly or not.
Yeah, okay, let me just say, any kind of man is fine for me.
No, I mean, no, listen, you can stick with you want an attractive guy. That's fine. I was just saying, and I remember in high school, actually, sometimes the prettier girls got bullied because, you know, there was jealousy around them. But we'll keep going. All right, does the guy got to make a certain amount of money, Pinion?
No, I don't. No, it doesn't have to make a certain amount of money. I do work as well. I'm a pastor. My salary is not that big, but he can make any amount of money. It's okay.
Okay,
it's okay.
All right, so this is Pinion, 28, no kids, is a pastor, tourist, and you say he doesn't have to be in South Africa, but he has to be willing to come to South Africa.
Yes.
Okay, because she's not leaving. She pastors a church there. All right, give us the Kendrick Cam. That's when we see your full body.
Okay, can I please put on a towel because I was wearing like a short tight?
Sure, go ahead. Yes, you can.
Please give me a minute.
Okay. Only because you work with the Lord, child. I'm being as patient as I can be with you. Because I don't want no backlash from God, child.
I thank God you're patient with me. Like, I'm sorry, Kendra. I'm going to get a towel now.
She's going to get a towel. You know, she is a pastor of a church in South Africa. So she's 28. If you didn't know, she has no kids. She's waiting for marriage. Oh, 8,600 people. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Pinion. Now, where the hell is towel at?
Okay. I'm done.
Okay.
I don't know if putting in a towel is a good idea. Oh my God, the towel is too small. Can I get
too small? How's the towel too small? Pinion, what did you have on? Did you not have no pants on?
I had it.
Okay. Oh,
I'm covered up.
Okay. All right, you got to bring it up a little bit so we can see if. Okay. All right.
Okay, let me put it up here. Oh my God.
Okay.
You can't really see me, right?
Okay, we saw the half and now we see the top. Okay, we gonna live with this. God. All right, Pinion, when was your last relationship?
Okay. My last relationship was, I think, last month. Yeah.
Last month. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't had sex in years?
I haven't had sex in 7 years.
7 years. Okay. And just to be clear, you're waiting for your wedding night to be intimate in that way again, correct?
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll because see. I believe that if we engaged and our families know each other and then he paid lobola, we can work around. I don't want to be too difficult. I don't want to be too difficult, but I don't want to be too easy.
Pay lobola.
What does pay lobola mean?
A bride price where you pay a little bit of money to introduce yourself to the family of the girl.
Oh, so that's how it works in South Africa? He has to pay to meet your family?
Yes.
Oh, so how, like, so you date and then he has to pay to meet the family?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, we need that rule in America, honey. We need that. But just real quick, I'm just curious. I love to speak to people in different cultures. Explain how that works. So every guy that meets a woman that's dating, he pays? Like, how does it work?
Okay, so you go to the family and say, I want to get married to your daughter. They give you an amount that you have to pay in order to take their daughter. So it differs with the girls. Some girls are expensive, some girls are cheap. So it depends on the family and how they charge you. And you look at the pocket of the man. So if he looks like a rich man, we charge him more money.
So would you be considered an expensive girl?
When my father was still alive, he didn't charge that guy a lot of money. He charged him like little money because he said he's not selling me. And the guy was a pastor, so the guy didn't have money. So my father was like considering the fact that he's still young, he doesn't have money. So yeah.
But now, girlfriend, you need to go for a high price, okay?
Mhm.
You a whole pastor, you hold down the church. I'm gonna need you to you expensive now, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Listen. Why do you think you're single? 9,000 people on the check-in. I think this might be the highest we've ever had. 9,000 people on the Facebook check-in. This is amazing. So I am very excited. Thank you for the 9,000 people checked in.
Congratulations, Kendra.
She's
We
in
love
she's in
you
South
from
Africa.
South Africa.
So okay, so why do you think you're single, Opinion?
Because I'm single because like I decided to serve God and be celibate. I'm looking for a man who can be able to deserve my body. So if that man deserves to be with me, that man won my heart, and he did win a treasure because I'm a good woman. But at the same time, I don't even know why I'm single. I really want a relationship, but you know, you can't marry yourself and you can't date yourself. So I'm looking for love, open for love.
Okay.
So yeah.
Real quick, I want to clarify something because somebody said Kendra's telling her to prostitute herself. No, if you're just tuning in, she's in South Africa and she explained to us how her culture works. And the way she explained it to us is that when a man wants to marry a woman, he has to make an offering to the family. So I was telling her, and she said there's some women that are not that expensive. There's some women who are expensive. And because of all that I believe she brings as a pastor to a church, she should not be an easy commodity. I think you should be, you know, whatever the scale is. So it's not prostitution. We've been educated by her how it works in South Africa. Last question. Why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
He got a prayerful woman, a loving woman, and I think I got enough training for being in bed with a man. We get trained and groomed how to please a man. So he has everything. I'm going to treat him like a king, and I am submissive.
And she is submissive. All right, let's do it. This is Pinion in South Africa, 28, no kids. She's a pastor, a tourist. She is clear that if you're not in South Africa, you have to come to South Africa because she's not trying to leave her country. Give them your Facebook page.
Miss Penny Simpson.
Okay, Miss Penny. It's going to be tagged, child. I'm not even going to pretend that I can say it. Listen, I appreciate the educational lesson of your culture. I really do.
Yes, thank you so much. I love you so much, Kendra.
I love you back.
Even if
South Africa.
Even if I don't get a man.
South Africa. This show is global, international. I'm humbly grateful. Thank you, boo. Keep me posted how it goes. Remember, you expensive.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Imagine that in America, ladies, that when a guy wants to marry you, he has to offer your family some type of money. Can we get that division in America?
That's what I was saying. Listen, I had a dream that I need to auction off my sons. Okay. I have two sons. Okay. We have good genes. They know how to have, what you mean, my grandchildren are going to be beautiful. Also, they're going to be tall. Okay. I don't know if it's a girl because no telling, it might take after me. So hopefully the mother is kind of tall. Also, my sons have jobs. Okay. They don't mind going to work. And yes, I have one. He's available ASAP. Okay. You don't have no children. Then I have the second one. I'm negotiating with him now. Okay. I told them it's time for me to have some more grandchildren. Okay. So we're looking for anybody age 23 and up. Okay. 23. We prefer you to be close by because I don't want you taking my grandkids all the way too far. Okay. Also, yes, we will not be giving no money, but you will be taken care of. Now, I do need to meet your parents as well. Okay. So we're gonna do like a family type of thing, you know, because we're gonna be integrating and creating families. That's what we're doing. Now, if you don't have your family though, that's okay, right? You just gonna have to sign the document saying that I'm gonna be your per se mother, which I'm good with being. Okay. That way, even if y'all end up divorcing, which we're not going to be having none of that, but still we can be close, you know. So if anybody's interested, holler at your girl. We're looking for you if you're in New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Maryland, Virginia. Yeah, we could probably go Virginia. Virginia not that far. Yeah. I got to look at the map to see what else is close because y'all know I don't know. Or if you're farther away but you're willing to come on the East Coast, then that's good too. Okay. But if you're trying to take my sons to a whole nother place in the country, that's not gonna work. It might work for them, but it ain't gonna work for me. Okay. And email me if you're interested. I'll send you pictures of the sons. Okay, one of them got long dreads. He's about 5'10" and a half. Yeah, if you want to see him, let me know. I can always grab him. He'll jump on cam. Just don't tell him what I'm doing, but I'll be like, hey, babe, come here. And then turn the camera on so y'all can see him. Then the other one, he's shy, he's camera shy, but I'll show y'all pictures of him too. Okay. My email is bombcherrylive@gmail.com. Okay. And we're looking to get married early next spring. Okay. No later than next summer. What else? So we can start with the grandkids making. Y'all could be married for about 2 years without creating the children, but thereafter, I expect some goddamn grandkids. Okay? Don't be trying to wait until I die to be giving me no goddamn grandkids. Shit. Anyway, what else? Yes. That sounds good. Okay. Any takers, email me. Okay? They don't mind working. They know how to treat women, right? Yes, they do. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know anything about their bedroom skills. I don't know nothing about them, but I'm gonna just tell you, if they're anything like their mama and their daddy. Okay. Brace yourself. I never had a guest like Miss Deborah. Miss Deborah. I think I've seen Miss Deborah. Okay. Any questions, comments, suggestions? Yeah, I'm over here making towels, paper towels, but they're made of fabric though. And they're the type of paper towels that you wash and then you roll them back up. I made 4 so far. I gotta finish them. I'm not done yet with them. I'm waiting for my iron. Okay, let me see what the chat is talking about. I did put the link in, didn't I?
Yeah, you put the link in.
Hey, Miss Mimi. Glow Aries says she should go to another country. She probably has to deal with too many dusties and I know. What does the training entail? That is she said she's trained to please a man. That I was wondering that too. How old is my youngest? He is 25. He just turned 25 last month. Wait, or 26. I think they're 26 26 now. Yeah, 26 and 28. And the youngest we going, because I forgot, I thought he was 25. We go 2 years younger, but I don't want to go too young. No, yeah, okay, we're not going too young. And it's okay. And it's okay if she have children or a child already. I'm okay with that. I like being a grandmother, so just be more grandchildren. No big deal. Okay. Somebody said she might be dusty herself. That's true. She might be dusty. That she got to go out and pay nobody family. What's wrong with paying? You pay the family. That's a good thing. You know why that's a good thing, though, B Money? Because you know that not just anybody been dating and dealing with that woman in such a way. Because, you know, I do think we need to start putting some rules and regulations on some of this stuff. It's getting wild where any dusty, like y'all call them, right? I'm using y'all term, could get with a woman just because he have access to her. But just think, if the only time any man could touch your daughter is when he has something to offer the family, as proof that, first of all, you're interested in really dating my daughter. Now, men don't even have to be, they don't even have to be serious. Like they could go to your dad and say, hey, Mr., you know, play that role. Because she tells him, hey, if you want to date me, you got to go talk to my dad. And it's simple to go and talk to a dad and act respectable and for like 10 minutes during this conversation, right? And then not even think about that dad after the fact, or your daughter, right? So I think when people have to have some money, though, it shows, first of all, that they're truly interested. They're not just talking. And number two, you ain't got to worry about her being with all these different men because they didn't, they ain't have the money. They ain't even have the money to date her. And that's why they didn't date her. We are giving our cookies to just any and everybody. I've noticed, and the men are taking the cookies, dibbling and dabbling on the cookies, and then got the nerve they eat the goddamn cookie and then complain about the goddamn cookie. Me and Leek made some homemade peanut butter cookies last night, y'all. Yes, we did. I filmed it. I'm gonna show y'all in a minute. But Leek had him some fun, and then we made him some. We made the cookies, and then we made him some ice pops because he didn't have any. So he had a good night last night. And he made his own eggs. Okay, of course on the stove pot I did, but I let him mix them, and he had an excellent time. Okay, he's getting at that age where I can really have fun with him, right? And teach him how to cook. Let me see. I gotta go to the videos. No, I didn't film it on my. Let me see if it's on here. Let me show y'all. Okay, let's see. And go here. Share. Gotta install it there. Come on, pop up. There you go. Okay, this was last night. Come on, play for me, man. What's going on? And this was last night also. That's when he was making his eggs. He was having him a ball, okay? Look, and that's the eggs after the fact. I fried them up for him. Okay. Let's see what this one is. And then I was gonna record us making the peanut butter cookies, but it got to be too much work because he kept being in my way. But that's everything I needed: the brown sugar, the baking powder, peanut butter, the splash of vanilla, salt, and butter in the flour. Okay. And this is the little video of me just showing everything. And then the equipment used. Okay. Then I'll show you legally sifting the flour. I was like, legally, we got to sift the flour. And so then we went and I let him. He was pouring, if you can't see what he's doing, but he's taking the flour and putting it through the sifter, right? And then I shake it and sift it for him. Okay, that's what he was doing. And then here, I think it's the same thing. Let's fast forward it a little bit. Okay. That's just a picture. And here, I think that's when I put the baking soda, salt, and the okay. And then here is where Licky is using my mixer. He put the butter in. He put everything in, but that's him putting the butter in the bowl. Look at him, and look at him, man. He think he grown. He want to look. He put the butter in the pan, or should I say, in the bowl. And then he took the bowl to put it on. I was like, Leaky, you're going too fast. And then here is when we mixing everything up. And Leaky was doing it. Look at him. He said it's going fast. He's like, it's going fast, Mama. I was like, it sure is. Leaky. But I didn't take the pictures of the cookies. They got a couple of left downstairs. Don't click at something else, okay? Okay. And so tomorrow we're gonna make some pizza hot pockets. Okay. Sometime this week, should I say. Okay. Parents trying to fun. Yeah, we're gonna make some hot pockets and so I can put them in the freezer. So when they want something to eat, they could just go down and put it in the air fryer, warm it up.
Okay. Oh, so you're prepping them. Okay, well that's cool.
Yeah, I kind of make the dough from scratch. Then I put the pizza, whatever fillings we're gonna put in it. Sometimes I pre-cook the dough a little bit, so it won't take not that long to cook when they want to warm them up, where they could just throw them in the microwave. But yeah, but it's best to go in the oven though.
Yeah, I like my hot pockets in the oven.
Yeah, or the air fryer.
I never tried in the air fryer. I gotta do that.
Yeah, air fryer is just an oven. It's just a small oven. That's it.
Oh.
It's a.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's all it is. The reason why it fries things, I don't even know why they call it air fryer, because you could oven fried chicken. So they just called it something to get people buying it, but it's really just an oven. In other countries, that's their oven. Their oven is on top of the counter. So here they're calling it an air fryer. But all it is an oven, and yeah, and it's small. Because it's so small, it heats up real fast compared to your large oven, which might take 5 minutes to heat up. Which got a mule. Yeah, we made some ice pops, which mean I made some juice for him, poured it in. I bought this stuff like before he turned 1, I went to the store and bought some things for him, the new, so that's this, y'all ever seen the ice pop, like where you put the juice in it and then you put it in the freezer. And so I think it's 4. Let me see if I can find it on Amazon. It's like I bought it from Bed Bath and Beyond. Let me see. It's like a ice pop maker. Let's put that in and see if it's like a mold. Let's see. Yeah, this is what I bought. Let me see if I can share it. Yeah. Why don't I share it here first? The one I got is a little different. It's more like this one. Let me see. Yes, it's a little different. But see, this is what I bought. But I think the one I have is just 4 instead of 6. No, that's 8. It's 4. And what you do is you put the juice in it, whether you make it with Kool-Aid or fruit juice or whatever, right? Put it in and put it in the freezer, and they pick the top up, and the ice pop is stuck to the, yeah, and you eat it. Yeah, it's a mold. So when he woke up today, I got him one, and he liked it. So you make natural little ice pops for him. I also bought an ice pop. They're plastic, and it's just like a Ziploc. Let's see. Ice pop zip. Yeah, I just saw it. I bought this too. These things, Froze-Zip. That's what they call them. Froze-Zip. So it tells you where the fill line is, and you put the juice in it, and then you zip it up, because it's like a Ziploc bag, and then you put it in the freezer, and you make your own juice, whatever you call them things, freeze pops.
Oh, cool. I didn't know they even had those.
Yeah, these are the ones I have right here. Look like I got the expensive ones, because look like I could have got, because it didn't have that many of them in there. I think it's on like 20 something. But yeah, it's probably, but this says 150 of them for $11.99. Yeah. So you can make them, any colors you want, and you put them in the freezer. But the other one, the mold I liked also. When I bought this thing, it's pretty cool too, because it comes out a little fatter and it's cute. The difference is though, is you can't give them away. Like if I want to sell them, like in the neighborhood, I can't, because I need the mold back. I need the top back to these, you see? Because, yeah, the top is what the freeze pop. Now, I think you might be able to put a stick in it in replacement of it, maybe. But So, but we're gonna make some. He got me in there. I got a lot of flour. I have pastry flour and also all-purpose flour. I could turn the all-purpose flour into bread flour because I bought some type of flour that boosts up the protein. And it's a smaller bag, but it puts some of that in and it turns it into bread flour. When I make bread, I need to start using that stuff. So he said, Mama, I want some cookies. And we ain't have no cookies. And we didn't want to go to the store. Don't need to go to the store. We make our own cookies. I was like, yeah. My mom got a good peanut butter cookie recipe. Real simple. Got to put the egg. Now I remember. It was only in the oven for 10 minutes. So it don't take long to actually bake. Licky Leak was mad. He started crying because I put him in the oven. He was like, I want cookies. I said, I got to put him in the oven. He wouldn't let me bake them. I'm like, well, I got to put him in the oven. So I let him play with the dough. Some of them I put in the oven and then I kept some out so he could play with. Because he was mad until he started eating them. When he started eating them, he was like, good, happy that I put it in the oven. And he was like, great job, Mom. He's so funny. Anyway, that's why I'm looking for more grandkids. Okay? More grandkids. Good.
Looking for more grandkids.
Yes, I am. I'm okay with having, since I did want a big family, but I didn't want to have all them kids. So I had 2, and they can give me 2 or 3 grandkids each. That's 6. See? I could use my kids to get all the big family that I wanted.
You ain't right, Mom. I had 2 of y'all. I'm gonna use you 2 to make 6 more.
Yep. That's right. They can have 3 kids each, and that'll give me 6 grandkids. And then when my 6 grandkids have 3 kids each, now we talking big family. See? Yes. Sounds good to me. I'm tired. Anyway, y'all, I am tired. I finished that bag off yesterday on Facebook. And then I do have to do this cowboy shirt. But I don't know why I'm tired. It's because of the weather. It's only 7:30 and I'm sleepy. I don't know why. It's gotta be the weather. Because I'm really tired. Ooh. Oh man. Anyway, so if somebody coming up, y'all gotta come up. Otherwise, I'm shutting it down, y'all. I'm tired. Okay. I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. I will probably be up like 3 in the morning. I think Rue may be live still. Let me see. Let me check. See who's live. Y'all, this is weird because I did get some sleep last night. YouTube. Let's see. I even took a nap yesterday. I went to, as soon as I got off. So I got off from, no, I jumped off and I ended up getting on Facebook. And I sold for a few hours. I think I got off of there around 3. And then I went to sleep. I was so tired. Something going on with my computer. Anyway, when Dev or somebody come up and want me to start one, I will start it. Oh, here come Dev now. Because I am going to bed. Hey, babe. I can barely. Hey, Deb. I was so tired. Anyway, when Deb, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I was just calling you, and then you came. I was about to say when Deb called me. That's what I was about to say.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had to switch my speaker.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh man, I am so tired. I don't know the weather had me tired like this. But did you get you some rest? Good dude, you've been up. You know, you was running the whole week. You was like, oh, real.
Yeah, it's football season now, so whatever break I do get, I be tuned in.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think that's what hubby doing downstairs, looking at football.
Yeah.
I am tired as it's got to be the weather because I got some sleep last night. I got some sleep yesterday. And then I woke up at around 11 today, so I haven't got rest, but I'm just so tired. So I'm about to shut it down until, so if you tired or you looking at football, I could just shut it down. And then if y'all want to go live later, just call me.
No, just keep it going until you come back.
Oh, okay. So
you gonna sleep the whole night?
Oh no, I'll probably be back. Yeah, when I wake up, I'll just get back on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Sunday, so people coming back from church, eating dinner, they'd be wanting to settle in. I see Miss Verbal went live for a few minutes earlier. She was at a Color Me Bad concert.
Oh, really? Damn. She ain't called me or nothing. I don't know what I was doing earlier.
She went live for the rest of the song, and then she cut it off. Or she either cut it off or YouTube cut her off, because I thought she was gonna get copyright.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. It get touchy with the music, man.
Yeah.
Even in the background, like you could be in the store playing some music.
Yeah.
They'll cut you off, man, and give you a strike. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, I could barely stay awoke. I don't know. Maybe, and then I haven't eaten anything. I guess I'm gonna go try to eat. Maybe that'll perk me up. But I'll be back. And if you want to shut it down, if you get tired, just shut it down.
Yeah.
Okay. Kira's up here with you. I'm gonna make her co-host for you and give you the host, and then y'all. You got any topics already in mind? You probably do. You be looking up.
Yeah. You come up with something.
Okay. Well, wait. No, I made you co-host by accident. Wait a minute. Okay, I want to make you host, not co-host. Make host. Okay. Well, I'll see y'all later. Bye, Kira. I'm gone.
All right, bye. Get some rest. We'll see you later.
Okay. Bye, everybody. I'll be back. Okay.
What's up, Kiera?
What's up? I'm doing good.
It's been raining all day today. I didn't really go out. Been staying in watching football all day.
Oh, you don't have to wait for a game to be on?
Huh?
So you don't have to wait for a game to be on?
No, I got it on another device.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really been raining hard. I didn't know it was going to be like a damn shit. It's been nonstop since like 3:00 last night. Like, ain't no let up. So we actually had a flood warning earlier.
Yeah, Bomb said it's been raining all day.
On the East
Been
Coast?
hot. Oh no, I'm in the South. It's hot.
No rain?
Not this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll come. We was in the 80s and 90s, pretty much last couple of weeks. Now it's getting down into the 50s. Start turning the furnaces and shit on. So yeah, September 11th. I didn't hear any.
That's right. I looked that up too when I was way earlier this morning. I was like, oh, what's 9/11?
Yeah, I thought they was gonna have some ceremonies here and there, but I didn't really see anything. Not like I was looking for them, but normally they blast the media and the advertisement with celebrations and shit. But I didn't really see anything this year. Not even in New York. Yeah, I was checking that Kendra G clip I had with that lady from South Africa. She was like she was just being nosy.
Oh, Kendra?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why you and that man ain't together no more? Yeah, in South Africa, they must call it something else because that's called it. What she was talking about is called dowry.
Yeah. Yeah, they know they be looking for that American jackpot. That's why she follow Kendra.
Let's see if you can
For the
get it.
most part. Yeah. But if she was really about her heritage and culture, she wouldn't rely on external, especially since you know that Kendra is Western society based media for that purpose.
Yeah, I say maximize if you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but especially if she's looking for a certain type of lifestyle, certain type of income. Yeah, Western culture, Western society, I really want to do it.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of clashes and shit trying to do that.
She said that 9,000 people were in her chat or in her live, most she had.
Oh, Kendra when she was doing it? Yeah.
So hopefully she gets a good update. The thing about her is that she will know if a guy's serious about it, but he ain't gonna be, especially in America, he ain't gonna pay that.
No.
If he just wants to hit it, no, he ain't gonna pay that at all. That's a good thing she got going for her.
Yeah. So I see a few people have been talking about that war on men, and I see Miss University went live earlier with her women about the war. What's the word on that? Is it a war on black men and black women?
Oh, well, she did it as I was there when she went live a few hours ago. It's oh shoot. She was asking that as not a play on, but as an extension to what they were talking about on that panel, because every time when they would ask, what's the solution, what can black men do, it was like the convenient excuse was to label black women. So she's after all that piling up, she was asking the question, is there a war on Black women? Because, you know, because of all the finger pointing and blaming on women, on Black women. So that's where her topic came from.
Well, I don't know if there's a consensus to divide the genders, divide the genders, dividing the age groups, dividing the skin color. Well, it seems like it's a lot of division. I don't know how people are supposed to come together if they're promoting constant division just based on some personal stuff that happened to them. That's what I initially thought of Cynthia G when I first met her or ran into her. Is that something that happened to her? Is she trying to project that on everybody else, or is this really happening? It's kind of hard to tell.
Oops.
What's up, Miss Mimi? And I got Mr. Mark, Tisha.
Hey, Mr. Bomb.
I saw Miss Miller in the chat earlier.
I know, I'm surprised she didn't pop up here. She's probably doing something.
Yeah. I had some articles up earlier, but I closed them out.
Uh-oh, no current events today.
I thought she was gonna go all night with the relationship. Usually, the relationship segments, they pretty much go all night. I didn't know you was the only one up here on the time.
No, it was just me and Bomb. I'm surprised. Normally there'd be a bunch of other people up there. So there it is. Now, what'd you say? What were we talking about? What, relationships?
Yeah, I thought I didn't really prepare anything because when I saw the title, because I was actually out when she went live. I wasn't even at home. I just saw it pop up on my phone. So when I saw the title, I was like, oh, that should draw a crowd. I was expecting for them to come in and chime in and go a little bit long and go all night. Cause at first y'all was playing some guys. That first guy, he was kind of Rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, that's the dating coach she was talking about in the title where it says relationship coaches are failing. Yeah, he's the first one we saw.
Is he manosphere or just
He's a dating coach. I have no idea if he's manosphere or not. I think I saw a red pill on one of his descriptions, so he might be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he was saying a lot of contradictory stuff.
Yeah. It looked like he's not happy or content. It sounded like it looked like he's depressed, like Kevin Samuel. I don't understand how these guys are supposed to be experts in getting along with people, but the majority of the comment is nothing but complaints.
Now I forgot what I was gonna say. What's my track 10? What did you say? I'm the ladies a lot.
So I know Miss Miller wanted me to do a segment on the monarch, with based on what happened with the Queen this week. But I saw some channels got took down because they made some negative comments about how they felt about overall feeling about how the Queen, how they was treated about the British Empire all together.
Or the people in the UK or just people in general?
No, YouTube content creators.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's a separate topic.
Oh yeah.
We can't make no negative comments about the Queen. Just like when COVID first broke, you saw all these pop-up ads and disclaimers pop up on YouTube about spread misinformation, which was cool about COVID. But you telling me if somebody felt a certain way about the Queen, that you're going to be subject to penalty based on how you feel. So I guess that was making reference because they were showing videos about people in Ireland and people in different African countries kind of cheering or celebrating.
Celebrating that she died?
I guess depends on what the interpretation is. So were they celebrating because she did, or were they celebrating because it's a change in the British Empire based on all the stuff that they had been going through? Because the British Empire is kind of ruling in other countries, just like America.
They rule Canada.
Yeah. So they were a little bit more ironclad in the African countries and also in Ireland and Australia as well. The Queen herself was on is on the currency and her face on the currency.
It sure is.
Yeah.
It's been on there for a while.
Yeah.
And on the coins.
Yeah, on the coin too. I think I had one of the coins.
That's crazy. She was a ruler for over 70 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's like not even that's not even a normal thing or somebody should even consider, because I know damn well King Charles ain't gonna be ruling for no 70 years. But yeah, it's pretty much close to comparing it to like a dictatorship. Like, can't nobody else be in control, and you have
That's
no
exactly what it is.
yeah, yeah, you have no say so, and it is what it is.
What I want to know is how did their family get picked out of how they did that to even be the leading family?
Yeah, how did that come about?
That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't seem like it was like any, I don't know. It wasn't, what do you want me to do? I'm American, okay? There wasn't no magic, there wasn't no competition. I don't know why y'all got that seat. I don't know. You didn't vote. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I said, they didn't have no fucking choice. It was like that before they got there.
It sure was.
Yeah. But yeah, I noticed that there were some comments because I didn't know people were making content about her death in the sense of being struck or penalized for making negative comments.
Honestly, I didn't even think her passing would be anything anybody would want to content on.
Yeah.
It's not like we live in the UK, so it won't be that big of a hit over here. Unless there's one of those people that's obsessed with the royal family.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole Trump presidency, people made negative comments about him. People making negative comments about Biden. People making negative comments about Obama. I don't recall anybody's channel getting struck down because you made a comment, a negative comment about the president.
Well, as I said before, it's America. And yeah. But if I'm not sure if I don't know what's going on over there on the other side of the pond. I'm not sure if the citizens or anything like that feel indifferent to her, but I know people over there are really obsessed with the royal family, and they not the position. They view that position in high, well, used to, or maybe they don't. I don't know, in high regard. So that's probably why. I don't know if a lot of people liked her. I'm not sure, but I know a lot of people respected her. So
yeah.
The way you made it seem like I'm not playing with you, shoot. It's like they just like, well, she's gone, move in. I'm like, what the? Like, he got crowned quick. I was like, boy, that coronation happened real fast. I was like, I saw it was like on YouTube like a few days ago. It said live the coronation. I'm like, is his mama in the casket yet?
Yeah, I thought they was gonna wait 10 days.
Shoot, they crowned him, I think, before they buried her, I think. They just buried her. Or whatever that is they do to monarchs. I don't know what happens, because this is the first time in my lifetime where they've actually, second that they've had a funeral. But this is the first time they've had a funeral for an actual royal. Her husband don't count.
Right.
No offense, man. You got your title by marriage. You don't count. Sorry.
Yeah.
And no offense, the only reason why those other women count who married her grandsons is because, well, they made the babies. So sorry. Well, that's what they made it seem like when I researched it. It's like whoever like has literal bloodline, it's like your status is for real, quote unquote, because you're the bloodline, and everyone else who gets it by marriage is like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like that's what it feels like to me. It's like this very haughty, yeah, you're with us, but it's just by marriage, not by blood. And that's what they make it seem portrayed. So I'm like, well, that's what it really feels like. So Yeah, they
Like,
wasted no time getting him in there. But I heard like years ago that they still wanted a man to be king, and it just didn't work out that way.
yeah, I mean, that's when I hear the word monarch, I know it encompasses both, but like the word king is usually first, just like in Africa, it's the kingdom, the United Kingdom. Yeah, so all my life, all I've been seeing is, oh, this queen is in charge, but no one ever explained to me about the king. I had to read up on it. I had to read up on it when I got to high school, because everybody that I asked, including grown folks,
Yeah,
just
they
gave
didn't
me.
know.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, before Queen Elizabeth II, it was Queen Elizabeth I. If I'm not mistaken.
That was in charge.
That's where her name came from.
Okay.
I think Henry VIII, one of Henry VIII's wives, was Queen Elizabeth's first. Queen Elizabeth I, the first one. That was her mother. And I think she did rule. And that's why. And then I think Queen Elizabeth II, when we know, I think that's when she came along. But it wasn't supposed to go to her. It was supposed to go to her brother, but he abdicated, so it had to go to her. But that's what happened to Parliament, because they did that. They're the ones who that's who sets up the laws anyway, is Parliament. They're the ones who made up the rule that it has to be someone in the family line. I don't know if they dissolved it years or centuries ago that it just had to be the boy, because that's what happened to Queen Elizabeth, because it was supposed to be a boy, but like nobody in the family line was left. At least that's how the story goes. And she had to be queen, and she was the first.
Right. I remember that happened to her. It was initially set up for a man, but he married somebody that wasn't pure or something like that.
Yeah, I think that he married somebody that they didn't approve of, and they told him, it's either that or well, I don't think they told him to abdicate.
Yeah.
They told him to pretty much to get rid of her, and he was like, no, because I don't think anyone at that time had, or someone did like generations ago or whatever. I don't think they expected him, because that's the way the story goes for me. Well, what the way they said it is that they didn't expect him to abdicate because nobody had, and he didn't know that was that was a rule that you could do. So he was like, "Yeah, I'm going peace." He abdicated because he wanted to marry that woman. I swear that's the way they made it look. He found that rule. I don't know who found it for him, but he found that rule somewhere. He was like, "Oh, I can abdicate. Cool. See, peace."
Yeah. What's up, Sharice? Rose checked in, and Black Beauty. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, but that's how they say the story goes. But I don't know. It could be inaccurate. But yeah, he sure did. And I don't. Was she? Nope. She wasn't the oldest. She was the youngest. That's why it was such a big deal when she got crowned, because she was the youngest. She had two other siblings. She had a brother who deabdicated. He was supposed to be king. And then her sister got married to someone of other royalty. So she couldn't be queen either, because she had already gotten married to somebody else. She had already gotten married. And I guess back then of course, back then that's how it went. When a woman gets married, she takes on the royalty signature of whoever she married. Yeah. Unless she didn't marry somebody royal signature, and then he took on hers. If they did that back then. Depending on your ranking, because sometimes they did it, sometimes they didn't. If you were high enough and you married somebody who didn't have a title, they had to take on your title. Don't quote me on that though.
No, that sounds about right. Yeah.
With Queen Elizabeth II, yeah, I remember that, because they made such a big deal about it, because they were like, she's so young, but they didn't have no choice, because her sister was already married, and her brother, he said, boy. Just thinking about something. They're not naval. They're military. They have to go into service. Do the people in the royalty family have to go into service? Because I know one of the boys, one of the princes, he went in, but I know he went in voluntarily.
I think both of them went in.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think both of them went in, but I'm not sure if they're in England. Isn't it a requirement like they have to, even if they are royalty, or if they're royalty, they don't have to, but they can if they want to, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think royalty is mandatory, regardless. Yeah. I mean, they're not gonna put you on the front lines in the field, but you're gonna do something.
I assume.
Yeah.
I assume because they're a royal, they got off scot-free.
No, they have to represent the empire. Represent the empire.
That makes sense. I'm not trying to be petty, but I'm just saying it's interesting in England, even their royalty, they'll put them in war, but some people's sons over here were during the Vietnam, they didn't go, even though they should have. In those wars where they drafted in America, even though they should have, or they were supposed to. Well, not they should have, they were supposed to.
So in Israel, yeah, every single teenager boy is mandatory to go in the military.
That's the same thing I think in Korea, if I'm not mistaken.
South and North?
I think it's South Korea.
Okay.
I think it's South Korea that they have to go into the military. I think there may be some exemptions, but there's not that many.
Yeah, I'm reading some random story about this black dude he was watering his neighbor's plants apparently, and another neighbor called the police on him, and they literally locked him up. Alabama, Birmingham area.
Oh wow.
He was a pastor, or is a pastor.
I didn't know that. Rose Devereaux in the chat said that Israeli girls must do military duty as well. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay, so it's all teenagers. All right. I mean, shit, that's everybody then. Yeah, I remember when I was working for this mortgage company back in the 90s. It was pretty much Jewish owned, and yeah, the guys would tell me that it was mandatory, no matter what, if it was wartime or not. Everybody went through it. Well, he might have told me women too, but I just took it if it was just men. But
Oh, I didn't know that either. I just assumed like us, that back then it was just mandatory for men. Yeah.
So speaking of military, did you see that story about the U.S. Army uh, is encouraging their soldiers to apply for food stamps to help them fight inflation?
I didn't read that. Oh. Food stamps. What in the world is going on?
Yeah, I didn't even know that was even possible to do. I never heard anybody in the military and had a goddamn EBT card.
Not unless you make a certain amount. Or they have some type of new rule.
I mean, as long as I can remember, the poverty line, the wage, I mean, the salary, however you want to do it, the military was never close to it. I mean, unless you had, a tragic event, I don't know, stuff happened, but and I know people in the military, I've been in the military and, even if they're married, depending on how many bills you have, you know, different people have different struggle levels, but I just never heard of active military shopping at the military base swiping their EBT card. I just never heard of it at all.
I wonder if they passed any new, well, I don't know what it would be, a law or a rule or something. I don't know, maybe you get approved for it because you work for the military or because you are active duty.
Because I remember when I was in boot camp, my salary was above the national average for a single person with no kids.
Oh, well, he might have kids. But yeah,
Yeah.
even though you are single, you can still get food stamps. It's just not going to be a lot.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of. Always changing the rules, especially with social programs. So.
There it is. I put it in the chat. Oh, Mr. Mark, you said when you was in your clinic, you remember somebody getting food stamps? Was they getting food stamps before they got in the military though? Like I could see that you already own stamps, and then your date come up for you to go into boot camp, and you're just trying to finish your shit up. No, I could see that, but after you already in, I wasn't really that nosy when I was in the military. Yeah, Black Beauty, Williams, he spent like 7 years. He spent 7 years in. He actually had an extension. Oh, okay. Oh man, that's deep. I've never seen that. What's up, Miss Brandy? And I think I seen this Chardze earlier. Yeah, I seen your message earlier, Miss Mimi. That's fine. Take your time. I'm just trying to keep things on an even keel. I guess best as I can, long as I can. I know people are just trying to get through the weekend, and I think that last topic on war against men, war against men by other black men. Getting a little bit of traction, but I don't really seeing it becoming a dominant topic, at least on YouTube. Because if that was the case, I mean, black men have been competing against each other, not in a you know, I'm gonna kill you type of aspect, but the competition element has always been out there amongst men. So I don't know where this fucking war shit is fueled from, other than just propaganda and gaslighting. It looks like to me it's more of a gaslighting tactic to me. Oh my God. A war. Do y'all understand what war is? I'm talking about for the people who never been in the military. Because that's mostly where I hear this talk come from.
Well, let's look up the definition of the word war, shall we? Let's do
He
this
just
bomb
bust out
style.
he bust out the blue talking about, oh, there's a war on boys. Okay.
Oh, you ain't lying about that, sugar bum. There's a war on stupidity. You got that right. I think Mule was in here a while ago. I'm not sure, but if you want to, you can probably ask her to see if you can review it to see what we talked about. We got into a lot of stuff. It's a few hours.
Yeah, I've seen when I first got up, I kind of scanned, and then I think by the time the football game started coming on, y'all was still on. I was had planned to come, but yeah, I think I had seen another channel had got took down because they was talking about the Queen, and I got sidetracked. I ain't gonna lie. I meant to come to her channel, and I got sidetracked by that shit. What you mean? She said she was gonna look it up, man. Shit, quit being so sensitive. What is the definition of WAR? A state of armed conflict between nations or states or different groups within a state. So the key word is armed, Kira. When you use the word war, you got to have a weapon. So for people out here talking about war, it's a war, it's a war. I mean, what's the weapon? Can't say your mouth. You say it's a war on boys. What is the weapon being used? On that panel, they just asked Cynthia G, was it true or not? She just said, yeah. She never went into it because if she went into it, she would have to explain what was the weapon being used against black men. And since she don't like, or she doesn't resonate or socialize with positive black men, she conveniently was able to avoid having that discussion. Sugar bomb is a weapon. Hell yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it is. That some people like to see chaos and confusion and anxiety in other folks. The men that formed this government, Sugar Bomb, they didn't that shit didn't have nothing to do with me. Them ain't no rules I came up with. Them rules was already here. I was born during wartime. We was in the middle of a war that we had no chance of conquering or making an impact. I don't even think they made an official announcement to the public until way, way later. And that still wasn't that damn long ago. I saw that shit. Oh, I seen what he typed the other night when he came in here. He came
I
in, he
want to be
said,
nosy when who type what?
Big J, he typed in the room, he said, where the white women at? And then he put LOL.
Oh yeah, I saw that why he tried to delete it
You
being
saw
funny.
it?
I sure did.
Boy, I was rolling, boy. So this right here. Okay. So y'all see that? A state of armed conflict. Not conflict, armed. And that's it.
That's the definition.
Yeah. So if they can't identify the arm part, then to me that's just some gaslighting shit. I guess Big J gonna skip over the damn definition, huh? Gaslighting, just like Cynthia G.
You won't even say what does that even mean? War on boys. What does that mean? Yeah, but what Mill was doing, she was just literally launching off of the topic that they had.
Who was primarily coming on a panel? Was it people from over here or other sectors?
No, it was the same people from over here. Koji was up there. Sharice was up there. I was up there. Some guy named Code Black was there. Oh, Camel 504 showed up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and Black Dahlia, she was there too. Pretty sure we're getting some other people.
The usual suspects.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, right, Sharice Dusty. That's who was on there. Oh, Auntie was up there too. I know I forgot somebody.
Yeah.
Actually, I think he's talking about it right now.
Auntie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's talking about when he came into the conversation, what we were talking about. Oh yeah, Mumu. See, I knew I was forgetting another guy. I knew it. Mumu was there. Yeah, he was spitting some real facts.
Oh, okay. I think he came over here one time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I caught him. Yeah, I caught him over here one time. So the same day the Queen was doing the Queen, there was a group of teenagers running around Uvalde in the park shooting guns.
You mean toy guns?
No,
Oh God.
straight up. I think I caught it on the alert, but I had the Queen shit going and I got sidetracked. Got all
You
about it.
should get sidetracked by the Queen today.
Huh?
I said you sure to get sidetracked by the Queen today.
Yeah, this one content creator usually puts up some decent information, but
Oh, I like when they do that.
yeah, that goes
Yeah.
to Uvalde.
See, now I get why you were distracted. I'm not gonna lie, her life is interesting. Her family line is interesting too.
Yeah, it's like nobody else on planet Earth follow that path.
What were you saying? I lost my thought. You were looking up who? Besides the queen?
Oh,
you
no, I
all did.
was
That's right.
yeah. I just dropped it in the chat. It was actually more than two. I mean more than four, but they only caught four. I don't know if they had AR-15s, but they would obviously hit two teenagers. I don't know what the motive was. Coincidentally, it was happening during the aftermath of the announcement of the Queen's death. I have no idea. Was it related? Were they celebrating or just they snapped? I don't know. It looked like they was making progress. They went back to school. They fired the police chief. They put some new rules in effect to prevent, or at least attempt to prevent. Look like things were going in the other direction, and then bam. They don't have no time for recovery, boy. If Sister George wasn't married, you would try to hit her up out of all the people. I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, that's gonna be the game of the night, Miss Mimi. So I hope y'all enjoy that. I'm gonna have it on a separate device with the sound down.
Shoot, I talked on Muse thing today for hours. I think I'm about to ready to take a nap.
Yeah, that's fine. If you gotta go, that's fine. You've been pretty much up pretty much all day.
Yeah, pretty much. Just a little bit. So since anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Hopefully Miller, somebody comes up here, or I'll be back if I wake back up.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, get some rest. We're gonna rock and roll. All right.
All right. I'll see you later, Deb.
All right. Yeah, so everybody running around talking about it's a war, but nobody can provide any evidence of it. So it sounds like gaslighting. It sounds like a bunch of gaslighting to me. Sound like people are content or have this addiction to seeing people getting pissed off about petty shit that they normally wouldn't get pissed off about. That's what it looked like. What is compelling people to bring up topics that are not real? Because there is no war on black men by other black men. There is no war on boys or black boys. So what's compelling these people to come up with these inflammatory topics, other than just like to see people flustered or aggravated? All right, whatever. You wouldn't have said it if you refused to talk about it. Because if you refused to talk about it, you would have never brought it up. You would have just started talking about what women you would like to talk about, or white women. But you're a conflict within itself, so that's not surprising. So it looked like Miss Verbal had looked like it was a little small club that I see dinner tables and stuff. And Color Me Bad, the group Color Me Bad. I think everybody in here too young to remember that group. I might not remember that group. Is that right? CBS News. Oh, not CBS, CNN. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Americans spent more money on taxes than they did on food, clothing, and healthcare combined last year. Is that right? What's that? Yeah. So I brought up Miss Verba going to a concert. I mean a concert. Um, going to a like a little. It's like she was at a jazz club with the group. So people are not going out um, for events on the weekend. The going out part is not it's not trendy. Let me find out. Let me find out that the younger generation does not have sociable skills. Is that why we have all these dating coaches popping up online trying to tell other people how to get along or find a wife or a girlfriend or a mate, but they don't or they can't provide any evidence that they have been successful in doing it because they don't know how to do it themselves? Is that what's happening? Let me find out. Trying to stick with the topic. 'Cause when I was coming up, we actually had to get out in the streets to meet people. We had to get our hygiene together. We had to get our clothes together. You know what I'm saying? Make sure we was presentable. That way we can feel each other out, you know. And if it didn't work out, we just, go about it without, without any major conflict. But since you have the introduction of dating apps and social media, people can mask their behavior or whatever agenda they try to portray a little bit easier. I can't really fucking comment on the motherfucking online relationship shit. That's some new shit to me. Yeah. And the passport, bro, that ain't no real thing either. Ain't no black dudes uh up and deciding to go to another country just to be with a woman. That's not a thing. That's not a trend. Congo mirror calls governor, Texas governor, racist. I know, right? Soft girl. Who is a soft girl? Oh, shit. Florida operation. I don't think that's new. Polk County, Florida. I think that's north, like Orlando, up in that area. Okay, no, that was Friday. Press conference. Was that a video? Oh, it was a YouTube video. Okay. A bunch of white people. So, so a deputy chief from Georgia was in Orlando, supposed to be attending a lie detector test workshop. Went out on the streets and tried to get a prostitute for $180 and was arrested for another prostitution who was undercover. What's White Claw? What's a White Claw? I think I heard of that. I don't know what that is. Billions of dollars floating around in space. I don't know about a billion. Damn, so y'all really don't damn, keep that calm. Mute my sound. Y'all can't hear that. Switch that. research yourself. Boy, y'all in these acronyms. Mm. Okay, I don't guess y'all can hear that. Okay.
Outside blocking their quarterback. It's just not fair. If you're willing to take the chance.
Yeah, boy, sound like you got a cold. Yeah, y'all not this is not a sports channel, so try not to inundate y'all with my little personal habits, hobbies rather. But the only thing y'all seem to be interested in is to see who's fighting, who's at war. What's up with that? Why does war and fighting and beefing attract the most conversation and topic?
Only in year two, that guy become the defensive leader of this. Big play there. Short for Tampa is
Jamie Foxx. Oh, Unity. So what movies? Oh, I think I heard Silent Up earlier. I wonder if they got did their review on that what's the name of that show? She-Hulk. Movie. Spider-Man. I know damn well. Spider-Man. Bullet Train? What the hell is that about? Oh, Thor. So the top movies at the box office is Top Gun, Thor, um, Bullet Train, Elvis, and The Lost City. Like a bunch of animated movies. What's up, Creole? Yeah, I'm watching the football game, bro. I'm not gonna impose sports on the chat room. I'm trying to find out what people did this weekend besides sit on YouTube and hop in and out of people's channels because I know they did more than that. All I see is a bunch of negative content. Did anybody go on a channel over the weekend and the topic of discussion was something that was inspiring or progressive or positive about the Black community or any community? Or was it all negative? No, I meant to well, she said she didn't mention it, but Dr. Umar was supposed to be in Delaware this weekend. Oh, welcome back, Miss University. uh I can deal with it. I can deal with it. Everything was negative. It's actually not funny, but I'm reacting to Sugar Bomb's comment to Big J. Yeah. We used to play scavenger hunt on this other platform. We would turn our webcams on, and then I guess somebody would have a script or something. They would tell us to maybe find a paper clip or a magnifying glass, different items, odd items that, the average person may not have. We used to do, we used to do just simple shit like that. It's not going to draw a lot of views or interest, but I would assume that people will have a tolerance for negativity or anxiety or conflict. Or maybe people just don't know how to have fun. Shit. Do people know how to have fun? Do somebody have to come up with a book or instruction manual or download an app on how to have fun? Is that an item that's needed? Because I'm actually speaking to not just people in the chat, but people listen to the replay. You look at all the titles that you watched on YouTube, and how many of those titles are inspiring? How many of them titles guide you towards, getting along with your family or developing a business plan with your business partner, or maybe some homeschooling for your children or young, people in the younger generation. I don't know. I didn't even know COVID was over. Y'all told me COVID wasn't over, but shit, I don't see nobody with a mask on outside. What happened with that? He said anti-black. You watch animals get busted. Yeah, the human body is made of 72% water. That's why we bomb with water. I don't know where they got black people don't like to swim or they don't like to get on boats. I don't know where they got that shit from. We mess with water more than anybody. Hell. The new Disney mermaid movie, portrayed by a black woman. Did anybody go see that? That wasn't in one of the titles that I just read. Did you see Miss Bomb's grandson making cookies on the video a couple of hours ago, Miss University? I thought that was inspiring. Well, he picked up that bowl, he was mixing. I wasn't 3 though. My mama didn't let me mess around with that stuff till I got like 5 or 6. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Creole shit. And that's why I went into the Navy, boy. I knew I was gonna at least pass the goddamn swim test. Yeah, yeah, that was on some old slave ship shit. Swipe. The black families in the country had rivers and lakes nearby, And the black people in urban areas, they had the fire hydrants on the corner. They used to break them off and put tires around them and splash like that. So I don't know how they thought that was a thing that was supposed to be true. Yeah, it's a water park in my area. Closed for the season though. I think the thing I used to like, I remember when I was a kid, I used to they had these inner tubes, shaped like a big old donut tire. I think that's what helped me teach me how to swim. So what you saying, Sugar Bomb? You can swim? Nobody saw the mermaid movie with the black girl in it? What's her name? Oh, I keep saying black girl. She look like somebody I know. Is it released yet? It may not be released yet. Halle Bailey.
Doesn't come up with there. Third down. On second before 2-1. I tell you, it just screams, huh?
Creole, you watching the football game?
30 seconds after this from AWS.
What up, Gabby Fox?
Streaming 300 million data points in real time. It's the data tells us all that one can make all the difference.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I caught a few games yesterday. Man, it rained like a mug. It's still raining. I thought somebody got on the top of my shit and got a water hose and just left that motherfucker running all night. Where that goddamn gutter was gushing out water. Well, it hadn't rained in a while. Yeah, actually, we still in the flood watch, flood warning. All right. So what's the difference between a country dude or a country woman than a city dude or a city woman? Y'all can just start rattling them off. Just name them. I don't have any negative topics to come up with. Get y'all riled up and shit. Trying to see which one do I fit in. So if you spent 20 years in the country and then you spent the next 20 years in the city, what does that make you? Is it halftime? Yeah. Fucking baseball score. Okay, I'll come back to that. That was going here. Not today. That wasn't today. Train stops. Romantic. Oh man. Oh, so there's no difference between somebody from the country and the city? Okay, that's what I thought. Y'all just labeled and shit. So what's the latest song that's out right now? Like the new artist? What's the hottest artist out right now? Because I don't listen to music um that much. It's gotta be like fantastic or not fantastic. It's gotta have a certain frequency, I guess. Nobody can name a song that don't have nothing to do with killing another motherfucker or bashing a female. That would make sense. Do or die. I think a lot of motherfuckers be capping when they talking about they'll die. Or a lot of motherfuckers they don't be about that shit. You can get a motherfucker to say anything if you juice them up on pills and alcohol, keep them drugged up. Billy. Oh, that's right. It was last night was the full moon last night. Yeah, I thought it would have been kind of crazy in the YouTube streets last night since it was a full moon. Oh, hell no. Somebody made a video saying that YouTube will not exist in 5 years. I think they just mad. I think they're mad. That's what I'm saying. I think the censorship would probably be a little bit more, but I don't think it'd be off the air. That's what I'm saying. If they didn't monetize it, that might be true. How they gonna subscribe to a channel and it's not even there? was Friday. Yeah, that was Friday. Do that one and grab my trucks. Walker. I didn't even know that was Chris. Yeah, I thought there would have been a lot more videos about the British Empire, 9/11. Somebody made a video about Brittany Griner. And Brittany Griner is locked up, and anybody talking about her. They didn't. Before she got locked up, so it's not gonna be no real big push. What's up, Brown Ellie? Oh, one person. Yeah, but positive topics or truthful topics, but for next. I'm gonna take the day off and fight. And I'm not gonna be talking about the football game. Y'all don't watch this anyway, so let's talk about this. She naked? Oh, here we go. Let's see if this generates. More than 48 guaranteed programs have been started in cities nationwide since the pandemic. And there's 200 people who have at least one child.
Step down, now a senior A5.
Yeah, LA, Los Angeles. Let's see. There's that Oakland, 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 Oakland. You need to find out where the program's at. San Diego. West Coast. You say, oh, that's only on the West Coast. No. Atlanta. Minneapolis. Man, that shit go on for 2 years. A bit of a guilt trip. Did they wait till everyone moved to Cali? Nah. Minneapolis, they giving out $500 a month for 2 years for people who qualify, I guess. Motherfuckers in Denver is getting 8 bands over a period of 11 months. Oh, I forgot to do that. Is that why? I think I seen Asheville, North Carolina had a similar program. No, Asheville had they was gonna give you credits if you want to buy a house. It wasn't cash money, but these are cash money payments. What I'm putting up. Yeah, but one of the motherfuckers out west ain't saying nothing. So that's the deal. Not saying everybody, but in cases of let me just put it out there. So when people get money, do they tend to be more friendly with you if you're not don't have a relationship with them, such as a relative by blood in business or something close. That's the deal. Like people are not going to announce, "Hey, I got some free money. Do you need any help?" That's not a regular thing. I'll put this article in the chat. Put the date. Put the date. Yeah. This football game was kind of boring too. By city. There you go. Oh, that Mexican dude won the open. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Hmm? What's MTA? Is that Atlanta? Wait a minute. New York sent homeless people to California, but Texas and Arizona are shipping immigrants that come across the border back to New York. That shit crazy. Crazy. Nah, it's cool, bro. Shit, I ain't tripping at all, bro. Yeah, it seems like people, just a lot of motherfuckers is in a bad mood, man. I don't know what's up with the fight culture. Motherfuckers is just short tempered, ready to fight. I mean, it don't even have to be nothing real serious. Motherfuckers get in an argument over some celebrity shit. My job involves me traveling, so you know, I could show you pictures of different cities and different scenery. Someone will make a comment or someone will get jealous because they don't travel no farther than their mailbox. And the corner store. Finally a touchdown. Yeah, don't get in no crossfire, bro. The old routine trip to the store is not so routine no more. The only reason I haven't heard any sirens today is because it was raining all day. Motherfuckers couldn't get out. Plus the football games was on. Chicago Bears. Maybe not so negative. Maybe not so negative. Oh, the judge? That's March. I'm gonna go with this. A judge removed an elected official from office for his role in the January 6th attack. New Mexico Commissioner Couy Griffin. Is that really right? Oh, it's so the reason people didn't click that guaranteed income link is because everybody on YouTube is rich. Is that what it was? That makes sense. It says 48 different programs, so I think I only named what, 5 or 6. I think Chicago had a program out last year. Nigeria bans white models from appearing in commercials. Yeah, I'm not tripping. I'm not gonna get involved in those miserable, negative looking topics tonight unless somebody come up and talk about it. That recent.
Well, we just want to make sure we keep running the football. You know, if we're running football, we'll get time on.
That's the head coach. Fucking go heat up the rest of my catfish before the game is over with. I don't have nothing negative to talk about tonight. So the DC mayor says kids who don't have a vaccine passport within the first 20 days of school next Monday will not be allowed in class, in the building, or online courses. Damn, my mama been had that phone out for a year. No, they've been acting like this before the full moon. So this ain't got shit to do with no damn moon. There's a lot of people that's content with having miserable lives. That's pretty much the basics of it. I don't know how much more simple I can put it. I remember when we used to go back to school in the fall, we used to have a segment that we either had to write down or get up in the front of the class and tell everybody all the stuff we did over the summer. Now, granted, there were a couple of kids that didn't have summer vacation, but for the most part, almost all the kids in the classroom had different experiences or told, had something to say. Now, I know motherfuckers on the internet, not just YouTube, but on the internet, period. They ain't do shit over the summer. But stay on the goddamn internet and find out how many motherfuckers they can get in a fight with. Not everybody, but that seems to be the biggest draw. I'm not on the internet trying to hog no booze.
And there's never been a better time to switch. Limited time offer, like our best price on our best business unlimited plan, and a 5G phone on us, and Verizon Small Business Days. From the network America relies on.
I'm outside. Everybody that comes to this channel see me outside. People I come in contact with, they don't like that online shit. They don't like texting back and forth. They don't like sending pictures. They don't like that shit. They like skin to skin contact. That's what I grew up on. That's all I know. The younger generation, from the day they was born with a device in their hand. They was born on the internet. They was born on social media. All they know is acronyms, emojis, and virtual shit. Miss Baum is a sociable person. She have interaction with real people. She has her sewing business going on. She did her other thing, past couple decades, but since she had a grandson, she kind of reverted back to more domestic skills. So she can do both. Most of these motherfuckers on social media, they don't have no contact with real people. That's why they can get away with saying anything and not feel any type of repercussion. Don't get it twisted. You have a few motherfuckers that come knock on your door, but for the most part, motherfuckers is not gonna go through the trouble of leaving up out their house, trying to go across state lines, spend gas money, airplane ticket, to go beef or fight or confront somebody about a goddamn opinion, or because they talked about somebody. Ain't nobody doing that dumbass shit. Or if it did, it'll be a whole bunch of other people that have monkeypox. 'Cause I've been watching football games all weekend. 60,000, 100,000, 80,000 people come close together, and ain't nobody got monkeypox. So I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you so hell bent on somebody having a disease? Jeez. You say you're not that sociable as others. That's all. I can ride with that. I don't be around that many motherfuckers to know what type of goddamn disease they might have. I've been knowing nurses all my life. If you like your profession, if you felt that there was a lot of people that had diseases that's in the random public, I don't think that you would be so compelled to stick with that type of job, knowing that anybody off the street can you can come in contact with. So I don't know about that statement. Yeah, all the people, all the nurses I'm talking about, it was before COVID. Yeah, you're right about that. The reason why the nurses that I know that I was in contact with before COVID, the reason they told me they didn't go back when they got recalled back is because uh they couldn't get a contract. They weren't promised a certain amount of income to come back, so they didn't come back. They didn't come out of retirement and shit like that. It wasn't because they were scared to get COVID or infected. But yeah, I already went over that. People have been nasty way before COVID. They were engaged in a whole bunch of trifling shit. So since you listen, man, let me put this in the room so you can feel like debating over that shit. Let's see where you fit in on this chart right here. Okay, on this chart it says medical school acceptance rates by MCAT score, GPA, and race and ethnicity. Okay, in the turquoise blue, let's see where my arrow at. In the turquoise blue, you see Asian, and then in the gray, you see white. Then the dark blue, you see Hispanic, and then of course, the black is considered black. So at the very, very top is 100%. And this is a 5-year study or a 3-year study in the US between 2013 and 2016, so before pandemic. So is this panning out for what you see on the street? It's way more black people getting accepted into medical school than whites, Asians, or Hispanics or Latinos. All of their scores are much, much more higher than the other races. This is from the Association of American Medical Colleges. You're seeing more whites and more Africans. When you say the word African, does that include Caucasians from South Africa, like Johannesburg? Or are you talking about the women from Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Ghana? They damn sure don't check black on the application. Let me put the full article in the chat. People from Nigeria and Ghana, they don't consider themselves black. Your ops is vampires. I'll come back to that. So the last woman I was with, she was like, she had been a nurse like about 12, 14 years. She said in her school, it was like, I don't know, maybe 60 or 70% black, mostly women, 10% white, and another 10% Hispanic. No Asians in that class. All right, peace out. Yeah, it do depend on the area. Put up articles now as we speak.
Looking at that hand, Cooper Rush is coming for the Cowboys.
Cause this game is about over. Cowboys gonna lose at home. Man, they ought to put a fork in it. This motherfucker is over. Man, you on national TV, prime time. Everybody in the nation looking at you. You can't even score a touchdown. It's a broke down Tom Brady. That's bad. You feel bad for the Cowboy fans? I don't see why. Hey, you know what I did see yesterday, Creole? I seen Jerry Rice's son playing against Emmitt Smith's son yesterday. That let me know how old I was getting. I was like, damn, boy, I'm getting old as because I remember Jerry Rice's rookie year and I remember Emmitt Smith rookie year like it was yesterday. What's pizza? Yeah, Jerry Rice's son. He played for USC. And Emmitt Smith's son. He played for Stanford. Oh, you call that a pink pill? Hmm. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker getting old, huh? Cowboys versus 49ers used to be the game in the 90s, boy. Hmm. Yeah. Stop getting advice from people that are miserable. Yeah. Then, yeah, didn't Miss Palm play a clip earlier about single people trying to give relationship advice? Yeah. All right, Tariq Nasheed always talking about some shit he don't know nothing about. Should be killing me. Damn, going out like that. Is it witch or winch? Or both. Mhm. Kim Kardashian. No, I do not give a fuck about that shit.
About those kinds of elongations.
What it is. So the days of creative content and inspirational and progressive topics are over on YouTube. YouTube is all about being gangster now. Since the beef sector is the largest sector. I don't know about the largest sector. Might be, I don't know. Shit. Y'all got the analytics chart. My algorithm don't be pulling up all that damn shit. Who? Quando Rondo.
This way, they got the team first we talk about Sunday night example.
This game almost over. Let that game be over. It's all. That a YouTube video? Lizzo is promoting voter registration on her concert tour. That's positive. Head Count is a organization, nonprofit group that leads projects for community development. Oh, Jay-Z, Beyonce. I'm wondering if they bleep it out. So she wanted a video for good award at the MTV Awards last month. It's the last part of her statement. So Lizzo promoting voter registration. But if I drop the link on Lizzo being caught on video, or not even on video, but giving somebody a blowjob in the hallway, that would draw a lot of motherfuckers with it. Wendy Williams is back on Instagram. Looking for the entertainment. Is this recent? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I couldn't even get a touchdown after this. White supremacy, invading groups, making the race. Man, that's the police. Plainfield, New Jersey. Man, y'all talk about coochie in the chat room? Oh. I might not have seen it, but- Um, okay. I'm gonna go finish my catfish. So you gonna talk either I'm gonna talk about miserable negative shit. It's gonna be a protest. That's old news. That shit came out 6 months ago. Good. Oh, here you go. Here's a positive story. I'm pretty sure this will put the rest of the people to sleep. Y'all be tripping, boy. Ton of medics. That story. Oh man. Let's see. This black woman named Dritona Maddox is the founder of a nonprofit organization that provides parenting classes, mental health programs, lodging, counseling groups, and therapy for girls in their teens that are pregnant or already have a child. Trying to see how many times in the last, well, since I've been on this channel, how many times has the subject of teen pregnancy came up? Not grown woman, but teen pregnancy. Feature. No. So that's who that was. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Tritona Maddox. Her background is she lost her mom at an early age, at the age of 4. She became pregnant at the age of 15. So she went through homelessness, a lot of trials and tribulations through that. Fast forward to now, she's a career health professional and nonprofit founder. The name of it is called Purposely Chosen Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that provides support for advocacy services to pregnant and parenting teens in foster care, which includes 2 maternity homes in South California. Read through another passage. Mhm. She didn't really worry about her dad. She moved on with her life. She didn't hold that against. She didn't hold no grudge. She didn't spend her life bashing men just because she had a bad experience with her father. She says, motherhood is a responsibility that I believe women are chosen for, but not necessarily prepared or trained to do. For some people, it comes naturally. Being able to nurture, care for, and to guide your children as they grow into adulthood is a beautiful thing, although we may not all be equipped. I think if we're willing, then we're all capable of being effective in our roles as mothers. Motherhood is something that we learn how to do. It's kind of like on the job training. The motivation behind her organization called Purposely Chosen Inc. is my life story. It's about me. It was created out of the pain that I endured as a young, pregnant, 15-year-old teenager initially. I wasn't clear. Initially, I wasn't clear on what Purposely Chosen meant. People often ask me, how did I come up with that name? I didn't. I literally was asleep one day and woke up with a name in my mind. It was like sounding, it was like a sounding alarm over and over again. Purposely chosen, purposely chosen, purposely chosen. I wrote it down because I kept hearing it to the point where it was getting on my nerves. I went back to sleep and I left it alone. The following day, when I got up, I looked at what I had written and I couldn't figure out. I kept saying it to myself, purposely chosen, purposely chosen. My life has been a discovery of just that. The things that I've endured, the pain that I went through, I didn't know what it was for, but as time went on, I realized it was for a purpose. I was chosen for this. I have a tagline for my organization that we are chosen for trials, and it is realized by a purpose. So the trials that we go through, we are chosen to go through them. We are chosen to go through them. And at the end of it, you will realize that those hardships are ultimately what leads you to your purpose. I don't think I read the question initially. Basically, what was the motivation behind her naming her organization by that name? Mhm. I guess you can find out if it's that important to you. So the next question is, what has being a clinical social worker and a therapist taught you about being a parent? She says, it's taught me that I have to listen more as my kids got older and they changed. I had to be willing to take a step back and step into a different position. When I was parenting and leading giving instruction when they were smaller, as they got older in my social work practice, I learned that, especially dealing with kids that had so many problems with their parents, the number one complaint was just that parents did not listen, point blank. We as parents have experiences that we share from a place of experience to try and prevent our children from having natural consequences to things, but overall consequences will happen. When they do, as parents, we have to allow them to happen. And with that, it requires a lot of active listening and supporting them as they choose to make decisions in life. It really just taught me to listen a whole lot more than talk, and to support them the way they need to be supported. What programs does your nonprofit have that helps teen parents? She says, we have residential care facilities that house pregnant and parenting teens and their babies, and a mental health program, parenting classes, individual counseling groups, therapy, tutoring, and on-site child care for girls that go to work or school. Our ultimate goal is to make sure that they graduate and get their high school diploma, because the risk of these teen moms is very high for them not graduating. So that's a huge part of the program. And the next question is, what advice can you give teen parents being an advocate? She says they don't have to know everything, but they have to have the courage to ask questions. They have to find a safe person, a person that is comfortable with, to ask questions. It's important for them to understand that they are not asking for themselves, they are asking for their child. If they keep their child at the forefront of their mind and understand that they are ultimately caring for this baby that is dependent upon them, they will realize that the questions that they are asking will ultimately save or help the child. It's not about you anymore. It's about the child you are caring for, so that the child's life depends on you having the courage to ask questions, point blank. Next question, who were some of the folks you looked up to growing up and why? She says, I never really had a person to look up to when I was younger. There was nobody in my life that I knew that provided me on any level of guidance. I always looked up to people I didn't know, like Eleanor Roosevelt. She was a favorite of mine. Betty Shabazz was a favorite. Maya Angelou, whom I always looked up to for wisdom. As an orphan with no parents, I craved wisdom and knowledge. I wanted to know practical stuff in life, and I didn't have a person to give that to me. So I looked for guidance in books and documentaries. I learned how to be a woman and how to care for my kids, and advice in general, and how to be a leader. Those three women I learned a lot from. Have you made any major changes in your outlook or approach to life being a parent? Is the next question. She says, the major change I made in life was that although I did my best to keep a balance in my life, I ultimately put my kids at the forefront of everything I did. I've always had goals. I knew that I would graduate from nursing school and the steps I needed to take to get my degree, which she has a bachelor's, master's, and a doctorate. She is 48, or she says, I am 48 and I'm just now earning my doctorate. So literally my whole life, everything changed and I became okay with the pivots. I became okay with the pivots I had to make in life because it was for my children. It wasn't just for me, it was for them. If I had to stay home and care for them because they were sick, that's what I did. If I had to put my goals off and couldn't go to school for a while, that's what I did. I never got a chance to enjoy college life. I never partied or got to go to tailgating because of my kids. I literally took the train to campus from San Bernardino to Los Angeles, 2-hour train ride. Got on the bus, got to campus. As soon as class was over, got back on the bus, rode the train, and got back to my kids. I never stopped my goals. I just had to pivot. I had to keep moving forward with a pivot. Next question is, what is the biggest challenge you had to face of being a mother? The biggest challenge was learning that my middle child, my daughter, had a condition called neurofibromatosis. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. She was diagnosed at 6 months of age. Neurofibromatosis. She had these brown spots like a cheetah at 6 months old. I was only 20 years old when she was diagnosed. I was a young mom and I didn't know what it was. Come to find out, under every spot is a tumor. That was the biggest challenge that I had to face. That things happened that were out of my control. And I had to learn how to care for a sick child and keep her where she was confident. Her largest tumor was on her face, right on her lip. She had 15 surgeries to remove the tumor, but it was a challenge because I didn't know what it was. And there aren't many kids with that condition, so it was hard to find the resources. That was also when I first found my voice to advocate for my kid, to get her needs met. When she was diagnosed, we had gone to so many doctors that when she was 7, they told me that she had developed these brain tumors and would not live. My daughter then decided at 7 years old that she didn't want to go back to the doctor. She told me she was done, and I was torn. I was torn because I didn't know if I should. Sorry. My daughter then decided at 7 years old that she did not want to go back to the doctor. She told me she was done, and I was torn. I was torn because I didn't know if I should let her make that choice as a child. Do I respect her decision to no longer want to go through the process of being Pope? It was very hard for me. We eventually took a break, and after the break, she was willing to go again. But that break lasted from age 7 to 11. At age 11, we went back, and then around 14, again, she said, no more. So we stopped again, and she didn't go back until she was 22. Now she is age 28. We'll unpack that later. What's up, Sock Passe? Next question is, if you had to choose one parenting mantra for yourself, what would it be? It says it would be that I'm okay. It would be that I'm okay. It's something I used to tell myself every day. My kids are what you would call stair steppers. I had my first child at 19. When he was 6 months old, I got pregnant with my second child. 2 years later, I had my third child, and the others were adopted. I didn't have parents by definition, and I am an orphan. My mother died when I was young. I didn't have a father. My grandma died, and because I didn't have parents, I didn't know how to parent. When I was overwhelmed, crying, mad that my mother wasn't there to teach me and I didn't know what to do, or if I wasn't sure that I was doing the right thing as a parent. I had to tell myself every day that it was okay. Still to this day, I do mirror work and tell myself along with other affirmations written and on post-it notes that I'm okay. Next question. As someone who takes care of others in every aspect of your life, how do you take care of yourself? She says, I take care of myself with a lot of reflection and self-care, messages, manicures, pedicures, and therapy. Sometimes it still feels like work when I am working on myself, so I don't know if I really get a moment to have off. But self-reflection and looking inward is something that I often do. And to me, it's a way to nurture who I am as a person, if I understand who I am. Since I didn't really have an identity growing up because of not having parents, I spent a long time trying to figure out who I am. So self-care to me looks like a reflection. Any new projects for 2022? Yes, I have 2 more films that I want to do. I'm exploring this newfound skill of filmmaking. I am really enjoying it. I am enjoying the concept of storytelling. It is really intriguing to me. And after doing the documentary I recently did, I feel like I have a couple of more stories to tell through film. I am also currently looking for an opportunity to teach, be a professor at a college, and really build a membership platform for teen parent advocates. So give it up for Dritana Maddox. Salute 48. Yeah, that must make up on. All right, so what did we get out of that for those that was paying attention or interested? I see a lot of that on YouTube, social media in general. A lot of people like to talk, and they either don't know how or they choose not to listen. Damn, I got a text. And I gotta read it. If I don't respond, she gonna call and make me get off the microphone. That's the moral of the story. So that kills the single mom theory. That kills the single mom theory. You only got one parent, so you're most likely to fail in life and to achieve your goals. Miss University.
Wow, what's going on, Mr. Devastating? How you doing?
Hey, just chilling on a Sunday.
Who is that woman?
That's Dritana Maddox.
What she do?
She heads up a nonprofit organization that advocates for teen pregnancy. She helps teenagers who are going through rough times with teen pregnancy, and she provides counseling, housing, shelter, therapy programs, counseling, and things like that to help them get on their feet. It's called Purposely Chosen Incorporated.
All right, that's amazing. That's good.
Yeah,
That's something positive for the day.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why the numbers are low. I'm trying to take
Do
a
something
break
positive.
take a break from the beef shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry it took me so long to come up. I had my
No,
grandson and
yeah,
then his mom had asked me to braid his hair, so I had washed his hair, braided it, and he hate for me to comb his hair. He hated to get his hair combed, and they won't get him a haircut.
Oh,
So it took me a while, but he gone now. They came and as soon as she get off of work, they come pick him up.
Oh no.
So I was like, it didn't make sense for me to hop on and then be trying to hop off or stay muted a long time. So yeah, but I like the positive spin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she helping teenage girls. That's good because they need a lot of support, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's an orphan herself. Her mom died when she was 4. Didn't really have a backup for grandparents or anybody to look out for her. So she got help where she needed. She didn't you know she didn't wallow in her misery. She moved forward, uh, put herself through school, and then like I said, her middle child was diagnosed with cancer at the age
Damn.
of 7. Yeah. So that middle child is 28 now, recovering and open up a
And she got a
nonprofit.
big testimony.
Yeah, yeah, basically. Hey, I'm doing it. I'm gonna look.
Yeah.
She said she put out a documentary and she's looking to do some more.
She look good. She
Yeah, that's what I'm
pretty.
saying. 48 years old. Yeah, yeah. I know a lot of
She
people that's
don't look
48.
48.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't look like that.
You checking for her, huh? She is pretty. I ain't gonna lie. You got good taste. She look good. I wouldn't have gave her no 48.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been awful.
When you said her son was the child was 28, I figured she was up there though, you know.
Yeah,
But
yeah. So that's that.
yeah, she looked good.
She had her first child at 19, I think she said. No, 15. She had her first child at 15, and then a second child at 19. Yeah.
So she was a teen mom, so she reaching back out to help other teen moms.
Giving back
Because
to the
she knew
community.
what it was like. Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. That's how it go.
And what you were saying about Lizzo?
Lizzo is also advocating for voter registration on her tour, on her concert tour. The shows that she do. I guess she had a award for good video of the year or something like that MTV does. I didn't even know MTV was still giving out awards. But she won that, and she basically was advocating for voter registration. If you want to make a change in your community, in your life, don't look to celebrities to flip a switch or empty their checkbook. Get your ass out and vote, basically.
I like a lot of those celebrities, you know, when they trying to do something positive, you know.
Yeah, they do.
You know
real
who they
people too.
talk bad about? Who's a good celebrity? A lot of people might not know. I mean, I know he came out with Michelle saying he beat her and stuff, Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
That's a good dude. You know, when the people went to Houston from New Orleans from Katrina,
Yeah.
a bunch of people in my husband's family, they was at this I have to ask him the name of the place, but Dr. Dre now pulled up and they was giving each one of them $10,000 stacks, cash money.
Yeah.
And I mean, they gave it to a bunch of people out there. You know, and I mean, a lot of that stuff, you know, people don't know but how some of these rap guys was coming through, you know, just from all over. What's his name? Oh my God, my Philly guy. He from Philly. Meek Mills.
Oh,
He came through and was giving people $1,000 at a time. Like I'm talking about a lot of people they gave us money to.
Yeah.
So they lost a lot of money. I ain't saying lost, but they donated a lot of money in cash money. You know what I'm saying? So you know they couldn't do that as no tax write-off.
Right.
Because there was no way for them to trace it. So they gave that shit from their home, you know?
Yeah.
So they got a lot of positive stuff, you know, if you really want to see it in people and look for it, you know. I know people don't like their music and, you know, sometimes they get a bad rap for all the negative stuff they talk about, killing and stuff, but a lot of them dudes have good hearts too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been of the belief that everybody on planet Earth is born naturally. Even if your mother, carrying you in your womb is going through some rough shit. When you come out, you don't necessarily carry all that rough shit with you. You come out on some what is this world, open arms, and if you're not directly being abused or put in negative situations, like this woman, like I just featured, you naturally, are caring and loving and want to see people get along. And the negative shit is taught and learned and forced on kids. Media exposure, however, bad food, bad environment. That stuff is not is not no it's not nobody that's born evil demon like what I'm being. Some people try to tell me that some people are demons by birth. I just ain't never believe that shit.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really
You
believe
saying that?
nobody born. You know what I'm saying? You born. It's like nature versus nurture, right?
Yeah.
So I do think environment and a lot has, you might have some things that's prone, like I think they've proven like some type of drug addiction or alcoholism or even some mental defects like bipolar or schizophrenic might run in certain families.
Yeah.
But I still think it's kind of nurture and nature,
Yeah.
So I think it's the environment plus your genetics, can make or break a person. I don't want to ever just believe somebody can be born bad. You know what I'm saying? Like it's predestined. I don't like that idea. But
Yeah. Yeah. Like if that lady never got out of that environment, then yeah, her kids would have turned out bad. If you don't never take your child or take your baby out of the negative environment, then yeah, obvious they're gonna turn into. But to say that they're gonna be bad no matter what, that's that that goes back to the two-parent theory. Shit. She didn't have no parents. She had zero parents. And look
Damn.
how she turned out.
Yeah.
She got a doctor's degree, she got a bachelor's degree, and a master's degree. And she's got her own organization. So what happened to the parent theory?
And I believe that, Deb. I always tell people, make what you have with what you have.
Yeah.
Don't let nobody tell you what you can't do. You make the best out of what you have.
Yeah.
You got to play sometime the hand you dealt.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like all that negative talk about, people, certain situations. Because guess what? You can make the best out of it, or you could wallow in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Hey, Miss Tequila, how are you? She gonna push back on you on the Dr. Dre story.
She don't like that. Well, I know I watched that movie and he was beating the mess out of poor Michelle. But I mean, and I understand this his wife who divorced him said he was horribly abusive physically too. But I'm just saying, I'm not, denying that fact. I'm just saying, listen, he gave my husband aunt 10 grand. She was one of them people in that crowd, just so happened to be there. And I'm talking about they just was passing out. They had a crate full of money, she said. And they was just passing out stacks of money to people. And everybody, each stack was $10,000, y'all.
This was recently?
This was after Hurricane Katrina.
Oh, okay.
And you know, a lot of these organizations say they gave money and this and other, but the actual people on the ground never saw them because they give money to like Red Cross and all kind of stuff. But you really don't see that money from them because they're like paying for shelters and you know what I'm saying, feeding programs and stuff like that. So I'm not saying they're not helping, but when you put that kind of money in somebody's hand, that get them out the shelter quick, you know.
Yeah.
That gives them a chance to go make, you know, some moves, you know. So
Yeah.
I just always will give them a shout out for that because they didn't have to do that. The guy Meek Mills, he was giving everybody $1,000. And Dr. Dre, you know, he a billionaire. We didn't even know this back then. He was giving everybody $10,000.
Yeah.
And they say he had boxes of money.
Mm.
So, you know, it's just a testament that, you know, not all is bad with people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Where Miss Mimi at? Miss Mimi, I see you had asked me a question, but my grandson actually kept splashing that doggone water. Just boy, let me tell you, Dev, he's so funny. He hates to get in the tub, and then he cries and hates to get out the tub. Getting him back out, because he just want to splash and swim.
Yeah.
Getting him in is a problem because he don't want to stop what he's doing to go take the bath, right?
Right.
Then he hate getting out the tub. The water was so cold, he still didn't want to get out that tub. It's like kids is so funny. I mean, but anyway, I was texting in the chat and he wound up splashing the water and it got on my phone. So I dropped my phone off and you know, that's why I didn't respond to. But no, I didn't jump off no panel just because Miss Mimi came up there. I know she said she want us to have a discussion. And I hope I didn't like harm or offended nobody, but if I ever jump down from a panel, it's because something going on in my house or maybe I got a phone call or something, you know what I'm saying? But if I just leave abruptly or something, I try to hit ignore if I'm on a panel. But I'm gonna be honest, if somebody in my family called me back to back, I'm gonna answer. And so that'll take me off the panel, you know?
Right.
Because you know, you never know what somebody, if you keep calling me and I think something wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it was never nothing about her. So I don't know. You know, I guess I offended her, but now it's nothing but, excuse me, nothing but love, you know? I would never run because she coming on the panel. That's my girl. Like, I don't know what she think. I'm trying to think, when did I jump off the panel? Or what was we talking about? Because that might have made her feel a certain way. I don't know. That's what I wanted her to tell me. Because I'm wondering why she would think it was because of her. It would never be because of her, you know?
No.
She cool as a fan. I mean, you know, far as I know, I'm like, when she asked me that, I'm like, what? I feel bad because the way she said it in the chat, I think I offended her.
Nah.
Yeah. But no, it ain't nothing but love. But I am, you know, like I said, I will try to ignore a phone call or something.
Yeah.
That's why I try not to even hit a panel if I have too much going on in my house. Like, you know, trying to braid his hair and getting him back off to his mom. I'm not going to jump on just to have to jump back off, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I do that if it's a lot of people on the panel with you. I'll do it because I can keep hitting mute, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I had to respond to a text just now while I was reading that article. Shit, I couldn't ignore the text. Shit, the phone would have rang and shit, it could have been a damn knock at the door if I wouldn't answer that.
Yes, that's how my family is. If they keep calling me, look, let me answer, because then they gonna call my husband's phone and he sleep. Then they
Yeah.
gonna call my dad. They gonna wake up everybody in the house till they tell me what they want to tell me, you know?
You on that damn chat program again.
And you know, that was my great aunt who was calling me. So I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, when she keep calling me, you know what? Let me go ahead and respond to her because Sometimes she be telling me the same things though. It's just be, she be forgetting she already told me this, but
Yeah.
yeah. I'm blessed. I have a lot of elders in my family who are living into the 90s, almost 100. So
Yeah.
I don't care. They call me, I'm gonna talk to them. Even if they're repeating the same things, they just be wanting to share their knowledge with me,
Yeah. Yeah. I always gravitated towards the elders as a kid.
Yeah, that's my weakness. Elderly and young kids. That's really a weakness for me.
Yeah.
But so I was saying, man, we need some light, some laughter. A lot went on this weekend. A lot of more, I mean, nothing out the norm. More widow shit. But I want us to have some fun. Remember we used to do the rap challenge and I can't rap or sing, but shit, I'm down for it. Make a good fool out of myself so I can have something to laugh to.
Yeah. I popped on Miss Verbal had went live for about 5 minutes. She was at a Color Me Bad performance.
What?
It looked like she was at a jazz, like a jazz lounge or bar or something.
What did Color Me Bad sing? I'm trying to think. I remember the group.
Cry. Georgia Porgy.
Pudding pie.
Yeah. That.
What else is Color Me Bad?
At the time, I think they had it was Adore Me.
I remember that group, so I know for me to remember them, I must have liked some of these songs. I just can't think of like one of these big hits right quick.
Yeah, because it was in and out. They dropped their hits and then
that was it.
Yeah, they ain't dropped shit up.
Whatever happened to the guy who had the other white guy who had the songs with Tupac?
I wanna
John B.
You up. Yeah.
Oh, Color Me Bad. I wanna sex you up. Okay. All night. Oh yeah, I remember that. What about John B? You ever heard anything from him?
Not as of lately.
I used to like him.
Yeah, he jammed. Yeah. A lot of jams. I didn't even know he was black until way late.
He white.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know he was white till way late. I thought he was black when the song came out. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was young, Tina Marie, I didn't know she was white.
Yeah.
And I mean, I had all her music. She was awesome. And who else there was? Chocolate Milk. Did we know they was white for a while? Nope. Chocolate Milk used to throw down. And what's the group? The 2-man group. Hall and Oates.
Oh yeah.
Sarah Smile, something like that.
I kind of did. I kind of did know they was white, but they still jammed though.
Mm-hmm. If you was a DJ, you probably would have knew all of that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so I had a little insight.
Yeah, all that used to come on the black radio. Yeah. And I just never even knew a question or thought none of them people was white.
Yeah.
Until I got a little older, and then I found out all these people was white. I used to like Phil Collins too.
Yeah.
Journey,
Hmm.
all of that. Shit.
Yeah, I think when videos came out, I think I was a little bit more open to listening to them because I think if those songs came on the radio, even if it was a black radio station, I don't think I might have been. I probably wouldn't be nodding my head, but since I was looking at the video, because the only thing I was doing was waiting on the next Michael Jackson video after that video go off.
Devastating.
What?
I just knew I was gonna marry Michael Jackson when I was a kid. That was gonna be my husband. I was in love with Michael. You couldn't have told me. I was a kid, y'all. Oh Lord. Then he came out with Thriller.
Yeah.
And I begged my daddy for that jacket and that glove. Do you know my daddy bought me the cheapest red leather jacket? It wasn't even leather, it was pleather.
No.
But I wore that jacket all year. You couldn't have told me I wasn't gonna be his wife.
Yeah, that was just about all the girls in America, boy, at the time.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. And you know, he was a fully grown man, and we was like, you know, young and in love with Michael Jackson.
Right.
But that's just how it was, you know, back then. I love Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
I just thought he was, you know, I don't know what I really was thinking when I was a kid, but I just know I love Michael Jackson. I practiced every dance move.
Hmm.
I guess in case I ran into him, I would know how to dance.
Yeah, he had like my mom's generation, because when I was born, ABC just came out. They had just came out, and it was no other young black acts besides Stevie Wonder that was out. So she went through it in her teens.
I love the Jackson 5. I love Michael when he went solo. That Off the Wall album.
Yeah, that was the first album I bought with my own money.
Man, that Off the Wall album was
Yeah,
beast.
I folded that boy. I almost got in a fight over that album, boy.
How?
Try to sneak it out. I had to put the record in another album cover, thinking I wasn't gonna know.
Playing them games. Huh?
Yeah.
Off the Wall. That dude just got so many hits. I play so much of his music still to this day. Listen, my daughter, she's 23. One of her favorite songs when she was like 8 was PYT. She used to be like, pretty young thing. That's how much I play Michael. All my children love Michael Jackson.
Everybody
And
knows.
Luther Vandross.
Everybody know Michael Jackson ain't gonna never go out of style.
And shoot, my 12-year-old son, you singing it because we just play it so much around the house, you know. I put it on, and I'll put the video on YouTube on the TV, and I be trying to do the little dances, and he be right there with me sometimes. Sometimes he just sit there and laugh at me, but sometimes he be right with me. Michael has some great hits. I don't think nobody had as many hits as this man. You know.
Did you see?
You know.
Did you see the Janet Jackson documentary? I think it was on Hulu.
No.
I think it was Hulu or Netflix.
No, I really been kind of busy, so I haven't been really watching any TV, honestly. Um, I haven't been gotten a chance to watch any, and I'm not going to work tomorrow because I have appointments. I gotta bring people to the um doctor's appointments, and so I've been doing a little ripping and running like that, but just trying to get everybody situated in here. So, no, my husband grilled today. He cooked a brisket and some bratwurst. I mean, a huge brisket. So I cut it in half. I'm gonna freeze half of it. I'm like, who's gonna eat all of this meat?
Creole.
Hey, that's Creole up here.
You in the club, Creole? Sound like he was in his car or something.
Is that Soccer Creole? Yeah, I want him to come up. You know what? I think I've been getting him confused with Sock Posse. Because he was going off one day in the chat, right? And I was like, this not him. Why is he doing this? He don't talk like this. And I see him tonight going in on Black Zion. And I'm like, then Sock came in, he was like, hey, just passing by to say hi. I'm like, oh my God, I think I get them confused.
Yeah, they both.
It's Sock Posse and Sakura Creole, right?
They're both Haitian.
Yeah, but I'm saying I think I get them confused sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean one of them don't go in. And obviously I got the wrong one confused because the other day I was like, this not you. Why is you talking like this? And he was like, you don't know me, mule. And I'm like, what you mean I don't know you? I don't know. But it was funny to me tonight when I saw a Sock Posse and I was like, oh Lord. I'm talking to Creole like he's Sock Posse. So they're both Haitians. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that. And I did hear him say something about that's my Haitian brother or something. I don't know. I think Sock Posse, he live in Florida or something, right? Wasn't he on a boat or was that Creole?
Yeah, I think it was. I think that was Creole on boat.
Yeah, I think I get them confused.
Yeah. He must still got the music going. He said it was early. He was at an outing watching the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, I tried to figure out did anybody else have any activities or go out, but it looked like people don't go out. People are not going out. They're staying online. They're being I don't know if it's what do you call that word? Introvert?
introvert, extrovert.
Yeah.
I took and made some Hennessy and popcorn yesterday. That turned out pretty good. Some popcorn balls. Y'all ever eat them?
Made with Hennessy?
Yeah,
I ain't never had that.
yeah. I made some of that yesterday.
How do you make that?
With brown sugar, butter. You can make it any kind of way. You'll make a caramel popcorn ball.
Mm.
And I just cook off the Hennessy in the sauce. Pour the Hennessy in the sauce and let it cook down a little, and then I just pour it over the popcorn and stir it up.
Oh.
It's like a glaze on top of everything, like a sweet glaze.
Oh, okay. So not before you pop it.
No, no. But a lot of people like stuff like that. I really don't like it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just make that when people ask me to make it.
Yeah.
My son was on the grill today. He think he a grill master.
Oh, okay.
He helped my husband do the brisket and the meat they cooked today.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you saw Miss Baum grandson making cookies last night, or yeah.
Yeah, the peanut butter cookies.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was great. Yeah.
I told her, I said that's like it's smart that she recorded it
Yeah.
with him, because that's like a memory you'll always have, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like doing stuff like that. I was trying to get my grandson to practice writing his name, which I know he only 2. So he can't do it, but I still, practice get him to practice holding the pencils and stuff. And he scribbled all over the page because he don't want me to hold his hand. He's so independent and he think he knows so much. He like jack the pencil and like, I got it, grandma. And so he do it, just scribble all over the page. And they gonna say, yeah, we did it. I'm like, it's nothing but scribble scrap.
Yeah.
But I like for him to just really write. Right now I'm practicing him to hold it the correct way. So, but he loves to I give him coloring books and stuff, and he loves to scribble all over the page. So that's just really me getting him to be adjusted to writing.
Mm.
He probably won't actually learn how to write because he don't turn 3 until February, so he won't probably actually start writing until next year. But it's just practice holding stuff.
Yeah.
But he cocky, devastating. He do not want you to like help him trace his name or nothing. He think he can do it all himself.
Yeah.
I said this one here gonna be a headache for me to teach him stuff.
Yeah, don't force him though. I mean, you see what
Yeah.
his reaction is. Because I guess he feel it, since you holding my hand, you might as well do it. You might as well do it.
Yeah.
So once he understands the concept of staying in a line, it'll come around. Don't try to rush it. A lot of people try
Yeah,
to.
no. I don't try to rush it. I think it's so adorable
Yeah.
that he tell me afterwards, we did it, grandma. I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, boy, okay. I'm like, all right. I just clap with him. He is a hilarious kid. I'm telling you, he hates to get in the tub because he hates to stop doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
Then he hates to get out the tub. It's like, the water was so cold. I mean, I had to clean up the whole bathroom, dry everything up. He loves to swim in that bathtub. And I think Sugar Plum put it in the chat. So she was like, they say we don't like water. She said she think that was some slavery, dig,
Yeah, they try to put that on us, like we try to stay away from water. No, we always been around water. Our bodies are made, 72% of our body is water. Most of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And little kids love the tub. They
Right.
love the
Same.
tub.
Yeah.
So that's real natural for them, I mean, like I said, he don't like getting in, but then when he get in, he cries and cut up getting out. So
it's not that he don't like to get in it. It's just like whatever he's doing, he don't want to interrupt it right then and there.
yeah, that's you're exactly right. Because once he get in, and you bathe him, oh my God, you just sit there and wait for him to finish,
Yeah.
playing.
Yeah, yeah, I remember I had all that rubber duckies and all that shit. I had all that shit.
Yeah, I have all kind of ducks. I have all kind of stuff that float in the water for him to play with.
Yeah.
So that's another reason why it's fun time with him. He don't like getting out that tub. But I try to do all of that so when my daughter-in-law, when they come get him, her and my son, they work so hard, work longer hours.
Yeah.
When they come pick him up, she could just enjoy him. He already fed, he already clean,
Give him a little head start, yeah.
Yeah, don't got to do too much for him.
Yeah.
But he have a bad sleep pattern because they get off so late. And then, of course, they want to spend time and play with him. So they let him stay up late at night.
Yeah.
And, he stays up real late with them because that's their time together, I guess,
Yeah. So I seen you went live earlier on your topic.
Yeah, why you ain't come past through and holler at me?
Got
Oh,
distracted.
Mr. Kev came through. It was it was eventful. I will say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think most of that is just talking points. People have
I think it is.
yeah.
Even y'all, you and Bomb, y'all did a review of that Fox Soul thing.
Yeah, Cynthia G and Dr.
Yeah, and Uma.
Yeah.
And I think everything was okay for me until he said on segment 3, he said Black women have been the biggest advocates or something like that for white supremacy. And it just really irritated me,
Yeah, they don't have nothing
and nobody addressed that comment. I'm like, that's some bullshit if I ever heard it.
I think they when he was first saying it years ago, because like you said, all they did was both of them rehashed their talking points, for which they've been.
Yeah, but why would he say that? And why was that not checked and addressed? Like, why would you say something like that on such a large? That was so irresponsible for you to put that out there and say that we help white supremacy. And he was like basically saying because the guy who came on my panel, Cold Black, and he was like, yeah, because you guys assimilated with white people and y'all follow their lead and y'all got their jobs and y'all do this here. And I'm like, that's what our men told us to do. That's what Dr. King, we marched that. The whole civil rights thing was for integration. We were taught to assimilate, right? Into their culture. And then you want to be mad that we assimilate? Like, this is what I be saying. The shit in this world be so confusing. Like, we were told that was the way to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, like I said, none of it was based on the topic, war on Black men by other Black men. I mean, the question was asked in the first 5 minutes, and then that was all. That was the only thing that was covered by war on Black men by Black men. The rest of the show was Cynthia G versus Dr. Umar and both of their talking points. She had her talking point. He had his talking point. That was the show. And the other guy was a Hebrew Israelite, so he couldn't really get his talking points out real good. And the other person got their talking points out, so that was that.
I don't know if it's a war on Black men. And I kind of agree that if it is a war, it is
Well,
them
first of
against
all, using the
themselves.
word war is aggressive because we looked up the definition tonight, and
Mm-hmm.
you're going to use the word war. You have to identify whoever is being armed with something, somebody has to have a weapon, point blank. You can't use the word war without using one of the groups having a weapon. So who has the weapon? So obviously, the majority of the population, if they're talking about the US, black men in America as a whole is not fucking gunning down other black men on any type of level.
You don't think so?
Not how they're talking about it. They didn't specify a particular group.
I don't know, devastating. I mean, in New Orleans,
You have to give me
it'd be
numbers.
3-4 murders a day on black men. Chicago, oh my God, it'd be disgusting. They be having 60 people shot in a weekend.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous. And that's all black on black everywhere.
Yeah, we can go through the numbers in the black community of people getting murdered by other people that are black, but that is not the majority of black community as a whole.
No, but it is the majority of our murders are committed by each other, right?
I will agree if you are around a bunch of black people and if you commit murder, then and most likely then the victim is going to be black. So I mean that goes without saying. I don't understand the purpose of identifying that if you commit a crime, the person that you commit a crime against is going to be somebody that looks like you. I mean
that's true. And I think that's true with all races. I get what you're saying.
What I'm saying.
But I just feel like if you're gonna say that there is a war, because Umar and all of them was saying that there definitely is a war on black men, but they want to go all the way to white supremacy in the 60s. I do think all of that play a part, but I think that's so far off. I think if you look at crack era and I'm talking about just in my time, it was us doing the shit to each other. I'm gonna just keep it real. And it was always, so far as the violent part, it was always, the guys against the guys. Some of it was on business deals going bad, or, but some of it was just on animosity. Like Negro stepped on my shoes, just the weirdest, weakest shit. Teenage boys just high-headed and offing each other. In Chicago, they got all these little yummies and all these babies just out here drilling people. So, I mean, I think it's...
Hey, Mr. Keelan, how are you?
Hey, Mr. Keeler. Hey, sweetheart. I just think it's a myth that people don't want to ever shine a light on what our community really is doing bad to itself. That's what I'm saying. And I think that's why it never can be solved, because it's a shame thing that we don't really want to talk about. We don't want to put the blame on ourselves. We want to put the blame on everybody, but not saying that we're doing it to ourselves. And the truth is, we're doing it to ourselves. Our people are doing it to ourselves. Straight up.
I have to agree with you, Mule. I mean, I'm from Baltimore, and I'm telling you, black men are black men's worst enemies. They're killing each other. Period.
Yeah. I tell you this, and I don't want nobody
You
to
can't
judge
even go to a funeral without somebody dying at a funeral. Or it was this little boy. I'm sorry, but it was this little boy. He was I think what school he went to. He went to Merville High School. He got good grades and all of that. Everybody looked up to him. He was a good athlete. He got into it with another young man in his school. And I think later on, he shot him up, and now his life is just gone. And I mean, that's just the story. That's a regular occurrence here. That's just everyday life. And not
Yeah,
to mention, honestly, like I know people don't like to hear it, but now it really has been an uptake on, violence when it comes to just even women, elderly women, young women, little girls, period. Like it's just, mm, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Hey
yeah, I
everybody,
think
what
it's
y'all talking
true.
about?
What's up, Miss Miller?
Hey, Mella.
Hi everybody, what y'all talking about? I just tuned in, like literally just now. You know, Cinderella had to get home before midnight, so I just tuned in. And I didn't bother to listen what y'all was talking about or read the chat. I just hopped on, and thank goodness somebody accepted me, and thank goodness.
You know, uh, I forget how we even got on this conversation because I was just listening, but it made me jump up on the piano.
But I wanted to say this to you, Tequila. You know, I think you're right because last year we went to a funeral for a family member, and this boy was 17, and he got shot up like a bunch of times. And at the funeral, all his friends, these gangster like kids, they was children really, but it was like shooting outside the funeral, outside the church. It was ridiculous. And
Yeah.
and they all had these t-shirts and it said live like and had the boy name in it, die like. And I'm saying, how depressing would that be to be like live like him and die like him? Like he was such a good soldier. Y'all want to live and die like he was 17, he was a baby. Like that's not something good to tell yourself that you want to live like him and die like him. I thought that was the weirdest shit. Like,
Yeah, it's weird and it's scary all at the same time. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Or
Maybe it's
something.
different in different regions. But Mela, we talking about like how how in the black community how black men are black men's worst enemies, like how they're kind of hurting each other, they're killing each other.
Well, hopefully it's isolated incidents, and the most like when it comes to advertising the bad news, that there's a term called the squeaky wheel gets the oil. I think a lot of times abnormal circumstances are being highlighted more so than normal circumstances.
So what?
no,
What?
I think that it keep getting perpetuated because black people are so ashamed we don't want to ever talk about it. You know, we only
Yeah.
want to talk about the white supremacy aspect. We want to talk about what other things are unfair and unjust for us, but we never want to say what's going on with us. You know what
That's
I'm
what I
saying?
was. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier tonight with someone.
What you
I,
were
I
saying?
I would like to see us as black people, come together and discuss some of the things that we're doing to ourselves more because it is hurtful to see other black people just hurt each other and they don't have any regard for life.
Yeah, and it's just like I cried, when I saw George Floyd, get ended that way. It was just horrific. But yeah, it breaks my heart when I see on the news all these young boys, and then they'll show a picture of them, and they be looking like babies to me, and that shit just it hurt me. I don't be want to see that. I don't be want to see our kids getting, and they ain't even really experienced life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all doing all of this shit like y'all But y'all don't even know what life about yet. Now this kid life is gone, and then the other one, when they catch him, his life is wrong because he gotta go to jail. It's just, it is really,
It's sad. It's just
it's
sad.
sad. The shit is sad.
A lot of times, I don't even know how to say this because I'm not trying to bring up another cliche. What I'll say is that, men like Kev and Dev, they reference that when you forget your past, you're doomed to repeat it. Kev, for instance, he's not going to let anyone forget how they kidnapped and hung and took souvenirs of different body parts from our ancestors down in Louisiana. He's not gonna ever let anybody forget, the nature of that type of evil that still persists. And when it comes to our own doing it to each other, that's a whole nother level that I can't understand myself other than to attribute it to substance abuse. A lot of these young people, they're getting on drugs because they're under the impression that it's fun. That's how they start off. And before you know it, they become hooked, and while it's frying up their brain, they're making ill-mannered decisions that lead to crimes and just saying stuff off the wall. There are people like that t-shirt or that you mentioned. Only a ill-minded person would do that. Live like him, die like him, and he was
Yes.
murdered.
And I was just like, I was so
That's an
offended.
ill-minded person that wants to convey that type of message.
What's up,
Most
everybody?
likely they're on drugs.
Yeah. Hey,
What's
Uncle
up?
Creole.
How
What's
are
Uncle
you?
Creole? What's going on with you?
What's up, Mule? What's happening?
Hold on, why he get all the energy?
Girl, because remember, he's been showing out.
I'm just kidding. Hey, Sakatra.
Creole, is you been showing out? And I don't know if I'm getting you confused with somebody. I think maybe I'm thinking you sock passe. I'm so sorry. Because I told you something the other day in a chat. I was like, this not you. Do you remember that? And you was like, stand down, mule.
People do confuse sock passe with Sakatra for some reason.
Is that
I've
true?
seen it in the chat room. I was like, what are they doing?
Creole. Did he go out?
Now, sock passe is Haitian Creole. Sakatra, I'm not sure if he's Haitian or not.
I think that was
I got Haitian
earlier that they
lineage.
both.
You got what, baby?
I don't know. I think
Yeah,
he's
I
going
got
out.
Haitian lineage. My great granddad.
Okay, so you're the one with the Haitian lineage. Okay. So
do you
Passe,
remember going off in the chat?
I knew one of you were Haitian lineage.
What's going on with you? Do you normally do that? I don't think I ever saw you cutting up like this before.
Cutting up.
Is that old fashioned? What I gotta say? I don't know. What's a young term? Cap. What you was doing? I don't know. Don't laugh at me, devastate. Cutting up. That's how we used to say it. I see you was just going in the chat, and I'm like, not you. And you told me stand down, mule. I was like, this not you, brother.
No, Sharice was in there. If I say something about Cynthia G, her little minions want to come in and try to jump on me. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I had to, when
Have
I
you
say
ever
something.
seen Sharice?
No, I ain't seen no Sharice. I don't even know her.
She is so beautiful.
She talking about something I need to rebuttal what I'm saying.
I
Like,
think
I
if you
don't
saw
even
her,
know
you
you.
would
What
not
you
have that kind of, because she is so pretty. And guess what? She's young, she's single, and guess what? She likes tequila. She's scared to date. She think all the guys are going crazy. So I mean,
What do you think that's
she's
about? That these young women are scared to date? What's that
I
about?
don't know. Tequila's answer.
I'm
I've
telling
been
you,
out to dating.
I'm telling you, it's not like how it was when you all were young.
I
I
don't
don't
know, but
know.
you know,
You make
she
it
like
seem like they're all
23, and she was like,
werewolves.
I don't want to date nobody. I just stay home and go to work and come home and go on YouTube. And I'm like, girl, you so pretty. Like, you don't go nowhere. She was like, this scare me. I'm
Like
oh
they're
my God.
werewolves or something.
That's why I'm like, y'all need to leave Sharice alone, because Sharice, any guy who get with her is gonna get a good girl, because she really just be home anyway. If she not at work, she is on YouTube. So I think she might hear a little too much stuff from Cynthia G. She might need to take a break and listen to other stuff. That's why I asked her to come to Bomb Channel here, so she can have fun and not see that all the guys on YouTube is so negative, because sometimes, because she was heavy into those manosphere chats. So I think she just really think all the guys on YouTube, is just exactly like that. But
They're
yeah,
so
she a real pretty
forceful.
girl.
It's unattractive how forceful they are.
Yeah, and I think that's in her.
Mhm.
She think that's the part of the real life, but she don't go anywhere. She just, she go she hit the link and go live, and she be like with certain groups that we used to be at. They closed their channel down now, but
And the
she's a
way the
real pretty girl.
manosphere gets
Mhm.
down, they believe that women like forceful men. That is crazy to me. They actually believe, and it doesn't even have to be a man that tags himself as manosphere. There is a consensus that Black women like mean men. No, we don't. We enjoy
No.
pleasantries, just like any
Yeah.
normal human being. My God,
Yeah.
it's the whole thing about our reputation as being strong and how that's being misconstrued the wrong way amongst Black men. Oh, since y'all so strong, then you could take me being forceful. You can take me being belligerent. You can take me being an asshole. And it's like, I'm sorry, that's not what normal human beings like. Okay. And they will push
It's
it on
really
you and
not.
push it on you like, come on, come on, you with the effery. I've heard someone say this. I can have a very even tone, tranquil conversation, and then they'll ask about Cynthia G. Well, what do you think about Cynthia G? I think she's conducting her livelihood according to her schedule. Oh, come on. See, you with the sisterhood. You on that bullshit. Just say she on that bullshit. Just say it. Just say it. That's like, I'm not your puppet. I'm not. Like, what are you doing? And that's the thing. It's the pushiness.
I think Cynthia G has a real purpose.
Well, it's
I
not
think,
even about her. It could be anybody. My point
but
is,
I'm just saying,
it's
it's
the
so much
pushiness.
manosphere talk. I just think she just the opposite. I think she just take everything they say and flip it back toward theirs. I don't
Whatever
even
she's
hear
doing,
nothing different.
okay. Whatever she's doing, she's conducting her livelihood as successfully as she can possibly do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is not
But
a
I just
hobby for
think
her.
she's the completely opposite of whatever they say. I'm gonna say it back, but
I'm starting to regret that I even brought her name up. I was trying to bring up an example about the manosphere and how they think that Black women are attracted to mean men, and that's not the case. But yeah, we could talk about Cynthia G. Yeah, she takes it and flips it around, just like you said. She takes anything that their talking points and narratives are, and she flips it right back on them, and she does it better. She's conducting her livelihood on schedule. That's what she's doing. It's no secret that she's making a living off this stuff. So why wouldn't she go for the gusto? No matter
I think
what it
all
is.
of them is just brainwashing all of America, and all of them is just doing it for money because. But at the
Do
same
you
time,
think
they
they're
really
selling their soul by saying
hell
things
yeah,
that they don't really
everybody.
believe?
Yeah, a lot of it. I really do. And like Sweet Tequila, like Sweet Sharice, y'all got all these here, women just scared of men now, like because they're not being regular dudes, and they got all these here weird. Listen, when you meet somebody, you're gonna say, oh, they look nice, right? You think, oh, he cute, right? And then when they talk to you nicer, you might be like, oh, he's funny, or I like him. It's just natural. Not everybody you meet you're gonna like. That's just common sense. So I think
Now I also heard quiet as it's kept. There is this one particular guy who's in the midst of controversy. I've been listening to English stations. They don't say controversy, they say controversy. But anyway, he's in the midst of controversy, however you want to potato it. The thing is, he's saying that no man is nice. If he's being nice, it's because he's trying to get some money or some sex. Like, there's no such thing. Basically, his message is there's no such thing as a good man, because they operate off of a primal nature. They prioritize their primal nature. And if they have to conduct themselves as a nice guy to get what it takes to satisfy their primal nature, then they'll play that role until they get what they want. And then they'll turn around on you. Back to their primal nature.
That's a weirdo, and he's trying to teach that to other weirdos.
I'm so glad you said that without me mentioning his name. Now, why do I get the feeling? Why do I get the feeling if I mention his name, you might change your story?
Tell me.
It's Rue.
Rue crazy.
Yes, he is. He's super crazy.
Y'all know Rue crazy.
He's super crazy. He's not just crazy. He's super crazy.
I don't believe Rue believe half of the stuff he be saying. He just funny.
I think he wants to believe it.
Listen, I don't think he believes half of the shit he
wants to believe it because it protects his ego to believe that when a woman rejects him, or whatever the case, or when a woman doesn't reject him, I think it's a defense mechanism. I think that when it comes to, and I'm not gonna talk like I know the guy. I've exchanged sentences with him over a period of years, so I've never talked to him, behind the scenes or nothing like that. My point is, having exchanged sentences with him over a period of time, and listen to his live streams occasionally and how he expresses himself, I think that he is in defense mechanism mode at all times. I think whatever he does is whatever he can lasso in as a defense. Like, he has a hedge of defense around him, and that's his protection, because and you can't really blame him or anybody else for conducting themselves that way online when you really think about it.
I don't know. I like Rue crazy. Rue just be coming up with all kinds of
now we
theories.
get into you like, okay, so you like
come up with all these weird
you said the person that thinks like that is a sicko, and now that it's him that conveys that sentiment, and you said you like him, so you like sickos, right?
I just think he's funny. That's what I think.
You like sickos.
Well, maybe if that's what you're trying to go at, Mella.
Well, let's put the pieces together.
I think he just
let's find out.
Shit talking. Put it like that. Yeah, I think he's a shit talker.
Well, okay. No, I'm glad this is important. How does is funny prioritizing? Is funny that much of a priority for us as Black people? Because remember, Richard Pryor is funny. Flip Wilson with his dress wearing ass being Geraldine. Okay, people thought that was funny. Okay, so like, what is it that we're talking about when we accept people because they're quote unquote funny? You know what I'm saying? How does it enrich our people as a culture, as a race, as an ethnicity, because somebody's funny? And then I'm not just speaking about him. I'm talking about like just all the legends that are known to be quote unquote funny. When you think about half of them were, sold out to be in a dress just to make some money, but it was funny, right? So when we see, people dressing their children at 5 years old, a male child in a dress, that's not funny, but here it is back in the Flip Wilson Geraldine days. We thought that was funny. You know what I'm saying? So are we really contributing to our own presentation to not be taken seriously as a people, since we think everything is funny? And that's a legitimate question. And I'm not, if you can believe it, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm trying to develop a topic if possible. Why is it that we take funny as something to prioritize above substance, like serious, serious topics that can build our people? Funny doesn't build us up. That's my point. Why is it that we prioritize funny when funny doesn't build us up? That's my point.
Can I answer?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
I just feel like it's a time to laugh. It's a time to cry. It's a time to work. It's always a different time, right? I don't feel that a man wearing a dress like Flip Wilson or Martin or any of these characters messes up the society. Or Medea. I don't really believe that, because there's so many white comedians, right? That played in these roles, that were men that played in those roles. Mrs. Doubtfire and just so many countless white men, right? We don't judge them like we judge black men when they do it. I just think that, listen, comedy is comedy. And when you're doing an act, doing that's a separate thing from serious business. So what I don't like is, I have no problem with that, really. But I do have a problem when they try to make those people turn into the leaders. I have a problem when they want actors and comedians and people that are not scholars or real activists to be the leaders. So I don't have a problem with them doing what they do for a living. If you're a comedian and that's the way you're going, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, that's cool. I remember Dick Gregory was running for president. I didn't realize he had gotten so many votes back in the day. So that's a perfect example of someone, just because they're funny, that doesn't mean that they can't pursue serious endeavors that lead our people in the right direction. So I agree.
No, I'm not saying that, but I do feel like they also push that narrative, a mainstream narrative. Sometimes that's not always good for us.
Did you know that Dick Gregory ran for president?
Yes, I did. I know he ran for president. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was a comedian, so people can change.
I was gonna say that I think that people choose laughter over pain. So I guess it's just a way to cover up what you're truly feeling. I know that's how a lot of Black people, how we deal with a lot of stuff. We just laugh.
I get my sense of humor from a lot of war ruminations, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times I don't want to think about my past military experiences, so I've developed a very interesting sense of humor. It's very keen, it's different. It's different.
I agree with you, Tequila, because I have this thing with myself that I can hear something horrible and sometimes I would chuckle, and I get mad with myself because I'm like, this is not funny, and I'm not chuckling. I don't know if it's a nervous laugh or sad. I don't know what it is, but I will hear myself.
My mother does that. It is
laugh, and even sometimes, Mella, when I'm crying, my husband will be like, "Are you crying or laughing?" And I will be crying, y'all. But it's just the way it sounds. It's just like it's hard, So I do think that yeah,
And
you
it
can
comes
try
from,
to cover
yeah,
laughter with pain. Yeah.
absolutely, yeah. I didn't turn out to be that type of person, but my mother, she has laughed at things that weren't funny, and she really can't explain why. That's just her
Me
response.
either. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And it's sick though. I would actually start laughing like when it's something that's just really inappropriate and I'm not even trying to laugh. I'm just like I could be frustrated or something and I'll be like, oh my goodness. I just chuckle a little. Or sometimes I can be like crying, and I promise you, people have asked me, "Are you crying or are you laughing?" They'll see tears, but I'm, the way it sounds is like I'm
Yeah.
laughing. I'm like, I don't have a clue why it's like that with me.
That means you've been through a lot, Miss University, a lot that you have yet, and you are not obligated to mention when you
You
have.
know what? I am
Because
an
my mother
empath,
has been through a lot.
but you know what? I don't know if I've just so much been through a lot, but I'm a type of person. People will come and tell me these stories in real life, y'all. And I get close to people and then they tell me all kind of horrible stuff. And the bad thing with that is I internalize it and I keep it. And I hold so many people I've met, in 35, all these years that I've been living in different states. And I've just met countless of people and they tell me some deep things that done happened to them. And I kind of internalize it. And so even if I didn't actually physically went through things myself, it still hurts me, regardless. Like I can hear you tell me something painful and you crying, I'm crying with you. Like seriously, like if you telling me something heartbreaking, I'm crying for you. And I don't just think about it that when it's not like when I leave you, it's over with for me. I'm actually internalizing and I keep those thoughts and memories. So yeah, a lot of times I do have to like meditate and try to release some of that negative energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't
I
know if
think
I just have a face like that, but I have all kind of people just come and tell me all their business. And when they tell it to me, I honestly hurt for them. I
I've
honestly
never
care.
I've never seen anybody laugh at a funeral. Um, but I do know that people have that type of thing about them where they laugh at things that are inappropriate. However, I've not ever seen anybody, like somebody's reading a eulogy or something and somebody just start laughing, and it could be because they remember the good times about that person, but that's an inappropriate place to, start chuckling just because you remember the good times. So I don't think anybody's that bad that I've ever met. Um, I don't know if anybody's ever met like that where, somebody's reading a eulogy. Because I've seen this on a movie before where somebody was just reading their eulogy and bringing up different situations. I forgot what the situation was in the movie, but the person in the pew just start, oh man, just that kind of thing, and start laughing. And people look like you're not supposed to be laughing at a funeral. Like, what are you doing? So I've never experienced anybody doing it like that. Though.
I tell you what, when I saw those shirts
I
saying live
have.
like him and die like him, I
Really?
kind of chuckled and I was pissed. I wasn't chuckling because it was a happy. I was like, it was unbelievable. Like, really? Like, did y'all parents approve these shirts? Like, who would put something like that on a t-shirt and get it made? Like, it was just too much for me. It was too much for me. And I think I
That
did
was a
chuckle.
wild shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, but this here was not one person. This was a whole group of guys who had these shirts made for their friend, their homie
They were
that got.
probably on drugs.
I-
It's
listen,
possible they were on drugs. It's possible, that they were. It's possible because I mean, who that doesn't make any sense for somebody to make a shirt like that.
yeah,
Are we giving our youth consent to indulge in activities that's deemed for adults, like drinking alcohol, bleeding over to using drugs as recreation? I'm just talking about under 18. That's all I'm talking about.
What do you mean giving them leeway? Are we giving them leeway or do they just do it?
I'm talking about as a society.
I don't know. I mean, I ain't giving them no leeway to do that shit. I don't even, do no drugs. Shit. I don't even do weed, but I mean, I don't know what these people doing. They gotta be doing something because this shit ain't normal. I can tell you that much. I don't know what they're doing.
You ain't never smoked the blunt, Muriel?
No, I don't do none of that.
Mm.
No. I think me and my husband is gonna start doing that. Maybe in about 5 years. He always
I'm
say we're
thinking
gonna
about
start.
smoking
In
weed.
5 years.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
I'm like, why should the young people have all the fun?
You got a blunt schedule? God damn, that's fucked up.
I don't know if I
Schedule.
want to smoke it. I don't think we're gonna smoke it. I think it's gonna be like a oil or something. He was telling me like
Yeah, you can make a
you
cake
chew
out
it,
of
you
it.
chew it up,
Yeah, I eat edibles.
Yeah, you can make
Yeah,
a
that's
good
what we're gonna start doing. We're gonna do that.
It lasts
Yeah.
longer.
I'm gonna be smoking.
I don't want to really just smoke
people.
it.
Some people don't have to smoke. Some people don't have to get high. They got like a natural high. But yeah, some people act different, when they on marijuana. It just depends. Some people paranoid, some people not.
Well, I have a thing in my knee, arthritis in one of my knees, and
It help out with that stuff like
so
that too.
yeah, they've been saying that, but I don't
Appetite.
want to do it while I'm working. I always say that whenever I start, we do that. I don't want us either to have a job or something that we gotta,
Yeah. True. Some jobs do have it.
I want to do it to help me sleep
Oh,
without
it'll help you
dreaming.
sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to dream. I just want to sleep. And every time I go to sleep, I dream, and it's like
You be dreaming, Mella?
I be dreaming, man.
Damn, I don't even dream. I probably have a dream tonight, but I don't dream like that.
Yeah, they say when you smoke weed, you don't have dreams. So that's
I wasn't dreaming when I didn't smoke.
I dream.
You do?
Yeah.
My sister says she don't dream. But when she stopped smoking weed for a couple of years, she started having just lucid dreams. Not she didn't have nightmares or nothing, but she said when she smoked weed, she just sleep. It's peaceful and restful, and she wake up all right. Now I don't know who her source is, so that's my problem. It's like I need a reliable source. I'm not, just
I don't trust people from the streets.
I don't know what she get it from.
I only get it because people be lacing too much stuff nowadays. So
I have no idea where she gets it from. And all she does is say, well, he was straight when I was getting it from him, because she doesn't smoke anymore. She doesn't smoke marijuana anymore. And I guess, that's her thing. But when she did, she said, she slept real good. So that's an attractive feature. But she can't tell me what this guy is to this day. She has no idea what that guy is. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. She was like, I'm sure somebody knows somebody. I was like, look, girl, I'm not trying to be on that somebody knows somebody stuff. Where's the guy that was, doing what you had? Shit. She don't know where he is. So I'm just in between waiting, I guess. I don't know. Now, from what I understand, the VA might be able to prescribe marijuana. That would be an interesting request. When they ask you on the form, like, what's the nature of requesting this appointment? You're like, I'm trying to get some weed. That would be tripped out, but I don't know. I got to ask another veteran how How is it in the event that they get medicinal marijuana? Like, how did they go about doing it? Do you have to already have some type of ailment, or can you just go in there and request it?
I think you can. I think you can just go request, especially if your state has like different locations where they sell marijuana, like legal marijuana.
All right. Well, I guess I got an appointment to make in the near future.
Hmm.
Like, what brings you in today? Well, I want some weed. Excuse me? I want some weed. Wait a minute, what did you say? I want some weed, damn it. Oh my God. I can just imagine it now.
Somebody gonna clip that. It's gonna be all over YouTube tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all want me to be voice clipped. I already figured that out. So I don't mind at this point.
But no, they got they got doctors out here. That's all they do. They don't do nothing else but write weed prescription.
Why do you think I get so exuberant sometimes? I'm aware that people are waiting for these voice clip moments. I'm already aware of that. You know, it doesn't bother me. It's interesting. You know, especially when you get somebody, what's his name? Well, I'm not gonna say his name because I admire him. He's a great voice editor. He will take a voice clip and make it last forever. He'll flip it and rub it down. He'll just take a voice clip and just, some people, they just take the regular voice clip. This person, they make an entire production out of a voice clip. He's a very talented video editor. Very talented. I just would petition that he has mercy on me in the event he decides to one day listen. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Voice clips, man. People build their channels off voice clips, That's interesting.
Yeah. I think I'm finally starting to get a little sleepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any thoughts about people that are anti, what do you call it? People that are against, they're mocking the Queen's death, basically. Queen Elizabeth, she's not my queen, but I'm just saying that was the title she's known for around the world. There are people, I'm trying to figure out what the term they use, like anti monarchists or something. They're walking around with signs disparaging her, and those people are getting their ass whooped. I've seen a couple of clips from Australia news sources of these anti-monarchists that, they would have signs in their business. They damn near destroyed the building. There's people walking around, making a mockery of her passing, and they got their ass whooped. Like, people jumped them for real, like stumped them the fuck out. Some people, it's like whether you like the woman or not, you don't have to be disrespectful because she passed. Like, that's crazy.
Well, we kind of touched on that earlier. It's kind of like saying that if you was to make a comment about Charles Manson or John Wayne Gacy, I mean, what's the difference? The British Empire imposed imperialism, colonization, and everything that comes with that throughout the planet. Not just America, not just Australia, not just Africa.
Well, I'm glad you touched on it earlier.
Yeah. So some people view it as celebrating her death, but people are expressing themselves how they want to. There are some YouTube channels that got taken down because of that title alone over the weekend. I was subscribed to 2 of them. They gone now.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I say everything's that shouldn't be done in public. Like if you didn't really care for the queen, I think that's a private conversation. I wouldn't be blasting it all over social media or outside of my business or something.
Yeah, the censorship is getting very, very, and it's being turned up a notch more and more. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people just. I mean, there's a lot of censorship now, more than ever.
Yeah,
A lot.
I did whole shows on it. British Empire, focusing in on her. I didn't receive negative feedback at the time. I mean, that was 2011 years back, but I wouldn't dare do it now on YouTube like I did it back then.
They had a whole lot of information scrubbed from the internet from back then.
Yeah.
There was stuff that I was able to look up in 2006, maybe 2008. I can't find it now. I just cannot.
Yeah, I'm still working on my hard drive. It's
I
not a
was
deep.
looking for the barcodes. There was this one expose about the barcodes leading to the so-called second coming, not the second coming, you know,
Yeah.
and all that other kind of stuff. And it really didn't make sense to me until I started paying a lot of attention to the timeline of how barcodes were brought into play as to how to just basically the structure of inventory
Yeah.
and how barcodes came into play. I just found that to be a fascinating documentary, and I can't find it at all. Not the one, not the one I saw. There are different variations out there now, but they're toned down compared to the way this one was.
Yeah.
Trying to open your mind about the timeline as to why certain innovations just came out of thin air. You know. They make it seem like it's a bunch of terrestrial beings just passing on like information. It was a tripped out documentary.
Yeah.
They're making it seem like a lot of these innovations and inventions that have accelerated in a short period of time is because extraterrestrials are passing people information. And they just made it so it was informative and corny at the same time. It was interesting.
Do y'all have any opinions on the Queen's passing? How they say about a lot of esoterical stuff and rituals? I know.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
Like
There's
it's
some
been a
people
lot of
arguing outside or something. That's why I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
there's been a lot of esoteric talk about her passing and when she passed.
Oh, the significance of the date?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't checked that out. That's interesting. Yeah, what's the correlation? Yeah, what's up with that? Like what, so what was her true time passing? Like, You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times they will express somehow the date and the time, but for her that didn't happen. From what I understand, they're just leaving it up in the air.
Yeah, but it's a lot of rituals that they was performing, how they went around that circle outside of Buckingham Palace 3 times, and then Charles, became king and he went up the steps of that palace. It's just a lot of number stuff and a lot of uh,
Gematria.
they call it sciences, but it's a lot of stuff that they do to kind of it's kind of like to bring good fortune, to make sure that economy. It was a lot of esoteric works. Rituals. Put it like that. It was a whole bunch. If you watched it and you know about it, it's a whole bunch of things that people do.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I already
Some people don't really go deep and think it's a ritual there, but you'll recognize it and think it's superstitions. I don't know, because from my culture in New Orleans, we had so many superstitions that we followed, and some people do just on a normal basis. So when you're watching all these things, you like, oh, that's what the old people used to do, like. If you gambling and you losing, turn that chair around 3 times. It's just all kind of things with that number 3, and I just watched a whole lot of stuff they kept doing, and it was just repetitive. So yeah, so it was a lot of different things I saw.
Yeah, that number 3 is significant in a lot of ways. Like, I don't know what it actually is supposed to mean because I'm not into numerology, but apparently it's significant enough that a lot of people like to believe in the number 3 as far as actions. A lot of people like to do it.
But to answer your question, no, I did not personally feel any kind of way after that date, because that does not signify that the British Empire will then withdraw or take a different route from what was already been set in place for centuries. So her passing does what? What does her passing do? It does nothing.
Yeah.
Charles has stepped in, and whatever that book, whatever that guide, whatever the policy is, if he don't follow it, I mean, he gonna be taken out. So, I mean.
Well, it was a lot of significance in her life because, when she took over, it was so much put on her shoulders, right? And they thought that because she was a young woman, that she would go more liberal because, at that time they was colonizing so many places, right? And she actually did an interview where she spoke kind of against it. But when it was her turn, when she took over as queen, because at first it was going to be her sister, remember? But then she wound up having to take the throne and become queen. She stuck with the old ways, right? She didn't shake nothing up or anything. So I do believe her son Charles kind of was like her before she took over the role. And I think a lot of people was kind of disappointed that she didn't let go of some of the strongholds in Africa and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. I follow it a little, as you can tell. I follow it, but I'm not too deep into it in the last, maybe 10 years. But I used to really study that family.
I would say that there were two time periods that made me interested. It was the Princess Diana time period, and it was the Meghan Markle. Other than that, I just remember Benny Hill. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much it for me. I don't really. I'm looking into it now because they picking on that Meghan Markle girl relentlessly. And I'm trying to find out if she actually did anything other than just breathe to piss them off. And it's just they just picking on her. They just picking on her. And
I don't think that Megan expected when she took on over that role that she would have so much work. What people don't know is those eras, those events where you always see them at, they're obligated. They can't turn down a lot of that stuff. That is part of their schedule. That is how they get paid, and that is what keeps them in a life. And I think Megan, coming from a civilian, she wasn't brought up where she was obligated to make all these appearances. And so I think she had went through a depression where, I don't know. I do think that it was a lot of stuff with her race and whatever, but I don't think she was ready to step into that type of oppression. To have every event, basically you commanded to do these things, even when you don't feel like it.
Her existence was outshining everybody else, and that just because they're wealthy, that doesn't mean they don't get jealous. Okay. And it's not like she just came in there and she was just unnoticed. Like, she was a big deal, in and of herself, integrating herself into that family. And they don't like to be outshined. They just don't. So they will try to, take people down a peg.
Yeah. And I think she outshined Kate. So that was the problem.
And that was right. And they made, that was not cool in their eyes. It was like, and she wasn't really doing anything extraordinary. She was just being herself. And being herself made her outshine people. And even the princess, or what's that, William's wife, and they weren't trying to have that. It was like, can't she just go in hiding? Like, why does she always? I don't know. They was just picking on the child. And it made her depressed because it was like,
yeah, she had to ask for permission to even leave the palace. And she said that when she asked, they were like, "You just left," and she was like, "That was 3 months ago." So just imagine, yeah, you live in a palace, but damn, I can't even go outside. I can't go do nothing. Like, damn.
Yeah, she didn't know it was going to be so restrictive. I can imagine. I know Michelle Obama was saying the same thing. It was like living in a fishbowl. You really couldn't, I wouldn't call it a prison, but it was like Obama, for instance. He mentioned when they said, after your second term, what's going to be the first thing you do? He said, "I'm going to drive a car." He said, I wasn't allowed, I'm sorry, not allowed. I wasn't allowed to just me and my wife just drive around. It's like he had to stay on the grounds. He didn't, even though he's president, he didn't have permission to do anything outside of that gate other than what was pre-orchestrated. You know what I mean? So Michelle's whole thing was just like, it was really weird when she said she's just going to enjoy the freedom. And that's, for some people, when they imagine a president and first lady not feeling free, that was a weird concept. That was a weird thing to say. It's like, She says she's gonna enjoy the freedom, you know. And really, there's only so much freedom she can have because they're still assigned secret service. So it's not like they can just, you know.
Hell yeah, because they still get death threats on their beautiful daughters. I mean,
Right.
it's
So
ridiculous because the FBI be releasing that stuff, and I mean, people still they be trying to take out Sasha. I mean, this is craziness, you
what
know.
was that
And
story about?
that was a few months back. I saw something where some weirdo people was trying to go to this girl's school, and I'm like, damn, you know, like they not even a president no more, and their kids still in danger. You know,
That is
that shit crazy.
I remember when he first became president and somebody tried to make baby dolls out of them, and he wrote a cease and desist, and I think he got threatened all to be damned. So, you know, that didn't come out. But it was some guy that was gonna make Sasha and Malia you know, baby dolls for commercial sale, and he shut that down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when he chose that, I know they're throwing their whole family into the limelight, but you got to remember, kids and stuff, they just dragged into it. They don't have a opinion, you know, in it.
But they didn't do that to Chelsea.
Oh yes, they did. I remember they used to
They
tease
did.
the way that girl looked. Yeah, I remember they talked about bad about the way that girl looked.
I
Hmm.
know the Bush twins, they were a bunch of little lushy girls, and they
Yeah,
swept
they
that
was
under the
always
rug.
talking about they were drunk and they were fast and wild, and
Yeah,
they
I
used to.
heard they were wild. I read rather they were wild.
Yeah, so I mean, they look for anything on these high profile, people, especially the president's kids. They're just gonna have anything. I think they had caught Malaya, the oldest one, with a joint one time on a picture.
No, I heard that was a cigarette, not a joint. Cause she was at a
No, it
little
was a joint.
concert, right?
Yeah, it
And
was
she
a
was trying
joint.
to twerk, and she had a cigarette or something smoking or whatever. I think she got a Caucasian boyfriend too from some wealthy family. And they are tall. Have you seen them lately?
Mm-mm.
Those girls are
Oh yeah,
tall.
yeah, I did see them. It's so funny to me because one looks just like the mom to me, and one looks just like the dad.
Isn't that amazing?
Hmm.
Yeah, that was eye catching. That was very eye catching. The eldest one looks like well, I
Michelle.
forgot who looks like what, but yeah, you're right. You're right. One looks
And
more
and the
like the
youngest
father
one,
and the
she
other
looks
looks like the
Sasha. She
mother.
looks just like her
It's really
daddy.
cute. But they are tall,
Mm.
child. They are tall. Because Barack, he's 6 feet. Michelle, she's about almost 6 feet. And their daughters are maybe, I won't say they're taller than they are, but they're up there, you know.
Mm.
Now, as far as sports, they put him in soccer. They never taught as far for Barack to love basketball so much. I don't know if he ever taught them basketball. I know they played soccer when they were children. But yeah, that's an interesting dynamic about how these people with these prestigious positions and how the children, they live a life of privilege, but at the same time, they're in a fishbowl too. They can't just, I mean, they're just by proxy famous. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
they can't just chill like a regular citizen,
Yeah, and I just hope they handle it well. I think before they have, because that puts a lot of pressure that you can't mess up as a teenager or nothing because it's going to be in the limelight. That got to be really aggravating, because kids make mistakes.
I'm sure they got access to the best therapists in the world, so I guess it'll be all right.
Yeah.
But you'll definitely need I mean, who doesn't need a therapist? I mean, but I'm just saying they they have access to the greatest talents on the planet, so I'm sure they'll be just fine. One way, unless they just want to make up an excuse to be miserable. Because you got some people, I was talking to somebody about this today, a dentist who makes approximately like almost $500,000 a year is whining about how stressful it was that his parents made him be successful. That's what his channel is about. You know, successful people have trauma too. The trauma of success. You know, that type of stuff. And it's like you don't want to judge them because everybody's a human being and they're entitled to their feelings. At the same time, it's like, come on, you know, you're successful.
Yeah, or look at the Michael Jackson. We were talking about them earlier. They hated Joe Jackson and talking about how he would whip their little ass to make them sing right and do. But I mean, if it wasn't for him, would we know?
Right? Would they be bums? Right?
You know what I'm saying? He
Would
got
they
their
be
ass out
looking
of Gary in the end? I'll tell you that much. He got him out of Gary in the end.
And I'm not saying that corporal punishment is what's necessary to do it. You know, but there are a lot of successful people that think that their childhood was unfair. Like a lot of successful people are saying that. You know, they got their own practice. There's this one guy who's a physician. He's into, I forgot what his channel is called, the Doctors Committee or something, the Physicians Committee or something like that. Every time he does a lecture, he makes the joke about how his mother prepared breakfast for them every morning, and he's just so he's real snarky about it. And I understand that, you know, he advocates for being a vegetarian. I get that. It's just that why is he using how his mother fed them as children, you know, as the butt of a joke? You know, I just think that a man of his intelligence could actually construct a different way to introduce his lecture. I think he's doing it on purpose because he has some type of and he would also say other things on his videos too about his upbringing, you know, how unreasonable.
Mella, I'm starting because I keep hearing all these people getting mad with their mamas.
Yeah, a lot of people are mad with their mama. A lot of people.
I'm starting to advocate for women to maybe drop these kids off with the baby Moses law. Just drop them off at fire stations and come back when they're 20 years old into the kid life. And I mean, because it's obviously it's nothing good your mama ever did for you.
It's like no matter what, they always blame the mama
you know,
about something.
drop their ass off, you know, and let's just, you know.
She could have been Leave It to Beaver's mother. And like, I'm sure, like, you know, Leave It to Beaver, I'm sure he's, you know, I mean, even with a perfect childhood, these people are still complaining about their mother. Yeah. The only people there are Italians that I have not ever heard them say anything crazy about their mother. You know, they might elaborate, you know, they might be lying saying she's a saint, you know. I doubt that she was a saint, but you know, they're not talking like, yeah, because I remember when she did this. But a lot of ethnicities, they just like really talk crazy about their mother.
And that shit weird to me. Like, damn,
like you
ain't
do
nobody
realize
perfect.
She didn't have to feed your ungrateful ass, right?
Yeah, go hungry, nigga.
The
You ain't
hell?
like the breakfast? Go hungry. I'm to the point where maybe they need to be dropped off.
And we're talking about normal parents. We're not talking about the abusive mothers. I'm talking about, you know, mothers that are adequate. I'm not talking about those, you know, out of their mind, you know, precious mothers, you know, like on the movie. I'm not talking about those types of mothers. Those are women that have to be shunned and you know, identified as lunatics and stuff. But I'm talking about mothers who aren't lunatics. Their children just still find some old snarky ass shit to say about them. I can't stand it when I'm with someone and they talk crazy about their mother. I can't stand that. You know, unless it's extenuating circumstances, then of course you have a right to, air your grievances. If it wasn't extenuating circumstances, like you just following the trend of everything's the mother's fault. And I think that's sort of a weak-minded way of doing things. I had to grow out of that myself when I was 19. When I was 19, I was comparing my family to television. Like, why isn't our family like this family? Why, and all that stuff. And it wasn't until I was in the military and I heard people's tragic upbringing that shut me up. I was like, damn. Okay, maybe I've been a little extra judgmental about my family because, I just really didn't, when you're in your own bubble, you know, growing up without experiencing reasons why you should be grateful, all you know is what you know. And then if you have access to television shows that are corny and not realistic, next thing you know, a young person's imagination is going to start that comparison exercise. And it's not until you get into the real world and you're able to experience reasons why hopefully you should be grateful about your family. I know that's what shut me up.
I did. I had that too. I had that false narrative in my head when I was a kid. And I used to, even when I grew up, I would be like, oh, because my dad cheap, and I would have all these little negative tidbits to say. But just meeting other people and how they would tell me things, horrible stuff about, them getting treated bad or not enough food or getting molested. See, that's that sick laugh I hate when I do that.
Yeah,
But
I
when I
understand.
hear all these horrible stories, my friends and people I've met through the years tell me, it made me stop doing all that weak complaining on bullshit,
Me
because
as well. Yeah.
I
stopped
never
complaining.
didn't have a
stopped.
meal. I never had lights cut off. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear other people's stuff, it made me stop complaining about my pettiness, So,
That's right.
I'm not saying I had a perfect childhood, but to
it
hear some of
wasn't
the
perfect,
stories
but it
other
wasn't like
people went
that.
through,
You know what I'm
it's
saying?
like, damn, like,
Like, oh,
yeah,
shit.
it make you be like, oh, let me just shut up.
Exactly. With the quickness. And if the Lord may the Lord forgive me for even saying it in the first place before I knew better. It's just a trip. So, I would encourage everybody that, even though our childhoods weren't perfect, there's, I don't know, man. Well, I shouldn't really speak on that. I can only speak on my own. My childhood wasn't perfect. It was a decent enough childhood, and there's a lot that I can be grateful for about that. I can't tell anybody else's story. I can only tell mine. So it's up to each individual how they want to convey what they think about their family. I'm not trying to tell people how to think about their family. I'm just talking about me and how my mind changed after I realized I didn't have as much to complain about as I thought at 19. When I was 19, I was very judgmental about my family, and I came to the realization that didn't serve me. It didn't serve me to be doing it. So I'm just talking about me. I'm not trying to tell anybody or shame anybody how they think about their family. That's up to you. But what is shit, speaking of family, let's go back to those overseas people. So apparently Queen Elizabeth, she didn't have a lot of time to raise her children hands-on. And whenever Prince Charles was interviewed and they started really getting deep into some tough questions, he eventually revealed how it was very painful for him to believe that his mother didn't want to be bothered with him. Yeah. He didn't look at it as, she had an obligation to serve the so-called empire. He looked at it as, I wanted my mother and she didn't make time for me. Like his third birthday, she was off somewhere, so there was this big old birthday party, and they had it in the documentary where it was some birthday party when he was 3 years old, and there was all these pictures of everybody celebrating and having a good time, and all he can just talk about was the fact that his mother wasn't there. I was like, damn, sometimes that's all you want to think about, is the flaw in your mother instead of the great things about her. It's not like she kicked him to the curb or nothing, but what he can dwell on is how she wasn't there for his third birthday party. So goes like that sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a normal side of him too, because I think that's all kids really want. They want to have fun with their parents. They want to feel really important. I have a 12-year-old at home. I don't even answer my phone when I first get home. When I pick him up from school, the first 30 minutes is just, even if he's not talking to me, it's just me and him. I don't even, you got to give him dedicated time. I don't, once he get in the car, if my phone ring, anything, I don't answer the phone. No. If I do, I'll be like, hey, I just picked up, him. Let me call you later. I like to have a little interaction with him.
Yeah.
That way he can talk to me and get things off his chest. Sometimes it only be 30 minutes. Sometimes he'll keep talking to me and it might end up being 2 hours, It depends. If it's nothing really major and he's not talking about nothing, then I feel like, because I always want to know about what's going on with him. Just children just need to be felt. You just need to make them feel important some kind of way. That's it. So.
Yeah. Well, they don't come with a manual, that's for sure. They don't come with a manual. For the most part, like a foolproof, this is how you have to raise a child pamphlet. They don't come with that.
You're absolutely right. I was just on the phone with my aunt earlier, and my son kept talking to me, and he was wanting my attention. She was wanting my attention, So I'm like, oh, then my dad was needing my attention. I'm like, look, y'all got me going too many places at one time.
Yeah, it'd be pulling in different directions, and you just one person. That's stressful.
Yeah, and we have this game. It's it's my son game on PlayStation, and it's a family game. We all play and compete against his butt. So he had beat his dad, so then he wanted to beat me. So I went in there and I won 2 games. He won 3. Yeah. He is but he
I
is
love it when older people, beat younger people in video games. It makes the younger people feel so inadequate and enraged.
Because they got that new Tekken too.
They got that what?
A new Tekken game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we play all them games, Mortal Kombat, we play all that. But him, he's very arrogant when he went. Oh my
Exactly.
goodness.
That's what they do. They just know they got the game locked when it comes to any video game because you're an older person. Just because you're an older person, they assume you automatically gonna lose. And then when you win, they feel so slighted. They're like, I can't believe this.
That's why I stay practicing on his butt.
Right. Stay ready.
Yeah. But I even bought I went to GameStop and bought a cheat book. Yeah, I ain't never told him. I got the cheat codes.
Oh Lord. Now see, that's how you get down, see?
Yeah, because
he don't have to know.
He's so arrogant when he beat on people. I be like, boy, come on, okay. But you know they got the cheat code books for everything. For everything now.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Shoot.
I read them little instructions and it teaches me what to do and what buttons to hit to make. He be like, "How you did that?"
How do they manage their time? Like, are they allowed 2 hours? Like, are they allowed to play on school nights? Like, how do
Not
they do
during the week, but Friday,
Okay.
yeah, during the week on Friday night, Saturday, and a little bit on Sunday. And see, that's why he always want us to play because he can play longer on Sunday if he's playing against us. You see what I'm saying?
They know what they doing.
He know what he's doing. As long as he keep getting us involved in it, then he know he can stay on it. But yeah, Friday and Saturday, he really I don't so much bother him with it.
Did it tickle you when you saw them grow overnight? Any of your children, you know, they go to bed, especially the boys, and they wake up. It's always the summertime for some reason. From what I know for my child, it was the summertime. It was this one summer. He went to bed. He slept for a long time. And when he got up, I saw a noticeable difference in his height. I was like, boy, you grew in your sleep.
Look, in June, he went to New Orleans with my father-in-law for like a week and a half. When he came back, because I have a thing by the kitchen where I mark his height, I kept saying, this boy done got way taller. You know, I mean, he looked like he had slimmed up, lost weight and everything. I'm like, and everybody looking at me like, it is not that much. Why, when I marked him, he had already grew 3 inches, y'all.
3 inches. It's that same, exactly. I was just going to say that. It was like, it was noticeable to me. It was like, how the hell did it seem like he just now I know I'm
when you don't see them
exaggerating
for a
about
few
it being
days,
overnight, but
you
it was
see the difference. When you don't see them every day, when you do see them, you see the major difference.
right.
That's
It
what
was,
about.
I'm exaggerating about it being overnight, but it seemed like it was just a short period of time that happened. It was like, what the hell?
No, one of my sons, my second son, I think he was like maybe 14 or 13. This boy's
Around
shoe
that
size
age, yeah,
in one
around
summer
14.
changed 3 sizes in one summer.
And once, yeah, it was definitely
I couldn't even believe that you could grow that much.
Yeah, it was over a period of 6 weeks or so. It was just amazing to me. I was just like, you grew. You literally, because I hadn't really measured him. I would measure him, but it wasn't as regular as it was when he was younger. When he was younger, I was measuring him like, at least every month. And then it went to half a year. But in his teenage years, I wasn't really measuring him, right? And just this one time, I was just like, boy, what the hell?
And he just think he's so much because he weighs taller than me now. I'm like, look. That's why I say them boys
they
need
appreciate that they're
they need a
tall.
man. They do, because you know what? Them children hit 11, 12, they be taller than their own mama. Yeah.
They appreciate that they're tall. They do.
He always say, Mom, you want me to get it for you? You want me to reach? I be like, I got it. Yeah. But he is the cutest kid, y'all. He is so cute.
Yeah, I like that. I like to hear children that, you know, have good homes, households, and they're generally happy and well cared for, and nobody's talking to them crazy and making them feel less than themselves than they ought to
Yeah.
be. I just find it disturbing when I have seen parents in grocery stores talk super crazy to their children. They talk to their children like they're adults that stole their wallet or something. It's just like, why are you talking to the child in such an and this, I think we was talking about this on the other live stream about um not having the right to interfere, even though you see it's wrong. You see the ignorance going on and you see it's wrong. A person doesn't have a right to interfere with that unless the child is actually being abused. Then that's when, and then devastating. He said, "Hell, even when you let the person in charge of the store know, they don't give a damn. They're like, they don't give. Nobody really cares how people discipline their children.
Yeah, that shit is heartbreaking though, you know?
It is. It is.
People will tell you stuff about your kids. Oh, your kids are so well mannered. Da, da, da. But it's just a respect thing. I make, some people think it's weird that I address my son, yes, sir, and no, sir. And thank you. When he hand me something, thank you, sir. It's so natural for him to say yes, ma'am, and no, sir, and yes, sir, and all of that,
Yes.
because he gets
respect.
treated with such a respect. I try to treat even students, everybody need to be treated with respect, man. Everybody. If you don't do that, call them darlings or something precious or something.
Now,
But so far as disrespecting children, that is a huge problem for me.
Now, I don't really, emphasize. I know he knows how to say yes, sir, and no, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and no, sir. He does know how to do that. What I do try to convey to him, or I did, because he knows what he's doing now. When he was growing up, I emphasized respect as opposed to the formal, because there are some older people, they use that as an excuse to make fun of the child. I had people like that in my family. Oh, your mama got you whipped into shape, huh? That type of thing. So what I did encourage him to do is just as far as courtesy, is to just maintain an air of respect. It's not about.
You know what? I never make my kids tell people yes, ma'am, or no, yes, no, no. I never make them do that. It's something I just do it for them, and I think it's natural that they do it to other people. But I have seen them not address elders, and yes, ma'am, and stuff. And I never told them, because I always feel like I don't want my kids to be robots. So I talk to them like that. So they talk to me back like that, because that's the way we communicate. And I see that they do it with a lot of people, but they don't do it like that with everybody. I'm gonna be honest. And I think it's okay. I don't think you should force it on people. I think when you teaching your kids, you teach them from, just, your own personal relationship. But like, don't be like forcing them, like, you gotta address every woman this way or every man that. No, I never did that with none of my kids. I never told them how they had to be with somebody else, because I don't know how somebody else gonna treat you. I know how I'm gonna treat you. You know what I'm saying? So I never did that to my kids. So far as I'm like you, I would teach them respect and stuff like that. But
And I also taught him that he's not obligated to respect someone that doesn't respect him. I don't care how old they are.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna have him being courteous to somebody that's disrespecting him, because that's That's not cool. You know. Now he hasn't told me about anybody that has said anything crazy to him, but I did emphasize that in one of our talks that we would have over a meal. You know, I would try and teach him life lessons, you know, and stuff. And I was like, your time is valuable. Don't allow people to waste your time. Don't allow people to take advantage of you. Your time is valuable. Time is money. Unless you want to volunteer, you know, for somebody to waste your time, that's up to you. I wouldn't suggest it because you're young and your job is to make as much money as you can. That's your job. Like, you know, and you know, that's just the way I was telling him to look out for himself. And when it came to interviewing for particular things that he wanted to involve himself with, I was teaching him how to handle himself during the interview. And, you know, he was really upset because he didn't know how he could answer just a question he wouldn't be prepared for. And I said, at the end, what you have to stand on is to convey that you're trustworthy. As long as you convey that you're trustworthy, you are prepared to answer any question. That's all you need. Like you just have to make sure that they view you as a trustworthy person. So it doesn't matter if you catch a hiccup on a question. You know, if they ask you some off the wall question that you couldn't possibly answer, as long as you convey a response that you're trustworthy, it'll be fine. And it's worked so far, you know. So far, um, since he's been away, we only talk once a week. Since he's been living across the country, um, going to school over there where his aunt is on his father's side, I call him more. He calls me once a week. However, I had to start tapering down, just like being super inquisitive about what he's up to. Because he doesn't like, I don't know if it's a mama thing or what, but he just doesn't like for me to pry into his personal life. So I try to be respectful of that. But when he does ask my opinion or thought about something, I try to keep it short so that I'm not, bombarding his mind with a bunch of stuff that gets lost in translation. I try to keep, when he asks me a question about anything, I keep it short and sweet because I want him to get the point instead of listening to a damn a damn monologue. You know what I'm saying? Because I know how to talk. I can talk a lot at times when I feel like it. Everybody's aware of that. And ironically, I don't do that with him. I just don't. I find it more beneficial if I give him short, concise answers to his questions. Because I know that there is a such thing as a message getting lost in translation. If you just say stuff on top of stuff, on top of stuff, on top of stuff, on top of stuff, when it can be, when the question can be answered pretty much in one sentence or less, But I don't know when he's going to I don't know. I don't know. He's all right. He's all right.
Like I said, I wasn't really that to me because I always had this, I don't know what kind of spirit. I work my morning gig, but I always did try to have a little side business. I don't know. I'm always looking for something because I knew we would have 3 kids in school and college all at one time. So I always was, when they were younger, looking at, by me having 3 so close, I always was like nervous about funding it, And that's a great thing having somebody in the military because they get to use, got to use his money.
Yeah,
And then
that is a blessing.
yeah, and then even if one didn't have a full scholarship, he had a partial. That's it was just really a blessing, but I always tried to work with, just to have money for when they went off.
Now,
I didn't want my
twins.
kids I didn't want them to go to school and not enjoy school or feel like they couldn't afford to be there,
Because because they had to work for the tuition, right?
Yeah, and work so hard while they there because that was the reason why it took me so long to well, I ain't gonna say that was the reason.
And those student loans, I heard they a fucking monster.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But I think
Now,
if you keep
there
going
are
and
people that
stopping, it make it sometimes people don't ever really finish,
exactly. There are people that that are I think there's a man named Twin. He goes by the name of Twin when he visits the panel. He was emphasizing that when you work for a university, your child can attend tuition free. So that was interesting. I mean, he said people that have a position as a janitor, their children can go to that university for free.
Yeah, it's always been like that at most
I had
universities.
no idea that was a thing.
Yeah, that's always been like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. I think it's more to it than it's not just a straightforward thing. I think it's some stipulations, but I mean for the most part it is possible, and so that's
Well, they just have to have this whatever requirements it is for the GPA and stuff like that. But other than that, yeah, no, it's been like that. And in the state of Georgia, if your children go to school, I think it's all 4 years of high school, and they have, I think it's a 2.0 or 2.5. They go to state college, like Morris Brown, or they can go to any of those universities for free. People
that's
don't know that.
cool. That is so cool. I would
That's
like
in the
people
state
to
of
be able
Georgia.
to do that for private elementary school children too, because I think private school offers more. I don't know why, because it's not like I've ever been to private school. It's just people that have been to private school, they've told me they've noticed the difference from when they had to eventually go back to public school. They said it was just different. They didn't go into detail how it was different, but they said it was different and better. And I was
I
like, well,
think the difference is expectations. You are
not the curriculum itself.
maybe a little tweaking with the curriculum, but not really. Private school kids are not smarter than kids who go to public school. That's a myth.
I agree with that.
The difference is the structure. You're supposed to, and that your parents are paying for this, and you have an obligation to act right. The difference with public, a lot of times those kids feel like it's free. It's not as important. I think people value things more that they know that they're paying for. And that's just what I think.
Oh, okay. It's kind of like when you buy a cheap pair of shoes versus an expensive pair of shoes. The cheap pair of shoes, you just got them laying out. But the expensive pair of shoes, you wipe them off, oil them down real good, and put them back in the box until you wear them again.
Yeah, that's
You
exactly what
preserve
it
them.
is.
Yeah, the preservation aspect of it. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
When you have to
but
pay for
even
something,
kids
you want to
will
preserve it.
know. Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Kids will know. They'll be like, my parents ain't paying all this money for me to act up. But that's the difference. I really believe in my soul that that's the major difference. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I've been to not really private school, but Catholic school. So I mean that's private.
That's a
but
whole nother situation. I'm not familiar with how that works either.
Yeah, but in Catholic school, I'm telling you, that was the difference. You were going to behave. You were going to behave. That was just something that was expected.
But I
And if
thought you had to behave because those nuns were allowed to hit y'all.
yeah, and pull your ear, hit you on
Oh
the hands
Lord.
with rulers, all kind of weird stuff.
I had my hand hit with a ruler twice in elementary school, but with the boys, those rulers were thick.
Girl, we had one sister, one nun. She taped rulers together, honey. She got me
That's
one
the one
time in
she had.
third
Yeah,
grade, and guess
she
what?
had to
I
tape
never got
together
hit again.
rulers for the boys and the regular old thin, flimsy ruler for the girls.
Yeah, they used to be really kind of medieval back then too. When I was going to school, they would make you sit in the corners with a hat on, a dunce hat. Like if you cut, I was kind of really a good girl. I only got hit one time. I remember that in third grade with that ruler. I said, "Ooh, that'll never happen to me again," and I never had to go through that again. And I never had to sit in the corner with that hat on.
I never had to sit in a corner, but I do know that it was I had a friend and she would pass me a note and I would pass the note back to her. And it would be about how cute some boy was. And next thing you know, we get caught and she tapped both of our wrists. And so the second time that I got it was me because I was talking. I was whispering. I was like, I don't even know what the hell I was whispering about. But she caught me whispering when I'm supposed to be paying attention. And, you know, she was just like, put your hand out, and she tapped me and was like, now pay attention to the chalkboard, but she knew not to call me to that chalkboard because I would have showed her ass out. It's not that I wasn't paying attention. That bitch was boring. Fuck that hoe. It's not that I wasn't paying attention. It was just like, I got it already. You know what I'm saying? I get what you're doing. Because I remember she used to call me to the chalkboard, and every time I'm really good with sentences, and reading comprehension. So I was always getting things done correctly. And she would say with the real snarky ass attitude, okay, go sit down. She wouldn't say good job or nothing like that. She was a trip. And now that I recall, her and my mother exchanged words. I think I think my mother told her about herself at some point. And so she just always had, the eye for me. You know what I'm saying? Because my mother, she used to she allowed me to wear some of her fanciful outerwear. Like my mother she was real fashionable. And so when she used to buy not those big old snowman coats, but it was a winter coat and it was silver. You know what I'm saying? It was probably leather now that I think about it, but it was a silver coat. She was like, this will look good on you, at school, even though you're a young girl. You know what I'm saying? And then and it would be clothes like that, like, lamb skin and wool, a motorcycle jacket. She just like wanted me to be dressy and stuff. And so she would dress me up, and she was like, is that leather? I didn't know what leather was. I'm just a little girl. And she was like, that must be your mother's coat. And I didn't say nothing to her because I was raised better. I'm not gonna, get snappy, sassy with a teacher. She was like, is that leather? And I would just look down at it like I didn't know. And she was like, that must be your mother's coat. Go sit down.
Jealous.
It was just, I don't know if she was jealous or she just felt like my mother was not really I'll tell you this. I'm not going to dress my child that brings unwanted attention to him. You know, that's not what, but my mother was the type of mother that she just would, she like would just dress me like I was going to a fashion show or something. I looked at some of the pictures and I was like, you know, I look grown, you know what I'm saying? And but it wasn't sexy, you know what I'm saying? It was just fashionable. It was like a fashion forward type of effort that she was doing. And what was really weird was this one particular coat that she wanted me to wear to school. You know, she's like, "Oh, this will look good on you," and it fits. You know, you're growing up. As I recall, that jacket was way too mature because it was really expensive. It was very expensive. And you know, I don't know. So I just thank goodness that I had, you know, relatives looking out for me. You know, like I was never really unattended when it came to going to and from school. You know, I was never unattended. So I guess, you know, that's probably why she felt safe to do something like that, because she knew that my uncles and aunts were always keeping an eye on me going to and from school. So, you know, and they would say stuff like, "Ooh, that look good on you," and stuff like that. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I never really it it never bothered me. It's just that one particular time that teacher just like, "Is that leather? That must be your mama coat." You know, that I remember that. I remember that. But for the most part, it didn't matter to me that, you know, that my mother wanted to, you know, pick my clothes out for school. That didn't matter to me. She didn't trust me picking out my own clothes. She would pick up my clothes out for me. Now, when I went to high school, that was different. She didn't want me
Yeah, she
wearing.
probably just wanted you looking nice. That's all.
Yeah, when I had to go to high school though, she didn't want me wearing eye-catching stuff because I had to, you know, the commute was too far and out of her sight. Like I had to travel at least 45 minutes, if not more, to commute to high school. And, you know, in the beginning they used to drive me to school, but after a while, I was told I had to learn how to go to school on my own. And they just didn't want me wearing stuff that would, you know, catch the eye of somebody that might want to, rob you and stuff. So when I get to school and I see all these girls with, these high fashion items, you know, I told my mother that, there was some things that I wanted, and she was like, "You don't need to be on the bus with that." Which was confusing to me because she didn't mind dressing me up when I went to elementary school, but it is in high school. She was like, "You don't need to be on the bus with that. You don't need to be traveling with you don't need to be doing that." Yeah. And she never explained it. She just said,
We
"You don't
going
need to
through
be
that
doing
right now with my 12-year son. He used
She
to
should have
we used to
explained it to me.
we
I
used to buy
understand
him all
now
kind
as
of
an adult,
Jordans
but
and
she
stuff,
didn't
right?
explain it to me.
But one boy at his school got, I guess, robbed of, and they took his Jordans. And so now my husband don't want my son with no Jordans.
Right.
So
And
when
then
school started,
I
my
used to
son
have
was
gold.
mad
I
because he
used to have
wanted a pair of
gold.
Jordans.
Right. I used to have gold necklaces and bracelets. I wasn't allowed to wear it to school. I wasn't. And my father gave me some really nice. And she just didn't play that. She did not play that shit. She was like, "You
Yeah,
better
my
not wear
son
that
still don't
chain to
understand.
school."
He feel like he been wearing his tennis shoes all his life. Why now he can't have it? And I'm like, we don't want to see you hurt behind no damn tennis shoe. That's what it is,
Right. It's like there's too many people that hurt people to take what you have. If you knew
Yeah.
that. And it's a way to explain it to them so that they'll understand it and not be confused by
Because
it.
I was even thinking about buying him a pair, but letting him only wear it on the weekends with us. But then my husband was like, nah, he also wear them shoes to school, So I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna do it.
And he's right, because that's the nature of children. They will eventually try to sneak out and show their stuff off to their peers.
Yeah.
I did it, and when she caught me doing it, she took it from me, and so of course I stopped doing it. But that's just the nature of children. They will be rebellious. Like, you could tell them, like, this is only for the weekends or when you're with us, and for some reason, that whole impressing your peers thing is really big with teenagers. And so yeah, I think he made a good decision. Because if he had them, he might, I'm not saying he will, he might be tempted to just like wear the shoes that you all approve of out the door, but in his bag somewhere, he got his other shoes,
Exactly. And then you know what? I don't put nothing past none of my kids. I say all of them have my blood in them. I don't care how sweet and great they are. I be thinking, you liable to get in some bullshit.
I know, being a
like,
teenager is a trip. I wasn't
Nope.
allowed to wear makeup, but for some reason, as soon as I got to school and I went in that bathroom, I put that lip gloss on. I didn't put on lipstick because I found out through one of my friends that your parents can tell when you put on some lipstick and call yourself rubbing it off before you get home. So lip gloss, like some tinted lip gloss, was what I thought I could get away with. And then one day my father came up to the school to take me home. And I didn't know he was gonna be there. He saw that lip gloss on my lips. He was like, I thought you're not supposed to wear makeup. I was like, I was confused because I forgot I had it on. I was like, I'm not wearing makeup. And he was like, don't lie to me. What's that on your face? And I looked and I saw the lip gloss and then I just rubbed it off with my arm. I was like, I'm sorry, Dad. That shit was great. And it was just lip gloss. Just think about now, these girls, they wear full on, they beat to the guys, as they say, But when I went to high school, I wasn't allowed to wear makeup at all. They just did not want, they call it being too grown too fast or something like that. Don't get too grown too fast.
My poor child, my daughter, I used to sell Avon and Mary Kate. So she grew up, I used to test out makeup on her. So she grew up wearing makeup.
It's fine if they can pick you up from school, take you to school. My situation with my commute was, we're talking
yourself.
about a major metropolitan city where all the lunatics are God knows where. And we're talking about maybe an hour commute. And
no,
so
my first 3 kids, they never caught a school bus or anything. No,
yeah, I had to.
They dropped
when I went
off.
to high school, I had
off and pick up service, so they never had to do that. So so I gave my older ones a little more leeway with the dressing and everything, even the expensive shoes, because I knew I was outside the school picking them up and stuff.
Exactly. See, that wasn't the case because everybody was working. And they couldn't get there in time. So they just conditioned me to understand that I had to, go back and forth safely. And
it's not, and I still pick up this one here. He gets dropped off and pick up service too, but he likes to go by this park by us and like to play basketball. And that's what my husband was saying. There's some kid got jumped on and took it.
Oh
they took his
they'll
shoes.
do that at the basketball court.
And he was like, no, he don't even want him with those shoes, no more. So I'm like, I had to explain that to him because he was like, no, because he's eventually gonna wear them shoes over there. Or just, and forget about it and go over there and, my husband is extra, y'all. He be like, I don't want to have to shoot nobody.
Right.
I'm like, you're right. So it's not even worth it.
And they'll understand when they become adults. They might not understand it now, but they will later.
And I think it's horrible that you can't even let your kids have things they want for fear that another kid will take it from them, you know? You know, so they got little small gangs and stuff out here, you know. It's not really heavy where we live, thank goodness. But this is the weirdest thing. These people, parents, work hard and pay hard to live where we live, right? And then the kids still want to be like they keeping it real. And like it's like you guys are not in the hood, but y'all want to act like we
but they
are.
want
You
to
know?
act like it. It's crazy
Yeah.
to me. That is so crazy to me how they have, you know, they have what they need and most of what they want, but they still want to act hood. That is
They do.
crazy.
They do. And that's the weirdest thing to me. So I don't know. But I done got sleepy, Mella.
I did too. I'm about to drop off as well. It's been nice talking with y'all. Peace and love.
Talking to me too. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, make sure you have a good one now. Let's see, devastating. Miss University was kind enough to at least announce her departure.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. She's been up here the longest, so.
Oh, that
Yeah,
means something to you? Who
the
been up here
tuition-
the longest?
the tuition free thing that's called a work study.
All right. Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. So yeah, Twin was promoting his local deal, but depending on where you are in the country, that's colleges around the country that offer similar programs. The medical field. My mother was in a work study for her doctorate.
All right.
There's automotive. I think that's, I don't know if it's the only, but that's the largest. Like certified mechanics, people that work at Firestone, Goodyear, you know, Midas, some of the bigger automotive tech, you know, automakers even. Lawyers, attorneys, they have a work study. Those type of fields. People who work in public service, like social workers and, you know, any government, federal agencies like environmental jobs, surveyors, land surveyors. I personally know a land surveyor that did it. His father did the same thing. I remember asking him, how do they know where to put the stripes in the streets? Yeah, so. But that's
I wanted to ask you a question. Have you ever experienced the one that got away syndrome?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
More than once.
Yeah, that hasn't really been an experience of mine. I've heard people talk about that, especially tonight. The one that got away. And they would just go on and on about how they didn't know they were perfect for them and how they wish they knew better at the time. That's an interesting conversation. This one girl, she was really beating herself up about it. I don't know what her prospects are. I think she's still single, but it's not like she's unattractive. It's just that she was just really talking about how she didn't appreciate his potential or something. And she was just beating herself up about it. It was kind of tripped out. I was like, don't make it seem like another one's not gonna come along. You're very attractive. And she was like, that's not the point. If I didn't know that he was good enough, what makes me think that somebody else that's good enough for me or good for me is I'm gonna think he not the one, you know? And she was just trying to just say that she has a problem picking out, you know, men that are good for her. She was just really, really jumping down her own throat about it. I don't know. There was nothing I could really do to console her. She just had her mind made up. I was like, even then I said, maybe he thinks the same. No, I said, maybe he thinks about you. Have you looked him up? And she said, yeah. She said it just like that. Yeah. So I guess, you know, looking him up, you know, didn't materialize into anything. So I was tripped out. The one that got away. Oh boy. I just find it important to be comfortable with where you are now. You know, when people dwell on the past, I just think it's stifling, you know. Now, there are some people that don't believe in that it wasn't meant to be talk because they just want to dwell on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. I don't know what to tell people like that.
Nothing. No matter what you say, they're always going. They're still going to be hell bent. Yeah, I was. I told the chat earlier that I was gonna finish my catfish before the football game ended hours ago, but we got into a good discussion, so I delayed it till y'all got into y'all discussion. So it looked like y'all was having a good discussion, so I finished it.
Did you like it?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Did it come with any side items?
Yeah, I had my own green beans and had some mashed potatoes and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I like green beans and mashed potatoes with my seafood. I really do. Some people like broccoli, but you know, my broccoli got to be cooked a certain way. I can't just get down with broccoli any old kind of way. It's got to be cooked a certain way.
Is it raining again?
Not yet. It seemed like it is. It's in the air.
Yeah, that rainstorm was bigger than what I initially thought because it started
It was
at
heavy, right?
3 o'clock last night and it did not let up at all. At least out here. The
Time to
city,
pull out the heavy blankets, baby.
yeah. No, it's coming down.
Oh, that must be out south.
No, it's west.
Oh, west?
I'm west.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it won't be too far behind then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the temperatures are gonna drop all this week significantly. I think it's the average high is probably going to be like maybe 67 if we're lucky.
Yeah, I don't think we got out the 50s today. I don't remember seeing sunshine.
No, it wasn't sunny at all today. I just, it wasn't anything noticeable. It was overcast and rainy. It was just rainy Sunday. 9/11 was a rainy Sunday.
Yeah.
Yep.
So remember that the railroad deadline that we was talking about, and then Biden stepped in at the last minute and gave 30-day extension.
No.
You don't remember me talking about the railroad workers was gonna go on strike?
Okay. I thought it was UPS.
Oh yeah, that came later. That's another story. But before that, the railroad workers, her contract was up. So at literally like the last hour, Biden stepped in and said, "Hey, at least take 30 more days."
They don't want
that,
those.
that
They don't
30
want
days,
that. I know that's right.
that 30 days is up Friday. I don't think it's gonna be no more extension. So I've been getting texts for the last 3 or 4 days talking about, well, if they go on strike, they're gonna want the shipments moved by truck. So I was like, can you interpret that into money? And they said it will probably be at a higher rate, but it ain't no guarantee. So I said, okay, whatever.
You know who I was thinking about earlier today? I was thinking about Kev because he's into investments, right? And they were talking about how when people go to a hospital parking lot, they have this feature on the cameras that records the license plates of all the cars in the lot.
Yeah.
And apparently that's not a legal practice. So there's a lot of things in the General Assembly that's being protested about that. But my point is that when that was being discussed, we weren't at a hospital. I mean, it just came up because we were talking about how our freedoms are being slowly taken away, and that includes privacy, right? Or as they say in England, privacy. Anyway, what came to mind as they were talking was how people who want to invest in companies that do stuff like that, that's how they get their ideas about what to invest in. Like, what's the newest trend in all this innovation that's making life more convenient and invasive, because I don't think that's, whatever because the way they describe how they're doing it is there's some type of lens that can identify, the license plate, the numbers on the license plate. So,
There's some suburbs around here that haven't had
those lenses.
Yeah, they have them on the hood of the car, in the trunk of the SUV, and it literally just drive down the street. If your license plate come up, hey, you owe parking tickets. Hey, can you send a truck down here and put a boot on it? Put a boot on it.
Yeah, they already have the license. Right. You could just be driving around thinking you got away with a bunch of parking tickets, but they have cameras positioned that can transmit whether or not the license plates that are passing through those cameras have anything logged as a traffic violation. Like it's automatically in the system.
Yeah, I think it's Maywood, LaGrange, and I think Villa Park. Those are the ones that I actually saw with my own eyes. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, that would be a good investment. Not good for people that, get
Yeah.
caught up with it, but I'm talking about as far as the investment goes.
Yeah, I think they got some in Kansas City too. Yeah, that's not that's been out for a good minute. I know at least before the pandemic, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing. Because at first I thought it was the Google truck. 'Cause I remember seeing a Google truck in front of my house in 2008. I thought they were filming a movie, and then I actually seen the Google. I actually seen the Google symbol on
You
the
thought
side
they
of
were
the door.
filming a Google
Yeah,
movie?
big ass motherfucking camera. I'm like, damn, all that technology, you can't make that shit smaller. So I wasn't thinking of what they was trying to do. I thought they were just taking a picture, but the motion, the ability to go from left to right, the wide angle, yeah, special camera.
There was some type of lawsuit brought in with people that they were tired of getting tickets for running a yellow light.
Yeah, yeah. And
I
it was
remember
yellow.
that was happening.
Yeah, that I think I remember that it's a light in Maywood on 25th Street. It used to always go off no matter what. Well, they eventually took it down, but they got a lot of money out of motherfuckers before they took it
It
down.
was those cameras never stopped. There was a several years ago, those cameras was just like constantly flashing. And it would, it was where somebody went through a yellow light. It went from green to yellow. They in the intersection at the yellow, and they would still get a ticket. Their camera was still, so they were challenging the calibration of the cameras, and they won. Yeah, it's like those cameras are not calibrated correctly, and all the tickets that people have been forced to pay. I don't know if they refunded anybody anything, but I think people, once that came out, I think, I don't know if they took them down or not though, because I still see some of the cameras set up at certain intersections. Not downtown so much though, because I think it's one, um, but I haven't seen them go off lately, is what I'm trying to say. Like the structures are still there, but I haven't seen them go off like I used to.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they disabled them and they're just, they just still have them there. And they used to have signs posted. I don't see the signs posted any. I forgot what those signs used to say, but it warned you that
Photo enforced.
photo enforcement cameras, right? Yeah, photo enforcement, that's what they call it. And I don't really see as many of those signs up as I, once did. So whoever made a fuss about them, they won. That was a big old headache. It was like, man, what you supposed to do when the light turns yellow and you in the middle of the intersection? That was so unfair. Now when a cop charges somebody with speeding, how do they prove that the car is speeding? How do they prove that equipment is reliably calibrated to detect the speed of a passing vehicle? I was wondering about that. Now, I've never gotten a speeding ticket. I've gotten traffic light tickets, but not ever a speeding ticket, even though I probably should have many times. But I know people that they would have their stories about speeding. Yeah, they caught me driving, 15, 20 miles over the limit or whatever. And I always wondered, it's like, how do they prove that you actually are doing that? It just seems so arbitrary. So they got these detectors and they clock them or whatever. However, how, who, what, how can I formulate this question? What overseeing agency ensures that that equipment is properly calibrated, and how do they prove it in their reports? How do they prove that that equipment actually works the way it's being utilized? Because if it's a miscalibrated piece of equipment, everybody's getting speeding tickets for nothing. But anyway, I'm talking like a while ago. I'm sure things are more advanced now and they have their references. I just don't know how that kind of technology works and stuff. I'm still tripping about the fact that that girl was in Walmart and had come up with the bright idea until she got arrested to, scan stuff for $100 worth of groceries for 25 cents. That was crazy. So, and as you said, they have you on camera, like, so she wasn't gonna get away with that. Those self checkout machines themselves have a camera. It's not like the cameras are just in the store. Those machines themselves have a camera on. Just like when you go to an ATM machine, there's a camera at the ATM machine. So if somebody reports their card stolen and they're able to track when the card was last used, they can take whoever was there and photograph, and capture that image. And I guess they have facial recognition technology developed so far where they could identify if it's somebody with a record of being arrested or something. I'm starting to just ramble on, Devastator. I'm just rambling on. Like before I know it, I'm gonna start talking about like what's the best type of earphones to buy. I am just rambling.
Yeah, so
I'm
the
a lot
radar,
more. I'm a lot more fatigued than I thought. Say what?
the radar gun is sending out radio frequencies. So if the frequency bounces back on the machine in a certain amount of time, just like if you mark a piece of paint in the road, and it takes you a certain amount of time to get to the other stripe, then that's so many feet per second. So develop the formula for miles and then hours.
Yeah, that's one way. Yeah, that's a scientific way to do it. I always thought of it like how people measure how fast a baseball was being pitched, and they would clock how. I thought it was the same technology that they use when they clock how fast the baseball was pitched.
It's exactly the same technology.
Okay, that's kind of what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
What type of technology is being used?
Yeah. So that's that came out after World War II. That's another military device that was implemented into civilian or law enforcement. Like. But yeah, Department of Transportation already signed off on that during the Eisenhower administration.
I just don't know what that. But you said it's a radio frequency. That's technology. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's formulas and all that.
I knew it was. I knew
Kilometers.
it was.
Yeah. Kilometers and meters and feet, yards,
Yeah, because
miles.
when they measured the speed of a baseball being pitched, I
Yeah.
knew it was the same thing as how they detect how fast the car was going. I just didn't know what the name of that technology is. You know,
Yeah. It's radar.
radar.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
there it is.
Uh, you heard the term Doppler radar, and when they're talking about weather,
Yes.
they're sending out radio waves to see how long it takes for it to bounce off of a cloud.
Hmm.
Uh,
That
let me-
reminds me, I was reviewing the movie Twister from years ago
yeah.
and how they were able to um develop technology to be able to warn people when a tornado whatever a twister,
Yeah.
whatever a twister is.
Yeah.
They were able to warn people with the advanced technology of when one is coming, as opposed to years before, they would just pop up on people. Uh, um, there's a new movie out called Moonstruck or something. Got Halle Berry in it,
Mhm.
and the premise of the movie is that the moon is supposedly falling out the sky, and all the panic that ensues trying to get the moon get back where it's supposed to be again. I don't and I but I think in the trailer I think I saw creatures, like they were fighting creatures that like dwell on the moon,
Mhm.
and like the closer the moon came to the earth, like the creatures were jumping out the moon and getting on the earth and freaking havoc. It looked pretty horrible. It looked like a horror movie, so I didn't want to see it. You know, they got to fight aliens from the moon and stuff. I was like, I don't know if I want to see it. But I thought about you when you were talking about you were asking me recently, like, did you see the moon tonight? Did you see the moon tonight?
Yeah.
And as it turns out, there was a movie that was available called Moon some something about the moon falling from the sky. Oh man, I think I am very, very fatigued. Yes, indeed. I guess everybody's got to go to work tomorrow, so that everybody's resting peacefully in their beds with visions of sugar plums dancing in their head.
Hmm.
I'm about to do the same damn thing. Mm. It's up to you to go for the 12, I or not. It's up to you. I'm gonna bid you adieu
Yeah,
until
that's
next
fine.
time.
That's fine.
All
Have a
right, baby.
good night.
Good night.
All right. Yeah, it's almost that time anyway, so not almost. Um, yeah, 4. Yeah, 310. Yeah, 310. Yeah, 310. So I know somebody watching or somebody listening that wasn't listening before. I know a lot of some people came over from people that were on other streams. Trying to see who's still woke. See who's still woke. I know Anton was on earlier. Somebody was talking about Tasha K. They were talking about the wars, the wars on black men and black women. So we're supposed to do NASA was supposed to do a rocket launch last week to go to the moon. I think it was supposed to be Saturday during the full moon. I don't know. Has NASA ever launched a rocket on a full moon to go to the moon? I don't think so. Yeah, I've done all my positive news for the night. The links are in the chat. You want to check them out? Oh, I used to listen to that guy. That guy true. Yeah, that's it. There's only like 2 people that still. Um, I don't know about 2, but he's in my algorithm. But yeah, Sundays are going to be coming up this fall. Sundays is going to be football day for some of us. Oh, Mr. Good Black Man. I didn't see that name. Yeah, This mom is gonna come up and restart a stream for Monday morning. This stream is titled "Why Relationship Coaches Are Failing," and not a lot of feedback because people that are in relationships, for the most part, can only attest what applies to them. And then if you're not in a relationship, it's kind of hard for you to dictate to another person what will work for them. You don't even have your own relationship to relate to. So that's how that goes. Can't teach a person that knows how to fish in a lake. You can't teach another person how to hunt deer. If that makes sense. But people try to relate the two. And why do people say all the animals, the squirrel, the alligator, the deer, why they always say it all of them taste like chicken? I never understood that. Yeah, that college work program is called a work study that she was talking about earlier. There's various STEM programs that offer that as well. I did not hear about this story. Indiana auto workers went on strike Saturday over the weekend. The stream going to end and ain't nobody gonna know about this story. I'm gonna put it out there. I will read it. Hey, there she goes.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on? I heard you say, hey, there she go. What you I said, let me pop on real quick.
Yeah. So your tone is different. I guess the creator, the administrator tone is different from everybody else, though, Bill.
Oh, okay. What it sound like when
like the other ones have like the chime. Yours is like high pitch. It's really noticeably different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyway, what is just you up here?
Yeah, Miss Mule and Bella, they was up earlier, so I was letting them bond again.
Oh, okay. Did they bond okay or?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You rewind the stream and like old times. That's what I'm saying. I didn't even interrupt nothing. I was just like, yo, let them rock on out. And they bonded themselves to sleep. So, hey, I take the good. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to keep it positive for most of the night. I ain't had no discussion about YouTube beef or bringing up negative news stories too much.
Yeah,
Trying to at least take a break today.
I know that's right. Especially it was 9/11. We should be
Yeah,
all coming together as Americans.
yeah, all that.
All that good old shit right there.
Yeah,
Man, I was tired. The weather just sound
yeah.
like April, but
It's coming down now like it was last night. I was just telling Mella that shit, it ain't rained like this like the whole fucking day, like nonstop rain. They ain't did that shit in whole fucking summer. Shit, it ain't
yeah,
in a
it
long
must
time.
be raining across our country.
Yeah, yeah,
Because,
yeah. I had to
but
pull up the weather during the football game, and it is a big ass storm.
mm, yeah, I don't know what they had me just weak. And when I was younger, I remember my grandmother used to say that people emotions kind of is tied to the weather.
Yeah,
When it's raining,
yeah,
my knees it's really
yeah.
my back, but
Mhm.
joints, I guess people joints is
Yeah,
affected.
that's a real thing. Yeah, that's a real thing. Yeah,
Yeah, she used to say that, and I used to be like, Grandma, what are you talking about?
yeah,
You can hear her say, damn, it must be about the rain
yeah.
because something hurts her worse than normal.
Yeah, my auntie's elbow, my uncle said his right side of his shoulder, and it was always point on. Like every time they said it rained like an hour later. Like they was
Yeah,
never off. They was never off.
yeah.
I was coming up.
So, and then I used to notice I would be tired, sleepy when it's about to rain.
Yeah,
So that's true. But what I just found out is that the earth and the gravitational pull and the weather
yeah,
also affects animals.
yes.
I was looking at something, I forgot what it was on, what it was about. Well, I know what it's about. I can't remember what station because we don't have stations anymore. We just
Yeah,
have different apps, you know what I mean? Different
yeah,
streaming services.
yeah.
I'm not sure if it was Peacock or I'm not sure. We have so many of them.
Peacock has some good programs on.
Yeah,
I don't have it, but I know this one lady, she does. And they're
yeah,
always giving informative information like Discovery Channel and History Channel.
yeah. So it was. I was decided to look at it when I was falling asleep yesterday, and it was about migrating animals migrating.
Yep.
And so they talked about butterflies and the fish and different things that migrate birds.
Yeah.
And they say that it's the earth. The earth
Yeah.
tells these animals where to go and when to go.
Yeah. And then when to come back.
And when to come back. That's right.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, like if that's true, then the thing that was one where the butterflies, right? Because butterflies' lives, they die real fast in our time.
Yeah.
A lifetime to them might be a few weeks or something.
Yeah.
So they said when the butterflies start from one area and they're migrating to another area, by the time they get where they have to go, butterflies have died, made more, died, made more. It might be like 4 generations by the time they get where they're going.
Right.
Because they die so quick.
Yeah.
And then they come back.
Yeah.
Birds, when you see the birds migrating, birds will tell you when the storm is coming, man, because for some reason, something is telling them, hey, we got to get out of this area.
Yeah.
Way before the storm is there. It's like they sense it.
Oh yeah.
So
I always have been looking up, ever since I was a kid, as long as I can remember. I always have been, my eyes are always just drawn up to the sky. And
yeah.
I see migrations all the time. I seen some ducks one time when I was in Kansas City. It seemed like it was like 500 of them. It was like five. Man, they was all in line too, when nobody out of place.
Nobody's out there. And that's something they can make shapes and everything.
Like marching band, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, man.
Oh yeah, man. So I also on that same show they did butterflies, and they showed these crabs.
Oh yeah.
These, I don't know where it was, but it's like thousands of these goddamn crabs that got to get to the water. So I guess they do something on land.
Yeah.
And they got to get to the water. And a lot of things affect them on the way. They may not even make it to the water because they might get dehydrated and dry out. But ants attack them.
Yeah.
And they showed where the ants will crawl all on them and attack their eyes.
Yeah.
By putting some type, it was, wow, it's, y'all, the way the planet works.
Yeah.
And how little things could affect bigger things like ants killing crabs.
Mm-hmm.
They can't really bite the crab because they got the hard shell, but they put something in their eyes to kind of blind them.
Yeah.
And so they get lost in the mist and end up dying. And then the ants eat off them.
Right. Everything is a food cycle. Yeah, everything is food cycle.
Yeah. Wow. It's amazing. So they showed those crabs. And I'm wondering, why do they go so far from the water? Like if the water is where they need to go. And then the way they did it, they showed that the male crabs go first.
Mm-hmm. It's an order.
Pathway, to get to the water.
Yeah.
And then after that, then the female crabs then take the path. And what they do when they go, I guess it's time for the eggs to be hatching. And they know all of this, like, it's wow. It's just wow, man.
Yeah, that frequency, the communication.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the full moon Saturday night and how it affects women.
I think it affects us all. You think it's just women that it affects?
It affects me too. Yeah, it affects me too. Yeah.
My mom used to tell me when a full moon would happen in the middle of the night, they would have to catch me because I start running for the door while I'm asleep. I would just get up out of my sleep and start running for the door.
Yeah.
That's what they used to have. Now I don't remember any of it, but that's what I was told.
Yeah.
So apparently it does affect some of us more than others. What's up, Mr. Cass?
Yeah, I made my first baby on the full moon.
I know that's right.
Oh man.
That's what I initially heard. That was the hormones. The women are.
My daughter, mama said I'm pregnant. I said I know.
Yeah.
She didn't get the reaction. They thought they was good. I was like, I know.
Yeah.
Trust me, I ain't. Yeah, I know. I should have told you.
You men be knowing before the women. I heard like a lot of men. I heard that y'all get sleepier. You ever heard that when my son sleep a lot?
Yeah.
But like, did you get somebody pregnant?
And more ladies dream of fishes. I dream of fishes. We still don't know what that means.
Yeah, I heard that the dreaming of fishing means somebody pregnant. I'm like, damn. I don't remember dreaming of no goddamn fishes.
Me either.
But then I don't always remember my dreams, They say we dream. People dream almost every night. It's just that we may not be remembering it, So I don't know if it's true or not. I can only tell you what I'm told. But you know, this thing, this life that we live, man, this thing is, I know for us as humans, we've gotten into this cycle of people controlling us. Because believe it or not, we are controlled. We're controlled by the drive to survive, and that survival is focused around money.
Commercial.
Studied and controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they study how to control us.
Yeah.
how to do
They
it.
do study how to control it because they know survival, and then they also focus on our greed and our desire for comfort.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with wanting to be comfortable, but do we have to be in a mansion to be comfortable? And when people figure that out, when they figure out what it is that they need and realize they need less than they think, they'll have a better life. I think a lot of people are in pain, mental pain, because they want something. Even when they get it, let's say if they get it, they realize that it's not what they thought it was going to be.
True that. Now, don't get me wrong. Now, having money does ease your mind as far as paying bills. You don't have to. That's something over your head. You don't have to worry about no more. That's a relief. But it don't. But I think that like you said, people need to be more realistic, especially when it comes to getting together and dating. I mean, they do have steps like, your first house might not be your last house. That's the starter house. Then you can jump into something bigger. But I think society have us watching TV and think we're gonna be like, like the baller hustler as Jay-Z types or desperate housewives and stuff like that. And people try to, aim toward those goals, but those are pretty much unrealistic on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, direct TV is promoting that right now as we speak during football season, with the commercial for direct TV. Last year they used football and Serena Williams. And now that she's retired and she didn't go out like they wanted her to go out, they're using football and the cast of basketball wives, housewives.
Ain't that some shit?
But it's a lot of them they're using, even before those. But that's how they getting black people. They got to show us love and hip hop, basketball wives, and shit like that. And then even those people were faking it,
And you used to look at those things, and I was like, I remember when it first came out because I just stopped watching. I'm like, well, these are successful women. These the women that should be really putting their feet up. But they got them showing fighting like they're in the hood and all. Like I'm like, oh Lord, we can't show some sisters that are enjoying life and enjoy being a housewife of someone who's successful and wealthy. We got to have a damn cat fight and everything.
They will make them women do that, because the ones who didn't fight wouldn't last on the show. So they
drama.
So they wanted them to fight, and if they didn't fight, then they had to come up with some storyline. So I remember looking at Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, because that's the first one I ever watched.
Right.
New York was the first one, but I watched the Atlanta one. And my favorite people were the couple, Rashida and whatever his name is, Kurt. And they were the married couple, right? And they were sensible. Everybody would go to them for advice and things like that. Come to find out, they was just, and they were my favorite ones. They didn't fight. They were sensible. They were adult-like, and you showing their marriage.
Yeah, there was a
being
couple.
a good marriage.
There was a good couple. Yeah,
and they was always on the verge of getting kicked off the show. So they had to then create drama, where Kurt was out having to cheat. In order so they could stay on the show. They had to make up some drama just so they can prove they could be there. Isn't that some fuck shit? That's some fuck shit right there.
Yeah.
And
just for some ratings.
Yeah, and I think people like seeing that kind of shit, but that's why now people don't believe in marriage. Because even when you watch a couple You don't see no couples no more, you know,
Traditional couples.
yeah, who you want to be like.
Yeah.
Now it's just
Not on television.
TV, not on TV, right? Not on TV.
Right. But they do, and that's why I be trying to say, no, they got good couples out there that, very successful couples. Like when you dug up millionaires and millionaire couples and their wives, how many black millionaires, been with their wives 20, 30 years and stuff like that,
Right.
And they don't show those couples.
That's right.
The CEO of Sony is a black female. She makes a ton of money. She's a beast at Sony, right? I mean, go to the other countries with Sony. And her husband, I mean, she made 10 times more. They don't have 10 than her husband because of her position. He don't have no problem with it. They started out together.
Right.
And that's reality. Just like you and Mr. Mark. It don't matter what he was doing. Y'all journey still was together, when y'all started. It wasn't like that. It took time to get that way.
Right. And
But
that's
we
what I
want to
try
jump
to explain.
straight to Jeff Bezos. What shit? Even he had some issues and had to work with his wife, his marriage. Shit.
Right. That's why I try to, because I don't want to make my husband look bad, of course, right? But I definitely don't want him to look like he was perfect our whole marriage. I want people to see that you work to get to a level in which we're at right now.
Success and understanding with each other.
Right.
That takes time.
Yes. I think some people might think, oh, like somebody was saying, he's a unicorn. And I'm like, well, right now we both just at this certain level. But he was just like a regular man back then. And so the women, I think some of the women are looking for these perfect men to exist already. Like he got to be already knowing exactly what she like, don't like. I'm like, nah, that comes with time.
Right. And some of these dudes think you ain't gonna you ain't gonna need a woman or a woman or a wife opinion or to help you get to your successful, point that you want. Yeah, you need that, man. They got, there's ways that women can just keep you motivated and stuff like that. Yes, you want to come home to somebody.
Right.
Stop acting like, you don't want to come home to some damn bimbo.
And then they make it seem like we gotta be perfect too, right? Like she always keeping the house clean and she gonna shut up because I don't want to hear. If you want a woman to be so quiet, what the fuck is you with her for? You want to just be alone, and then you ain't got to worry about nobody bothering you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I hear some of these men. And then when they go in the religious route, they start talking that nonsense. That she's just a helpmate and she's just there to help him, which is nothing wrong with that, but he's there to help her also, though. Right? He's there. We're creating a family.
Right.
We're creating a family, and so everybody's there to help each other. But they make it seem like, no, a woman just there to be his helpmate. Some of these women like that
and
shit.
Look, Bob, they don't, people, and YouTubers don't understand, even though you go off on a ministry ass and them from time to time. Why people like me, me, Deb, and all that, I hang over there. I said, well, first of all, Bob is not a man hater.
Oh no, yeah.
I know man haters when I hear a damn man hater. Bob correct everybody. She ain't no man hater. So that's one thing that is a point. When people need to be corrected, she's been corrected men and women both times. Well, that's not true. When she said that's not true, that goes for anybody that's saying something that ain't true. She ain't gonna just let that ride like that. So that kind of stuff, you can have conversations with people like that. If somebody may have a point.
Yeah, they miss that part. They just not over that.
And even when I
went
say
to
it's
Red
not
the
true,
Bad Guy, when I went on this thing, they was like, because they like to get bond people, especially, with the root thing, they like to get on why you over there type shit. What the fuck you mean why I'm over there? It's like music. Nigga, I'm grown. What the fuck you mean?
Let them know because they got women over there. Shit.
Yeah.
Them men think you should be just with them. They really think they want to know why you over there with the women.
Side. Right. If I got to choose sides, I want to be around a lot of women or a lot of men.
Yeah.
That's an easy answer.
It was Mella, Miss University, and Tequila on the panel with me, and Big J came up and he didn't say nothing, and then he just dropped off the panel. He didn't say nothing.
Sometimes they just want, I don't know why, but you know that's a different beast right there. You talk about him.
I was waiting on him
But
to
the one
say
Jay
that.
consistent though. He consistent.
Yeah,
Consistently
You know what you
confusing.
get. I like when Jay go to talking. And what the fuck is you talking about? Jay, who you talking about? In the chat. Oh man. Damn, Jay. Yeah, everybody throw it off.
Yeah.
Now y'all know why I don't read the chat, because it can throw you off, you know?
Yeah, it can be distracted sometimes.
Yeah. Especially because somebody might ask you a question or tell you something that ain't got nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Then I forget my train of thought, what I was even talking about.
Yeah.
So I just don't really pay
You might
attention
get
to
Sugar Bomb say, you niggas ain't shit.
That's true. But yeah, everybody was just kind of vibing and not really, we wasn't on no deep shit. So I was just gonna see if he was gonna try to throw it off, but he just dropped off.
Yeah. But also, back to what we were talking about before. Damn, what was I? It was so I was looking at TV before I decided on here, right? Well, I decided to get out of bed. And there's this guy on TikTok who walk around Chicago, giving Chicago history. And man, like, we don't hear nothing about, because I always wondered why would people stay in Chicago with all the killings and murders and this and that, the way the media portrays Chicago.
Yeah.
This guy walking around Chicago and they showing us like it was so beautiful. So they have a whole, like it's on the riverfront, like even though y'all far away from a real like oceans and shit, right? But y'all have river, what they call that
with
river?
the big two drawbridges.
Yeah, Lake Michigan.
Yeah, Lake Michigan, yes. So the lake is running right there in the center of the city, yo.
Yeah,
You could get on a boat and kayak through the goddamn city. I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then when they turn the water green for St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, they showed that on the thing when they turned the water green. I was like, and all these big ass buildings, you could right through the city. And I was like, wow.
You from out there, huh, D? You've been up there.
Yeah, I wasn't born here, but I've been up here long enough. It feels like I was born up here, but yeah, when they first did that green water, do you know? I thought that was an accident. I thought it was like a nuclear attack.
But that's when you're getting to the conversations like you do, Bomb, of that's not true, because you'll start thinking, and just listen to the media, you'll think every nigga in Chicago run out around there shooting and acting a fool when it's only just two certain areas, 2 or 3 areas.
Big as hell,
yeah, way on the outside of Chicago. I ain't see nothing. I had to get on the subway to get to the hood.
Yeah.
When I stayed at the Marriott right by that first drawbridge. I mean the Hyatt, right by that glass building.
Yeah.
Right there by the first drawbridge. I had to get on the subway to go to the hood.
Yeah, and it's a long way. It's not like a walking distance.
Hell yeah. I'm like, damn, you got to go way down here. And like, you get on this train and then you head to this area. Yeah, as big as all out there. Like, man, damn. I thought this shit was all compact.
They showed that they have I guess people do these boat races, sailing boat races there from people come up from around the world.
Yeah.
Then they also showed that I didn't know this, y'all got 2 baseball teams. The Sox and what's the other one?
Cubs.
The Cubs in the same city.
Yeah, they played last night.
They said they got one group that's against the other group.
Hockey and football with that.
Yeah.
Wow. They say, well, when football come, everybody the Bears. But they said when it's baseball season, I was like, damn, right in the same city. You got
They be
two.
serious about that baseball too.
Yeah, this has been a sports town. Yeah, yeah. So the
Yeah,
Bears
they be
and the
serious.
Cubs, the Bears and the Cubs played yesterday on the same day.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, against each other or?
No, they just the
Oh,
football.
okay.
Yeah, the football
Yes.
game was at 11,
Uh-huh.
and the baseball game was like about 7 o'clock last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
So y'all got, yeah, that's a big sports area.
Yeah.
And yeah, and they also said that there was a newspaper. That's the reason why Black people migrated around this whole nation.
Chicago Defender.
Yeah, the Defender.
Yeah.
It said that they put it in the paper where they were looking for all types of people. They didn't care what color. Color folks was welcome.
Yeah.
And no other paper would do things like that.
Yeah.
And so the big
They must have
migration.
needed a workforce and stuff like that.
Yeah, they did after slavery.
And
Remember?
they still need a workforce now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I streamed part of the Air and Water show 2 Saturdays ago here off the lakefront. It was cloudy. It wasn't a lot, but you can see the crowd on the lakefront looking at the planes over the water.
Yeah,
See, I was more of a dreamer. Me, I was like, even though there's still certain levels that we can all get to for comfort.
Yeah.
As a couple, you might not be able to own a yacht, but we can work together where you can rent one.
Yeah.
Rent a house, rent a place in the mountains and stuff for a month or so like that. They got still dreams that you can have that where you can live a comfortable life and still enjoy, traveling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't have to be super wealthy for that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those summertime activities in this bond, like I said, they just had the Jazz Fest. Everything opening up after the pandemic.
Taste of Chicago.
All that. Greek Fest. I think Miss Miller was talking about that this past weekend. Greek Fest. The shish kebab, the kosher meat. I mean, it's activity town. They kind of push that to the back when you see the word Chicago in the media. They always try to make it seem like everybody in Chicago
Staying with New
walking
Orleans,
around
staying
like
with New York.
Yeah.
And I'll keep telling people, listen, every time people say the hood, when they refer to a Black neighborhood, that don't mean it's poverty stricken and it's infested with crime.
Nope.
They got a lot of successful all black, upper middle class, neighborhood with a bunch of professionals living in it. All you got to do is Google the top best places for Blacks to live.
Yeah.
And they give you a little breakdown of each area, the income level and the work history of that area. So they have that. But we never really see it unless you look for it.
Yeah. Obama would have never came back here if it was that goddamn bad. Shit.
Like I said, my ex is from Hyde Park, Chicago, and she was describing her neighborhood. I'm like, man, that sounds nice.
That's where Obama at. Hyde Park. That's where the museums are at.
That's where the grandma lived. At Ronna and Juliet.
Yeah, Joliet. Yeah.
Yeah. Pinky up ass.
That's
I
good.
think that's what kept me up here so long, Ms. Bond. It was so many activities, and even though I did see my share of negative activity, but
It's a
you
major
balance it
city.
out.
You're gonna see that.
Yeah, you balance it out, man. Shit, I had way more fucking good positive times than bad times up here, man. Even though my settling, I've already settled to go back down south because that's where I was born and raised at. But man, opportunities, man. I would
Right.
choose.
That's why I can understand, just listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, certain areas you do have to make a high ass salary. I'm like, yeah, you do got to make that when you put the numbers out there.
So compared to
that's not a standard for the whole country though. That's when
right. So
major metropolitan cities.
Mm-hmm. So compared to Los Angeles, compared to New York City, both of those places are substantially higher cost of living than Chicago, but Chicago has equally the amount of resources and entertainment and opportunities than both of those cities. There's nothing in LA that you can't find in Chicago. We've got movie production companies, we've got media, we've got all that.
That's cool, man. Am I muted? I think,
No, you
No,
good. Yeah, you
oh, I'm
good.
not me. Okay, good. Yeah. So yeah, like when I think of Chicago, I'll be thinking like, why is people still there? Like, what the hell? What's going on? The way they would want to. I was like, I would have been moved with my kids.
I think that would be more Detroit, bomb. Like with the war, like I can't stand Detroit.
Yeah, they must have some good
It's
shit going on
desolated.
there.
I mean, it's desolated for the most part with that auto industry in the water.
I just posted the auto workers in at the Kokomo, Indiana plant just went on strike Saturday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
But
see, that's good. That's news for me and South Park say, yeah, they're going on strike. Okay, let me check the stop. All right.
But Al Capone put that jacket on Chicago way back in the 20s, Miss Bomb, about the reputation.
But even now they focus more on the black crime instead of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they act like with Chicago, little Dirk and them doing, the rappers doing is something new in Chicago. No, they was killing in the middle of the daytime in the street with Capone and all them, and that ain't never stopped.
Yeah.
They just wanted to seem like it's just the black. No, it's the poverty-stricken areas.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Never been able to shake that reputation.
Especially with the organized crime. That's really a Chicago, New York type of, get down.
That's why people don't trust the news.
Yeah.
And which is why, our country is in the state that it's in.
Yeah.
Because people don't trust what they tell us.
Yeah.
I never did.
Yeah. But they got
Not
a lot
about
of people
us,
who
especially
did.
about us. About us, we know there's an underlying story with us. They might have reported and just to get it all right.
Yeah.
Not get it all right.
There's been times they was looking for a dude in New Orleans and they just grabbed anybody, and people like, no, that's not him. That's not that's not who that was. That type of thing there, and come up with a report and kind of find out it wasn't the dude. Stuff like that. You have. I remember one time they was like looking for a black male about 6 foot wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. And then they say they caught the suspect that that's half the damn city wearing white t-shirts,
Right.
Right. We caught the suspect fitting that description. Well, that's any damn body.
Yeah.
Especially when there was when it's a hot situation and they want to arrest on something, they go arrest somebody. We always grew up with that. Just to say they did it, just to get that, it seemed like they're doing their job.
Right.
My mama used to make us stay inside. Y'all stay inside, because we was grown boys, and then they was go get somebody.
Yeah. Somebody, don't even matter, as long as they can say, okay, he was wearing the shirt. They be allowing murderers to go free.
They don't go with them, they don't even go after them.
Yeah.
I remember they arrested a dude one time and charged him with a murder, and he was in jail and stuff like that. They got this man on the clock at his job on videotape. Like, that ain't me. The man had to fight those charges. The man boss went down there and everything just to free him, but he was convicted.
Wow.
While he was at work.
Because his lawyer didn't do his part, huh? Because see, that's what they knew. They knew
when
that
you get a public defender.
Yeah, the public defender don't know shit, right? They
are friends with him.
Yeah. Well, why would
friends
they want a
DA,
murderer to get away? Why would they want the real murderer? That's what I always wondered. And so that's what they played on.
They know he gonna wreak havoc. He gonna wreak havoc on the black community. They know, so that's why they didn't really go after them. And I tell people in New Orleans, well, you can get a murder charge. You can do 10 years on a murder charge if you plead guilty and just do 5. So you can literally get out a lot faster with a murder charge than on some of these other damn charges.
Yeah.
If you cop out.
Now you could be in jail. You could be in jail for life for some marijuana shit. But on murder, you can get out, like you said, in 5 years. So
Yeah,
people will
partners that
wonder,
did
well,
that.
why would somebody plead guilty to something they didn't do? Because they tell you, shit. I don't Louisiana have the death penalty.
Yeah,
Don't
we
they?
do.
So they'll threaten you with that. They'll say, if we convict you, you're gonna get the death penalty. You will just,
Or you gonna do some ridiculous amount of years. So
Right.
you're in a bad spot, even if you didn't do the crime.
Right.
You know, that's that. Or you could just plead guilty and we'll let you out for the year you serve and do another year. You want to go home? You just go ahead and take the plea. You ain't got no money to fight it.
Right. That's right. So we got a lot of people, serve time for something they ain't even do. Y'all making unpaper towels. So one side is like a towel, and the other side is like the design area. Let me see. And this is for people who getting away from paper. We eventually gonna get away from paper. So and it rolls up, and then you're able to put it on your paper towel, and they stick together. They clean together.
What is the what's that? What is the fabric? Cotton?
100% cotton. One side is damn it. Yeah, I can't think. This is towelette, which is the fabric of a towel.
Yeah.
That's what's called towelette. And the other side is it's very soft.
Like a linen?
Flannel.
Oh, okay.
And both sides are absorbent. So
yeah,
they will absorb. I could have just did flannel towel, just flannel and just one thing. They'll be cheaper. Of course, I'm going to do those.
You remember everybody was on that polyester